superior intellect, with a bit of manipulative powers, and adaptability. പക്ഷേ ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ ശക്തനായിരുന്നില്ല ആദ്യകാലങ്ങളിൽ. ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ കാലത്ത് ബ്രാഹ്മണൻ അതിശക്തനായിരുന്നില്ല. ചെറിയ തോതിലുള്ള ബ്രാഹ്മണ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളാണ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. AD 788 മുതൽ 820 വരെയുള്ള കാലഘട്ടമാണ് ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ ആദിശങ്കരൻ, ശ്രീശങ്കരൻ, കാലടി.
Welcome to Krishisanjeevani. Medicinal plant cultivation in India. Is it a profitable agri-business amid this COVID-19 crisis? As we all are aware, the entire human race is going through a very different and unanticipated crisis of all times. Yes, COVID-19 have completely created a different tale altogether. Whether it is self-created by humans themselves, as many rumors mushroomed, or nature-induced, this time humans' health and mental caliber is put on test. At this point, there is certainly a rethinking on going back to the books and following the basics in our life. The entire world is putting efforts to discover a cure for the COVID-19 pandemic, which Dio volente shall happen. Many health doyens have opined that boosting the body's immune system can help to minimize the effect and hasten the recovery from the disease. It is here that medicinal plants shall emerge as a redeemer. As suggested by Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, it has been recommended to drink Katha formulation. It is made of tulsi leaves, cinnamon, dry ginger powder and black pepper for self-care and immunity boosting measure. Statistics also show that the consumption of medical herbs is increasing day by day at a very fast pace. Hence, it is evident that COVID-19 pandemic is offering a very comfortable business opportunity to the farmers who are growing or planning to grow medicinal plants. India, a Medi-Plants hub with 15 agroclimatic zones, 17,000 to 18,000 categories of blooming plants, of which 6,000 to 7,000 is evaluated to have therapeutic properties. This itself shows the richness of our medicinal plants base. The use of these medicinal plants is found in all Indian societies, even though in different forms or methods. These detailings are mentioned and archived in Indian systems of medicines like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Shivarga, then homeopathy and various other traditional treatment methods which are available here. A rough estimate shows that around 960 types of medicinal plants are assessed to be in trade, of which 178 species have yearly consumption levels of more than 100 metric tons, which when contrasted with the potential is undeniably not up to mark, and there is definitely a huge scope for improvement. We cannot ignore the huge gap in the supply and demand of medicinal plants to manufacture Ayurvedic medicine in India. According to the All India Trade Survey of Prioritized Medicinal Plants 2019, demand for high-value medicinal plants increased by 50%, while the availability declined by 26%. This led to increased habitat degradation and levels of overexploitation by pharmaceutical industries. This also resulted in 65 species, that is 10% of the total species, falling into critically endangered, vulnerable and nearly threatened categories. India's cultural, social, literary, topographic diversities have provided us with a solid traditional healthcare practices that represent various old styles of medicine, medication and health maintenance, even though more scientific expedition into these horizons are needed. But one can notice that this characteristic of the Indian so-called old-styled folk health care traditions is primarily because raw material grown from an enormous multifarious variety of plant species that is roughly numbered to 6,500. The first candid attempt at the national level to survey the demand and supply of therapeutic plants in the nation was made by the National Medical Plant Board during 2001-2002 to comprehend yearly trait levels of chosen 162 medicinal plant species. From that point, the NMPP in 2006 and 2007 commissioned a national report to evaluate demand and supply of medicinal plants in India. Medicinal plants farming, is it sustainable and profitable? We would like to say that the cultivation of medicinal plants in a commercial mode is one of the most profitable agribusiness sectors which can be undertaken by the farmers. Availability of sufficient land, owned or leased, and potential market availability can lead the farmers to a definite high returns model of business with a moderate investment in India. Cultivation of medicinal herbs like Shankapushpi, Attis, Kuth, Kuki, Kapilachu, Karancha are changing the Indian agrarian Ayurvedic scenes along with the extraordinary opportunities for the farmers to increase their income. The market for medicinal plants in India stood at Rs 4.2 billion in 2019 and is expected to increase at a CAGR of 38.5% to Rs 14 billion by 2026. The export of herbs and value-added extracts of medicinal herbs has been gradually increasing over years. In 2017-2018, India exported 330.18 million US dollars worth of herbs at a growth rate of 14.22% over the previous year. Also, exports of value-added extracts of medicinal herbs and herbal products in 2017-2018 stood at 456.12 million US dollars, recording a growth rate of 12.23% over the previous year. The demand for herbal or value-added extracts of medicinal herbs is gradually increasing in foreign countries, especially in European and other developed countries. According to statistics and studies, 25 significant medicinal plants are always in full demand. They include Brahmi, long pepper, Indian barberry, licorice, etc., which is described in the description section under the video. Apart from these medicinal herbs, which were mentioned earlier, mint, aloe vera, basil, tulsi, lemongrass, coriander, ajwain are also on huge demand now. A survey steered by the All India Coordinated Research Project on Ethnobiology, AICRPE, recorded more than 8,000 types of wild plants utilized by the tribes and other conventional communities in treating of various medical concerns. Said all these, of the entire fauna, only 20% of the species are properly developed and or studied. Subsidies, schemes and initiatives. The Government of India has taken several measures to promote cultivation and export of medicinal plants. To energize the medicinal plants cultivation throughout the country, the National Medical Plants Board, the NMBP, offers up to 75% subsidy to the farmers. NMBP has formulated schemes and guidelines for financial assistance in various zones of medicinal plant divisions secured under promotional and commercial plans relevant both from the government and non-government associations. Farmers across the nation are getting financial assistance by the Ayush Ministry to empower the cultivation of herbs and other medicinal plants. A subsidy as high as 75% is being given as a feature of a centrally sponsored scheme. At present, many of the medicinal plant species have been prioritized for supporting cultivation across the nation, for which subsidy is provided to the farmers. There are three types of subsidies. 75% subsidy for highly endangered medicinal plants, 50% subsidy for the cultivation of critically declining medicinal plants, 30% subsidy for other therapeutic plant species which need support. Prioritized lists of medicinal plants for cultivation under scheme of NMPB. Plants eligible for 30% subsidy include 55 species of medicinal plants, which include neem, brahmi, tulsi, pipali, etc., which is also detailed in the descriptions column after this video. The plants eligible for 50% subsidy under the scheme. There are total 27 species including Katha, Beel, Muleti, Shirish, etc., which is included under the scheme, which is also described or detailed in the description column after this video. Then comes the plants which are eligible for 75% subsidy. A total of 13 species of medicinal plants are eligible for this scheme, that is 75% subsidy, which include Chandan, Jadamansi, Atis, etc., which is also detailed in the description column after this video. The Department of Commerce has set up export promotion councils to promote exports of various product groups and has assigned Shellac and Forest Products Export Promotion Council to mandate exports of herbs and medicinal plants. The export promotion of several herbal products has been assigned to Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council. The EPCs facilitate the exporting community and undertake various promotional measures to promote exports of their products. Under the Market Access Initiative MAI scheme of the Department of Commerce, the EPCs or trade bodies are provided with financial assistance to participate and organize trade fairs, bioseller meets, reverse bioseller meets, research and product development, market studies, etc. The Merchandise Exports from India scheme MEIS provides incentives to the exporting community for specified goods in order to counteract infrastructural inefficiencies and the associated costs of exporting products manufactured in India, thereby giving special emphasis to these products which are of India's export interest and have the capability to generate employment and enhance the country's competitiveness in the world market. The International Cooperation Scheme by the Ministry of Ayush provides financial assistance to exporters to help them participate in trade fairs, organize international business meets and conferences, and avail product registration reimbursements. Now, in the coming episode, we shall be going in detail into various other aspects like certification programs, marketing, etc., particularly specified with medicinal and aromatic plants or therapeutic plants. You can have access to the detailed information in the NMBP website www.nmpb.nic.in, or you may also post your queries in the comment section after this video.
Swaraj Tractor plans to launch new range of tractors. Swaraj Tractor said that it has introduced a series of initiatives in paddy mechanization in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana as it seeks to enhance its presence further in the region. Mahindra Group Swaraj Tractor said it plans to launch a new range of tractors in both higher and lower horsepower to support small farmers in their puddling operations. The tractor maker also said it has introduced a series of initiatives in paddy mechanization in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana as it seeks to enhance its presence. Recently, Swaraj launched the new Swaraj 742 XT tractor. Developed exclusively for paddy mechanization, the 45 HP tractor achieved success for its performance and fuel efficiency in puddling operations, the company said. With paddy as a key crop of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, we at Swaraj want to further build on our incredibly strong brand in the region through the introduction of a range of solutions for the paddy farmers, Harish Shavan, Chief Executive Officer at Swaraj Division said. According to him, greater scope for mechanization of the rice crop in the region will further enable farmers to contribute to the substantial improvement in productivity and production of paddy from these states. We will continue to launch products and solutions specifically developed for paddy farming in the region. The company will introduce new tractors in the higher HP range, including four-wheel drive tractors and lower HP tractors to support small farmers in their puddling operations. Puddling is a key activity in cultivation of rice. With traditional methods of paddy cultivation being labor-intensive, time-consuming and less profitable, there is a steady shift from manual labor to mechanical sources in both states, it said. With tractor sales having more than doubled over the last 5 years, ongoing support from respective state governments along with other favorable conditions has resulted in the increase in paddy production, the company noted. Further, the company said it has also introduced a range of farm machinery and offers harvesting solutions from wet paddy to dry cereals to increase productivity and lower grain losses for broad acre farms and small holdings. Patiala village uses unique method to treat wastewater. A new wastewater treatment plant opened recently in a village in Punjab's Patiala district uses a method devised by one of the state's leading environmentalists, Sant Balbir Singh Seechawal, to treat, recycle and reuse wastewater. The impact of climate change, pollution and a lack of infrastructure means villages in India often face water shortage for agricultural and domestic purposes. Water-intensive crops, low water efficiency and unregulated groundwater are the main factors that account for agriculture water demand. The plant in Dingi village of Patiala aims to achieve the following objective using the Seechawal model of wastewater management: recycling and reusing the treated wastewater for irrigation, preventing further contamination of groundwater. The model is a pipe and pump formula used to remove heavy solid particles, oil and other material from water. It was introduced by Sant Baba Balbir Singh Seechawal and was first used in Seechawal, Punjab. The project aims to implement a combination of processes through 4 well systems of wastewater treatment for reuse apart from human consumption. The water wells need to be cleaned regularly, otherwise they produce extremely pure effluents with high suspended solids which can be detrimental to the constructed wetland and cause clogging of beds. To ensure continuous and effective operation, the accumulated material must be emptied periodically. The project is likely to benefit 350 households and 2755 people in total. Rajesh Verma, Chief Functionary and Secretary Akhil Bharatiya Gramin Uthan Samiti said, "The project will reduce the usage of fresh water by providing an option of treated water to farmers. It will aim at water sustainability with appropriate technologies of water recycle, reuse, recharge," he added. He also said that the project has engaged, empowered and evolved community-sustained processes for water management and strengthened community collectives.
Welcome to Krishisanjeevani. Government can release PM Kisan 8th installment anytime. Check updated beneficiary list and status. Good news for farmers eagerly waiting for PM Kisan money. According to sources, the government can release the next installment of Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana PM Kisan anytime. To recall, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had released the 7th installment of PM Kisan Yojana on 25th December 2020. Usually, the first installment of PM Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana is transferred to farmers' account in between April 1 and July 31, the second installment from August 1 to November 30, and the third installment from December 1 to March 31 every fiscal year. It is important for the farmers to check their status and name in PM Kisan beneficiary list so as to confirm whether they will get the Rs 2000 or not. How to check name in PM Kisan list? First of all, please visit the official website of PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, that is pmkisan.gov.in. Then search for Farmers Corner in the home page. After that, click on the option that says Beneficiary List. After clicking on the beneficiary list, a new page will open. Here you have to enter your state, district, sub-district, block and village, etc. Then click on Get Report. The entire list will appear on the screen. How to check PM Kisan Yojana status? Visit the official website of PM Kisan. Check on beneficiary status at Farmer's Corner option. Now select either Aadhaar number, bank account number or mobile number from options given and fill the details. Then click on Get Data to get all the details of your transactions or payments. Besides this, you can get information by calling at the numbers given. PM Kisan landline number 011 233 81092 or 011 233 82401. PM Kisan toll free number 180011555266. PM Kisan Yojana help number 155261 or 012060251009. Under PM Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana, the central government provides Rs 6,000 annually to the farmers. The government sends the money directly to farmers' account in 3 installments of Rs 2,000 each. About 11.74 crore farmers in the country are waiting for the 8th installment.
Welcome to Krishisanjeevani. Some agricultural updates. Data key in maximizing India's agricultural output. With an adoption of artificial intelligence in the agriculture sector, the latest findings in a study by NASCOM and Ernst & Young points out at the potential of artificial intelligence in relieving the sector from its stressful input conditions and shifting towards data-led farming. Double efforts for branding, marketing of local agricultural products. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha on Tuesday called upon stakeholders to double the efforts for branding and marketing of local agriculture products, besides seamless extension of technology from lab to field for bringing long-term changes in the sector. Speaking during the inaugural ceremony of a 5-day-long Kisan Mela here, the Lieutenant Governor suggested to focus on strategic and professional approach for branding and marketing of local products to increase the income of the farming community. The Lieutenant Governor observed that Jammu and Kashmir farmers have huge potential for becoming agricultural entrepreneurs. Bee farming becoming the foundation of sweet revolution and boosting farmers' income, says Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted the importance of bee farming and how it is helping to boost farmers' income. Praising the farmers of Gurdum village of Darjeeling district of West Bengal, PM Modi stated that it is a great effort towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. During his monthly radio program Man Ki Baat, PM said many farmers are now getting into bee farming. The people of Gurdum village, Darjeeling have taken up honey bee farming and today there is a significant demand for honey harvested by them. Prime Minister Modi added that the natural organic honey of the Sundarbans area of West Bengal is in great demand in the country and all over the world. He also added that bee farming is becoming the foundation of the honey revolution or sweet revolution in the country. Farmers in large numbers are getting associated with it. A tapioca taller than the farmer tries to enter Limca books. A local farmer from Cheruvattur, Kasaragod, Kerala has harvested a large tapioca that is taller than himself. The 187.5 centimeters long single tapioca weighs 4.65 kilograms. The giant tuber yield was found in the farm of Chembrakannam native Ramachandran Udayavarman. He is now trying to get it featured on Limca Book of Records. Earlier, there were reports on a giant tapioca harvested in Kollam that had a length of 155 centimeters and another one in Thrissur which weighed about 63 kilograms. Organic Red Lady papaya fetches Rs 60 for ripe fruits, Rs 50 for raw ones. Among the different varieties of papaya, Red Lady is the most popular one.
The name red lady is derived from the red flesh of the ripe fruit in contrast to the usual yellow color. Red lady is a foreign breed of papaya. The plant grows to a height of 2.5 meters and fruits emerge all over it. Papaya grows well in places where proper sunlight and water permeable soil are available. Fruits can be harvested within 6 months. About 50 fruits grow on a single plant. The weight of one fruit can be over 3 kilograms. Some plants produce up to 300 fruits. Papaya can be harvested up to 1.5 years.
Welcome to Krishisanjeevani. Today we will be discussing an important but a unique topic, a unique farming practice, biodynamic agriculture. Biodynamic agriculture, a unique form of farming practice and living culture. Biodynamic agriculture is a form of alternative agriculture very similar to organic farming, but it includes various esoteric concepts drawn from the ideas of Rudolf Steiner. Initially developed in 1924, it was the first of the organic agriculture movements. It treats soil fertility, plant growth and livestock care as ecologically interrelated tasks, emphasizing spiritual and mystical perspectives. Biodynamics has much in common with other organic approaches. It emphasizes the use of manures and compost and excludes the use of synthetic fertilizers and herbicides on soils and plants. Methods unique to the biodynamic approach include its treatment of animals, crops and soil as a single system and emphasis from its beginning on local production and distribution systems. Its use of traditional and development of new local breeds and varieties. Some methods use even an astrological sowing and planting calendar. Biodynamic agriculture uses various herbal and mineral additives for compost additives and field sprays. These are prepared using methods that are more akin to sympathetic magic than agronomy, such as burying ground cords stuffed into the horn of a cow, which are said to harvest cosmic forces into the soil. No difference in beneficial outcomes has been scientifically established between certified biodynamic agriculture techniques and similar organic and integrated farming practices. Biodynamic agriculture lacks strong scientific evidence for its efficacy and has been labeled a pseudoscience because of its reliance upon esoteric knowledge and mystical beliefs. As of 2019, biodynamic techniques were used on 2,245 hectares in 55 countries. Germany accounts for 41% of the global total, exactly 41.8%. Biodynamic methods of cultivating grapevines have been taken up by several notable vineyards. There are certification agencies for biodynamic products, most of which are members of the International Biodynamic Standards Group, Demeter International. How does this theory originate? Biodynamics was the first modern organic agriculture. Its development began in 1924 with a series of 8 lectures on agriculture given by philosopher Rudolf Steiner at Schloss Koberwitz in Silesia, Germany. These lectures, the first known presentation of organic agriculture, were held in response to a request by farmers who noticed degraded soil conditions and a deterioration in the health and quality of crops and livestock resulting from the use of chemical fertilizers. The 111 attendees, half of whom were farmers, came from 6 countries, primarily Germany and Poland. The lectures were published in November 1924 and the first English translation appeared in 1928 as the Agriculture Course. Steiner emphasized that the methods he proposed should be tested experimentally. For this purpose, Steiner established a research group, the Agricultural Experimental Circle of Anthroposophical Farmers and Gardeners of the General Anthroposophical Society. Between 1924 and 1939, this research group attracted more than 800 members from around the world, including Europe, America, Australia. Another group, the Association for Research in Anthropophysical Agriculture, directed by German agronomist Erhard Barsch, was formed to test the effects of biodynamic methods on the life and health of soil, plants and animals. The group started publishing a monthly journal, Demeter. The research association was named the Imperial Association for Biodynamic Agriculture in 1933. It was dissolved by the National Socialist regime in 1941. In 1931, the association had 250 members in Germany, 109 in Switzerland, 104 in other European countries, and 24 outside Europe. The oldest biodynamic farms are the Userhof in Austria and Marienhof in Germany. In 1938, Elfried Pfeffer's text, Biodynamic Farming and Gardening, was published in 5 languages, English, Dutch, Italian, French and German. This became the standard work in the field for several decades. In July 1939, at the invitation of Wattle James, 4th Baron Northbourne, Pfeffer travelled to the UK and conducted a conference on biodynamic farming at Northbourne's farm in Kent. The conference has been described as a missing link between biodynamic agriculture and organic farming, because in the year after the conference, Northbourne published his manifesto of organic farming. Look at the land, for which he coined the term organic farming. In 1950s, Hans Müller was encouraged by Steiner's work to create the organic biological farming method in Switzerland. This later developed to become the largest certifier of organic products in Europe, called Bioland. Biodynamic method of farming. In common with other forms of organic agriculture, biodynamic agriculture uses management practices that are intended to restore, maintain and enhance ecological harmony. Central features of biodynamic farming include crop diversification, the avoidance of chemical soil treatments and off-farm inputs generally, decentralized production and distribution, and the consideration of celestial and terrestrial influences on biological organisms. Diversity in crop rotation and perennial planting is required. No annual crop can be planted in the same field for more than 2 years in succession. Bare tillage year-round is prohibited, so land needs to maintain adequate green cover. The Demeter Association also recommends that the individual design of the land by the farmer, as determined by site conditions, is one of the basic tenets of biodynamic agriculture. This principle emphasizes that humans have a responsibility for the development of their ecological and social environment, which goes beyond economic aims and the principles of descriptive ecology. Crops, livestock and farmer and the entire socio-economic environment from the unique interaction which biodynamic farming tries to actively shape through a variety of management practices. The prime objective is always to encourage healthy conditions for life, that is soil fertility, plant and animal health and product quality. The farmer seeks to enhance and support the forces of nature that lead to healthy crops and rejects farm management practices that damage the environment, soil, plant, animal or human health. The farm is treated as an organism with its own individuality and which is self-sustainable. Biodynamic agriculture differs from many forms of organic agriculture in its spiritual, mystical and astrological orientation. It shares a spiritual focus as well as its view toward improving humanity with the nature farming movement in Japan. Compared to non-organic agriculture, BT farming or biodynamic farming practices have been found to be more resilient to environment challenges, to foster a diverse biosphere and to be more energy efficient. In his agriculture course, Steiner prescribed 9 different preparations to 8 fertilizers and described how these were to be prepared. Steiner believed that these preparations mediated terrestrial and cosmic forces into the soil. Here, the first 2 are used for preparing fields and the other 7 are used for making compost. We can look into 2 examples. A humus mixture prepared by filling a cow's horn with cow manure and burying it in the ground 40 to 60 centimeters below the surface in autumn. It is left to decompose during the winter and recovered for use as fertilizer the following spring. Yarrow blossom, Achillea millifolium, stuffed into the urinary bladders from red deer, Cervus elaphus, placed in the sun during summer, buried in the ground during winter and retrieved in the spring. Biodynamic certification. Demeter Biodynamic Certification System, established in 1924, was the first certification and labeling system for organic production. As of 2018, to receive certification as biodynamic, the farm must meet all the prescribed standards: agronomic guidelines, greenhouse management, structural components, livestock guidelines, and post-harvest handling and processing procedures. The term biodynamic is a trademark held by the Demeter Association of Biodynamic Farmers for the purpose of maintaining production standards used both in farming and processing foodstuffs. The trademark is intended to protect both the consumer and the producers of biodynamic produce. Biodynamic farming in India. Biodynamic farming is also practiced in full swing in India too. As per the words of Sundeep Kamath, Secretary BDAI, Biodynamic Association of India, India has nearly 1 lakh farmers practicing some form of biodynamic farming by an estimate based on sales of biodynamic preparation and self-reports. Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Punjab, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, West Bengal and Assam are among the states where biodynamic farms are flourishing. Kerala alone has around 10,000 spice farmers using the technique. Though it is dubbed a pseudoscience by its critics for its esoteric approach and aspects, its advocates believe it is thoroughly scientific method of getting the best crop. Even though there is difference of opinion on this unique mode of farming, in many locations across the world, it has been reported to be successful in regaining the health of the soil and in striking a harmony with the nature. Team Krishisanjeevani. Welcome to Krishisanjeevani. Today we will be dealing in detail about silver revolution. In the last few days we have discussed about golden revolution and white revolution. Let us see what silver revolution is in detail. Silver revolution. Amongst the top agrarian revolutions in India, silver revolution has colossally contributed to the Indian economy, especially the agriculture sector. The silver revolution is related to the tremendous growth in egg production and was supported by various government and private firms. It took place between 1969 and 1978 under the ministry of Indira Gandhi. The visionary behind this poultry industrial revolution was late Dr. B.V. Rao. Indira Gandhi is regarded as the mother of silver revolution since she initiated this movement with the aim to bring a boost in the poultry industry. What is the silver revolution? The silver revolution is related to the immense growth of egg production in India by using advanced methods and technologies to enhance efficient growth in poultry farming. The silver revolution was started in 1969 to 1978 and medical sciences and innovation played an important role in this revolution. It took place for a period of 9 years and made India stand as the third largest egg producer after China and the USA. The Indian government policies, private companies like Venxis as well as scientists and veterinarians played an important role in boosting egg production in India. The scientists led the spectacular silver revolution by the hybrid of cocks and hens, which resulted in increases in poultry production. Features of silver revolution. The silver revolution had laid various objectives to increase the production of eggs for the consumption of safe and healthy foodstuffs. Here are the salient features of silver revolution. Larger firms must adopt advanced technologies and adhere to biosecurity protocols to prevent diseases. Promoting medical applied sciences to achieve hybrid cocks and hens. Enhancement of the quality standards of egg products to meet the requirements of countries like the Middle East and Japan that have good markets in the poultry industry. Promotion of egg products consumption in midday meals and hospitals will maximize demand and ensure sustainable food for all. The eggs must be clearly packed for purchase from supermarkets and must be labeled for the nutritive value and expiry date. Being a fragile commodity, long distance supplies and exports must be planned with careful mass production. The Poultry Development Index was made for the major poultry producing states of the Indian Union, and states were classified in ascending order of WPDI. Challenges. Despite the tremendous effort, there were a few challenges faced during the implementation of the Silver Revolution. Export had slowed down in the northern and southern areas of the world because countries had begun their own poultry production. Social issues around the large farm unit cause a limitation in the poultry industry. Untreated chicken waste causes environmental pollution and leads to the emission of harmful gas and bacteria. Facts about Silver Revolution. The Silver Revolution saw a successful development in the poultry sector of India. Apart from the increase in egg production, it also helped in employment for women in rural areas. Silver Revolution is a very important topic. Here are the important facts about Silver Revolution which we must remember. In just 25 years, egg production has gone up to 90 billion. Production is slowly getting more organized, which has increased in consumption, resulting in optimum prices. The industry of poultry farming has also provided direct or indirect employment for over 1 million people. India produces the best quality hatching eggs which can be exported to the African nations. The leading poultry producing states in different regions are Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu in the southern region, West Bengal and Bihar in the eastern region, Maharashtra in the western region, and Punjab in the northern region. Poultry production in India is considered to be the third largest egg producer after the USA in China, as well as the fourth largest chicken producer after China, Brazil and USA. It is observed that over the span of past 25 years, the production of eggs have risen up to 90 billion. Observing the exceptionally high growth in poultry sector as compared to other sectors like agriculture, many major developments have taken place to sustain this. Since it is recommended to consume 180 eggs and 10 kilos of chicken per year, there is a vast scope of development and production enhancement in this sector. The poultry production in India has three segments. One, layers industry eggs. Layer units with tens of more birds are now being set up. Mainly 70% of the layer bird houses were set up in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka and Punjab, whereas other states the eggs were transported. Now better production units are coming up in states like West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. 2. Broilers. The broiler bird was discovered in India in 1975. Prior to it, the chicken was only male birds or spent hens. The commotion broiler bird is ready in 60 days that contains more tender meat. The broiler industry has undergone tremendous technical work to enhance the nutrition value and genetics of the birds. With the help of advancements, now the growing period of broiler bird has come down to less than 40 days instead of 60 days. Backyard or family production, both eggs and chicken. It is very evident that poultry has been a part of various Indian households and their backyards. It is also observed that at one point of time, 30% eggs out of the total were produced in the backyard. However, both birds and eggs were inefficient for quality production. Thus, to induce better results, the government has now started to encourage backyard poultry. Development in poultry sector in India. The stage of poultry farming in various states of India were uplifted by constructing developmental indices that were based on factors such as the ratio of improved birds with respect to the total population and poultry, layer parent stock, total number of hatcheries along with their performance. During the construction of the Poultry Development Index, the states having lower WPDI were the first ones where the poultry farming setups were made. Assam, along with other northeastern states, were ranked as lower states, whereas Telangana was presented as the most developed poultry production states. The Silver Revolution has made a remarkable impact on the Indian poultry sector. India's overwhelming population still requires firm policies for the future that ensure sustainable and environmental friendly production of goods. Welcome to Krishisanjeevani. Formation and promotion of 10,000 farmer produce organizations, FPOs. The Government of India have launched a new scheme for formation and promotion of 10,000 farmer produce organizations. Into the details.
The scheme has been launched with a clear strategy and committed resources in order to form and promote 10,000 new FPOs across India. For the making of FPOs, Rs 6865 crore have been allocated. Why this scheme has been launched? The scheme has been launched because the agriculture sector plays a crucial role in economic development and nation building. The country is also at the forefront in the development of agriculture across the world. Further, India wants to double its agriculture export by 2022, but more than 86% of farmers in India are small and marginal. They need the facilities of improved technology, better input, credit, and more markets in order to incentivize them. It would help them to produce better quality commodity. Thus, if these small, marginal and landless farmers are aggregated into FPOs, it would help them to enhance the economic strength and market linkages of farmers. This in turn will help in enhancing their income. About FPO scheme. This is a central sector scheme which receives funding from Government of India. FPOs will be developed in produce clusters. In the FPOs, agricultural and horticultural producers will be grown and cultivated to leverage the economies of scale. It will also improve the market access for members. Further, one district, one product cluster will be created to promote specialization. Under this scheme, the formation of promotion of FPOs will be done with the help of implementing agencies, IAS. Implementing agencies, IAS. There are presently 9 implementing agencies, namely Small Farmers Agri-Business Consortium SFAC, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development NABARD, National Cooperative Development Corporation NCDC, Northeastern Regional Agricultural Marketing Corporation Limited NERAMAC, Small Farmers Agri-Business Consortium Haryana SFACH, National Agricultural Cooperative Marketing Federation of India NAFED, Watershed Development Department WDD Karnataka, Tamil Nadu Small Farmers Agri-Business Consortium TNSFAC, and Foundation for Development of Rural Value Chains FDRVC, Ministry of Rural Department MORD. These IAs will engage the cluster-based business organization CBBOs to aggregate, register and provide the hand-holding support to each FPOs. The support will be provided for a period of 5 years. Team Krishisanjeevani.
Welcome to Krishisanjeevani. Today, we will be discussing something which is related to agriculture statistics, development in agriculture sector, up-to-date, updated informations on what agriculture is about and what are the different agriculture details and detailings. So it will be a nutshell. It will not be a detailed one. So in case of any doubt, you can always directly deal with our email, or you can put your comments on the descriptions or comment boxes beneath this video. India has the 10th largest arable land resource in the world, that is 159.7 million hectare, 9.22%. The top 5 countries with arable agricultural land, arable land is United States, which occupies 10.48% of the land in the world, followed by India, China, Russia and Brazil. With 20 agroclimatic zones around the world, all the 15 major climates or climatic zones exist in India. And what is an agroclimatic zone? Climate classification keeping in view the sustainability or suitability of agriculture is called an agroclimatic zone. Kerala lies in the agroclimatic zone 12, which is called the West Coast Plains and Hill regions. Here we can cultivate rice, coconut, oil seeds, sugar canes, millets, pulses and cotton. The country also has something around 46 of the 60 different soil types around the world. The major being alluvial soil, which occupies 43%, red soil, which occupies 18.5%, and black or rigger soil, which occupies 15%. Look, this soil classification, basically soil can be classified into three: the sand, silt and clay. But according to the difference in the proportion of sand, silt and clay in different soils, there are ample number of classifications like loamy sand, sandy clay, silty clay, etc. In Kerala, there are 8 different types of soils: red loam, laterite coastal alluvium and riverine alluvium being the majority. India is the largest producer of spices, milk, cashew, pulses, tea and jute. And India is the second largest producer of wheat, fruits and vegetables, sugarcane, rice, cotton and oil seeds. Even though India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables, India is the first largest producer of mango and banana. During 2019-20 crop year, food grain production was at a record of 1.95 million tons, which is the highest production ever since the Green Revolution was initiated. In 2020-21, the government of India is targeting food grain production of 298 million tons. This has become possible because of the Green Revolution, which was initiated by Mr. M.S. Swaminathan, with high yielding varieties, dwarf varieties and modern package of practices and cultivation habits and habitats. The production of horticulture crops in India reached a record 320.5 million metric tons in 2019-20. The cumulative annual growth rate is a whopping 3.13% during the financial year 16 to 20. India has the largest livestock production of around 535.78 million, which translates to around 31% of the world population. Milk production in the country is expected to rise to 208 million tons in financial year 21 from 198 million tons in financial year 20. As White Revolution initiated by Varghese Kurian have pushed India to the top of the world in case of milk production, India is the biggest milk producing countries in the world, and we have pushed United States out of the position. India can be among the top 5 exporters of agro-commodities by shifting its focus on cultivation and effectively hand-holding farmers, says the WTC or the World Trade Center. The total agriculture export from India grew at a cumulative agriculture growth rate of 2.27% during the financial year 16 to 20 to reach $35.09 billion in financial year 20, which is of course a remarkable achievement. India's spices export, it increased from 23% to 2690 crore $359 million in June 2020 from rupees 2190 crore $290 million in the same month last year. That means to a 2190 crore was the production or the export in June to 2019, which have increased 23% to reach 2690 crore rupees 2690 crore by 2020. The agriculture export policy, which was launched in 2018, aimed to increase India's agriculture export to $60 billion. That is a whopping 4,19,340 crores by 2022, which, if reached, will drive India top into the position of agriculture exports. Government aims to raise fishery export from India to rupees 1 lakh crore, that is $14.31 billion by 2024-25. Indian food processing industry attracted foreign direct investment (FDI) equity inflow of about $10.5 between April 2000 and June 2020.
This statistics has been officially declared by DPIIT, or the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Gross value added by agriculture, forestry and fishing is rupees 19.48 lakh crore US dollars, that is 276.37 billion in financial year 20, and it grew at a year-on-year growth of 4% in the financial year 2020. The Electronic National Agriculture Market, or ENAM, launched in April 2016, was a revolution. It had 16.6 million farmers and 131,000 traders registered in the platform until May 2020. That means ENAM is already going from success to success. What is in ENAM? There are lots of APMCs, or Agriculture Produce Marketing Committees. With the launch of ENAM, the government aimed at creating a unified national market for agriculture commodities by networking existing APMCs, which can even compete with highly networked corporates. The government of India has introduced several projects to assist the agriculture sector. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sinchai Yojana is one among them. It aims to irrigate the field of every farmer and improve water use efficiency to achieve the motto, per drop, more crop. Overall, the scheme ensures improved access to irrigation. In the Union Budget 2019-20, the scheme was allocated rupees 3949.90 crores for this purpose. As per Union Budget 2021, rupees 2.83 lakh crore has been allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture, and 1,233 crore was allocated to Ministry of Food Processing. PM Kusum scheme. The scheme for installation of solar pumps and grid connected solar and other renewable power plants in the country. PM Kusum scheme was expanded to provide 20 lakh farmers for setting up stand-alone solar pumps and help another 15 lakh farmers to solarize their grid-connected pumps. The Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana (PMMSY) is another flagship scheme. It focused on sustainable development of fishery sector in the country with an estimated investment of rupees 20,050 crores for its implementation during a 5-year plan, that is financial year 2021 to financial year 2024 in all states, union territories as part of the Atma Nirbhar Bharat package. The government of India have also introduced another scheme called the e-Gopala app. E-Gopala app is a comprehensive breed improvement, marketplace and information portal for direct use of farmers managing livestock. Such an application was never been launched in India. PMFME, Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Microfund Processing Enterprises scheme. It was launched under the Atma Nirbhar Bharat, aims to enhance the competitiveness of the existing individual micro enterprises in the unorganized segment of food processing industry and promote formalization of this sector and provide support to farmer producers organizations, self-help groups, produce cooperatives, etc. Then comes the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Fund. The Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Fund, or the AHIDF, has been approved for incentivizing investment by individual entrepreneurs, private companies, MSME, farmers, producers, organizations and Section 8 companies to establish 1. Dairy processing and value-added infrastructure, 2. Meat processing and value addition infrastructure and animal feed plant. The government of India and other state governments are already taking tremendous steps for improving the agriculture scenario of India. In the next part, we will be dealing in detail about such aspects and other schemes which are available under agriculture.
Golden Revolution and National Horticulture Mission. The period between 1991 to 2003 is known as the period of Golden Revolution in India. The Golden Revolution is related to the production of honey and horticulture. It is a part of the important agricultural revolutions of India. Nirbhag Tattaj is considered to be the father of the Golden Revolution. During this period, the investment planned in the horticulture segment became highly productive. India became the world leader in the production of a variety of fruits like coconut, mangoes, cashew nuts, and more. The sector emerged as a sustainable livelihood option and became the second largest producer of vegetable and fruits. Economic conditions of many farmers who were engaged in horticulture improved, thus improving the livelihood for many underprivileged classes. Horticulture development has not been a priority in India until the early 1990s. The performance of the horticulture sector in India surged drastically from 1991 to 2003. In the period 1948 to 1980, the main focus of India was on the production of cereals, hence researchers described it as a golden revolution, supposedly to distinguish it from the green revolution. The factors that affected the growth of horticulture sector during golden revolution in India are as mentioned. The shift in cropping pattern in favor of crops with higher returns, increase in the area of harvesting, improvement in the techniques of cultivation. The horticulture sector of the country faced several hurdles such as lack of cold storage facilities, low productivity, etc. But the shifting food pattern as a consequence of increasing income and health awareness of the population has transformed the horticulture of India as a vibrant commercial venture. The horticulture exports of India marked an increase from 6308.53 crores in 2004-2005 to 2862,861 crores in 2014 to 2015. The significant growth in the sector is undoubtedly attributed to the organized and planned policies of horticulture sector under the Golden Revolution. The Government of India launched the National Horticulture Mission in the year 2005 to 2006 with a mandate to increase the production of horticulture sector. The government decided to provide all necessary funds to the National Horticulture Mission to usher in the Golden Revolution in horticulture sector in the country. The states had to take advantage of the National Horticulture Mission and come up with good and relevant schemes for the betterment of the horticulture sector. The total area under vegetables and fruits were 11.72 million hectares and the total production stood at 150.73 million tons in the year 2005. As a result of huge spurt in the sector due to the National Horticulture Mission, the production of horticulture tremendously increased to 281 million tons from an area of 23.2 million hectares in 2015-2016. The remarkable increase in the horticulture productivity made India the second largest producer of vegetables and fruits in the world after China. Team Krishisanjeevani. Value added products from coconut apple. The Coconut Development Board have started experiments to produce value added products from coconut apple. A sweet made from coconut apple is already introduced in the market. Now experiments are going on to produce juice, protein powder and other products from coconut apple. This is being planned to help farmers earn more profit. The experiments are conducted by the Institute of Technology under the Coconut Development Board. First, samples of the new products will be launched in the market. Later, the technology will be shared with interested parties. They will also be provided with training. The board also gives subsidy to start new ventures. Paneer was already developed from coconut milk and soy milk. Its technology also is prepared. Many people keep approaching the board for the technology of various products such as chocolates, chips, cookies and pickle. Training for customers will also commence soon, adhering to COVID protocol. Many value added products from coconut are already introduced in the market. Beetroot can be grown in Kerala by sowing seeds suitable for the climate. The Center for High-Tech Horticulture and Precision Farming under the Kerala Agriculture University in Mannuthi has proved that beetroot can be successfully cultivated in Kerala if seeds suitable for the climate are chosen. 11 varieties of beetroot seeds collected from various private agencies were sowed. Apart from choosing the seed, the time of starting the cultivation is also important, said Dr. C. Narayanan Kutty, Nodal Officer in the Center for High-Tech Horticulture and Precision Farming. Beetroot is a winter vegetable that can be harvested within 70 to 75 days of planting. Night temperature is more important for this crop, so it is ideal to start farming at the beginning of December. Also, harvest should be completed by the middle of February. Beetroot cultivation started at the Center for High-Tech Horticulture and Precision Farming in December. When the harvest started, beetroots weighing up to 1 kilogram were collected from a single plant. Experiments with 12 varieties of carrot, 7 varieties of palak spinach were also successful. These 3 crops are propagated using seeds. However, production of seeds is not possible in the climate of Kerala. They are also producing seeds and saplings of vegetables like cabbage, cauliflower, and tomato. The research center intends to develop seeds that are suitable for the climate here and share the knowledge with farmers. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Horticulture production, an update. Mangoes from southern and western India have begun to arrive, while the season in northern states such as Uttar Pradesh will begin in mid-June. According to the ministry's first estimation of horticultural crop production for the crop year 2021, production of other summer fruits such as muskmelon and watermelon is expected to be marginally lower than the previous year. The year's muskmelon production is expected to be 1.30 million tons, down from 1.36 million tons last year, while watermelon production is expected to be 3.12 million tons, down from 3.15 million tons last year. Banana production is expected to increase to 33.75 million tons in 2021, up from 32.59 million tons from the previous year. The country's total fruit production is expected to rise by 103.22 million tons this year, up from 102 million tons last year. The output of 2 main kitchen staples, potato and onion, is expected to increase this year compared to the previous year. Tomato production is expected to be marginally lower this year at 20.14 million ton compared to 21.17 million ton last year. This year's onion production is expected to rise to 26.29 million tons, up from 26.09 million tons last year, while potato production is expected to rise to 53.11 million tons, up from 48.56 million tons last year. Overall, vegetable production in the country is expected to increase to 193.60 million tons in 2021, up from 188.90 million tons the previous year. This year's honey production is expected to be unchanged at 1,20,000 tons, although spice production is expected to be marginally lower at 10.24 million tons. According to the data, total horticultural crop production is expected to rise
to 326.57 million tons in 2021 crop year, up from 320.76 million ton last year. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Empowering Transgender to Become Agri-Entrepreneur, a novel initiative by ICAR NRC on banana. With its unique endeavor for empowering transgender to become agri-entrepreneur with an objective of reaching the unreached, the ICAR National Research Center on Banana, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, organized the 2-day hands-on training program on banana-based entrepreneurial avenues for economic empowerment of transgender in Trichy district of Tamil Nadu from 27th to 28th January 2021. In his inaugural address, the Chief Guest Dr. Anant Kumar Singh, Deputy Director General, Horticulture Science, ICAR, stressed on the scope of entrepreneurship and government initiatives for a self-help group, need for creating a brand and its promotion for upscaling the marketing. Dr. Singh also assured of maximum support by the ICAR to the different stakeholders for undertaking the small-scale agriculture-based enterprises. Dr. B.K. Pandey, ADG, Horticulture Science, ICAR, briefed about the government's initiative, including the cold storage and supply chain management. Dr. Pandey emphasized the empowering the transgender and bringing them into the mainstream by new employment opportunities and self-employment schemes are the ways to ensure income, achieve the real outcome in the current scenario. Sri T.K.V. Rajan, Founder Director, Indian Science Monitor and Indo-Asian Foundation of Archaeological Research, outlined the importance of value addition in bananas being the crop selected under the ODOP scheme. Dr. S. Uma, Director ICAR NRC on banana, emphasized that the initiative will open a plethora of options for the transgender in the years to come. She highlighted the business potential of banana waste like central stems, flowers and peels will be explored. The institute's scientists and their team provided the hands-on training to the participants for preparing the banana flour pickle, central stem juice, low-fat banana chips, prospects of establishing nursery for ornamental banana, and multiplying traditional banana varieties by macro propagation. The participants were also apprised about the banking and funding avenues for converting the training outcome to sustainable business models. The program was a part of the NABARD-funded project of ICAR NRC on banana, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. The program was attended by first batch of 8 transgenders including G. Kojol, President, Safe Transgender Association, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Team Krishisanjeevani. First Ornamental Aquaculture Field School inaugurated at Prabhupura, Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. Sri Sagar Mehta, Joint Secretary, Inland Fisheries and Administration, Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, inaugurated the Ornamental Fish Farmer Field School of the ICAR Central Institute of Freshwater Aquaculture, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. The field school has been established at the fish farm of Sri Bhagirath Roy of Prabhupura village, Sadar Block, Jalpaiguri, West Bengal. In his inaugural address, Sri Mehta applauded the institute's efforts for helping the farmers of the remote North Bengal in adopting the scientific aqua farming system. Dr. S.K. Swain, Director ICAR CIFA, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, urged the farmers and farm women for taking up the ornamental fish farming. He also highlighted about the popularity of the AFFS piloted by the Institute of Odisha, West Bengal and Chhattisgarh.
It is a unique farm field school that has been established by a group of ICAR CIFA scientists for the farmer learning and dissemination of ornamental fish culture technique for the first time in the country. The school envisages empowering over 500 ornamental fish farmers in 20 nearby villages of North Bengal, contributing greatly to the extension and advisory services delivery. Around 50 scheduled caste farmers were distributed a packet of ornamental fish seed, swordtail, redcap, molly, goldfish, etc. during the occasion. The training program registered a total participation by 120 farmers and farm women. Team Krishisanjeevani. Papaya, nutritional facts and health benefits. Papayas are a mildly sweet, soft, greenish or yellow fruit shaped like a large pear, weighing in at about 1 to 2 pounds. Due to their sweetness, you may be confused as to whether or not papayas are healthy choice or not. Luckily, papayas are high in fiber and loaded with key nutrients like vitamin C and A. Papayas add versatility to recipes and can be pureed for sweet and savory sauces, soups, or sorbets. Papayas also make for a good marinade as they have an enzyme called papain which helps tenderize meat by breaking down proteins. Nutrition facts. The following nutrition is provided for 1 cup 145 gram of raw papaya sliced into 1-inch cubes. Calories 62 gram, fat 0.4 gram, sodium 11.6 milligram, carbohydrates 16 gram, fiber 2.5 gram, sugars 11 gram, protein 0.7 gram. Carbs. Papaya is a delicious fruit containing just 62 calories per cup. Most of the calories in papaya come from carbohydrates. There are almost 16 grams of carbohydrate in a serving of papaya, including fiber and naturally occurring sugars. The glycemic index of papaya is 60 and the glycemic load is 9. Fats. There is almost no fat in papaya, with each 1 cup serving containing less than 1 gram. Protein. Papayas provide less than 1 gram of protein per serving. Vitamins and minerals. Papaya is rich in vitamin C, providing 88.3 milligram per serving. Health benefits. Due to their high nutrient content, papayas offer health benefits for the whole body. Keep your cells healthy and protected from damage with papaya's potent antioxidant vitamins. Improves skin. Vitamin C is a precursor that our body uses to manufacture collagen. Because collagen is a critical component required for skin integrity, getting enough vitamin C improves your skin's ability to repair itself. Protects vision. Vitamin A is critical for good vision, and papayas are an excellent source. Beta carotene is the form of vitamin A that we consume in fruits, vegetables, and some protein foods. Aids digestion. Like most fruits and vegetables, papayas are rich in fiber, which is essential for good digestion. Beyond this fundamental benefit, papayas also contain the enzyme papain, which breaks down protein. Heart health. The fiber in papayas helps support heart health. Fiber also increases satiety, which can help with healthy weight management. Eating enough fiber, especially through fruits and vegetables, decreases the risk of heart diseases. Papayas also provide potassium, magnesium, and pantothenic acid, all of which contribute to cardiovascular health. Helps prevent cancer. Lycopene in papaya can reduce cancer risk. It may also be beneficial for people who are being treated for cancer. Papaya may work by reducing free radicals that contribute to cancer. Team Krishisanjeevani. Ox eye daisy flowers. Leucanthemum vulgare. Description or taste. Ox eye daisy is an early blooming perennial that grows in vast reaching stands, often taking over entire fields. The stems can reach up to 30 centimeters tall with up to 40 stalks branching from a single central base. The larger lower leaves are deeply lobed with a linear to oblong spoon shape. Blossoms span 3 to 5 centimeters in diameter with a ray of white petals encircling a yellow center. The petals themselves are mildly sweet with a pleasant vegetal quality like that of carrot tops. Seasons or availability. Ox-eye daisies may be found year-round with peak season in the spring and summer. The ox-eye, sometimes called ox-eye daisy, is also commonly referred to as bull daisy, button daisy, dog daisy, field daisy, goldens, marguerite, midsummer daisy, moonflower, and whiteweed. Botanically classified as Leucanthemum vulgare, which means common white flower, they are indeed quite common and even considered an invasive weed in some states. However, their culinary value should not be overlooked. Ox-eyes may be used similarly to their close cousin chamomile, but often even more versatility with edible leaves, blossoms, buds, and roots. Nutritional value. The leaves of the ox-eye daisy are a good supply of vitamin C and dietary fiber, while the flowers themselves are best reserved for their medicinal qualities. Ox-eye daisy tea is used to treat coughs, stomach ulcers, and general indigestion. Applications. Ox-eye daisies offer a variety of culinary possibilities. The delicate petals are very mild and are best reserved as a fresh garnish. The yellow flower centers are slightly more bitter but may be dried and steeped like tea, becoming a golden yellow hot beverage similar to chamomile tea. The unopened buds may be brined and used similar to capers. The very hard and fibrous underground rhizomes are also edible but require a considerable long cooking time. Ox-eye daisy greens are packed with nutrients and may be prepared similar to other bitter greens best by balanced aged cheese, balsamic vinegar, caramelized onion, smoked meats, and sausage or a touch of brown sugar. Ethnic and cultural information. The leaves of the ox-eye daisy are a good supply of vitamin C and dietary fiber, while the flowers themselves are best reserved for their medicinal qualities. Ox-eye daisy tea is used to treat coughs, stomach ulcers, and general indigestion. Geography or history. Ox-eye daisies are native to Europe, where the flowers historically plagued the wheat fields of Scotland. In fact, it is said that the flowers became such a nuisance, spreading pasture to pasture, the farmer with the most ox-eyes had to pay an extra tax. Due to their vigorous nature, they quickly spread across the continent and can now be found growing worldwide. The ox-eye daisy requires cold winters followed by a spring thaw to initiate blooming. Team Krishisanjeevani. Green decoction or Harida Kashayam. Attack of pests is the biggest menace faced by farmers. Insects tend to attack the plants for inhabiting, breeding, feeding, and defending themselves from their enemies. When the plant becomes unsuitable to be their habitat, the insects leave it and search for another plant. This method is the key to choose an appropriate pest control strategy. Green decoction or Harida Kashayam, suggested in Vriksha Ayurveda, Ayurveda for trees, is an important solution for the pest menace. The plants that have strong odor and pungent flavor, which no insect chooses to inhabit, are the major ingredients in the herbal decoction. Grasses and milky plants that produce sap when stems are broken are not suitable for the green decoction. Malabar nut, Adalodagam, black vitex, Karunochi, neem, Aryaveppa, poison nut, Kanjiram, Kiriyatha, wild tobacco, raw camphor, lantana, Kongini, papaya, quickstick, Seemokonna, hill glory, peruvelum, Indian bale tree, Kuvalam, oleander, arali, camphor basil, karpura tulasi, and similar plants are the major ingredients in the decoction. Ingredients: leaves and tender stems of strong ordered plants 20 kg, raw cow dung of indigenous cow 10 kg, sprouted red cowpea 2 kg, black jaggery 3 kg. Preparation: while collecting the leaves and stem, it is ideal to include at least 10 varieties of plants. A plastic barrel with a capacity of 200 liters is required to prepare the decoction. Cut the leaves and stems into small pieces. Place the barrel under shade and put some raw cow dung into it. Put 3 fistfuls of cut leaves above the cow dung. Put some sprouted peas and jaggery above this layer. Repeat the steps until the ingredients are filled in the drum in multiple layers. Finally, add 100 liters of water and keep the barrel closed for 10 days. Stir the decoction 10 times every morning. After 2 weeks, filter the green decoction. Application: mix 100 ml decoction in 1 liter water and pour it down the flower bed of the plants. Mix 50 ml decoction in 1 liter water and sprinkle it on leaves. Green decoction is popular for its cost effectiveness. It utilizes the weeds in our surroundings and is completely eco-friendly. Some of the self-help groups of farmers have attained great success by using the green decoction to end pest menace in their farms. Team Krishisanjeevani. India has the 10th largest cultivable land resource in the world. With 20 agri-climatic regions, all the 15 major climates in the world exist in India. The country also has 46 of the 60 soil types in the world. India is the largest producer of spices, pulses, milk, tea, cashew and jute, and the second largest producer of wheat, rice, fruits and vegetables, sugarcane, cotton and oil seeds. Further, India is second in the global production of fruits and vegetables and is the largest producer of mango and banana. Over to an overview of Indian agricultural sector today. Globally, as already said, India is the largest producer of spices, pulses, milk, tea, cashew and jute, and the second largest producer of wheat, rice, fruits and vegetables, sugarcane, cotton and oil seeds. India is currently the world's 4th largest producer of agrochemicals. India had the largest livestock population of around 535.8 million, which translated to around 31% of the world's livestock population in 2019. India has the 10th largest arable land resource in the world. With 20 agri-climatic regions, all 15 major climates in the world exist in India. The country also possesses 46 of the 60 soil types in the world. Growth in gross value added (GVA) by agriculture and allied sectors stood at 4% in 2019-20. Strategic geographic location and proximity to food importing nations favor India in terms of exporting processed foods. Farm mechanization. India is among the largest manufacturers of farm equipment like tractors, harvesters and tillers. India accounts for nearly 1/3 of the overall tractor production globally. Sale of tractors in the country stood at 804,000 units in 2019 with export of 80,475 units. Consumption expenditure. Consumer spending in India is likely to reach $3.6 trillion by 2020. Private consumption expenditure at constant prices was estimated at rupees 83.25 lakh crore, that is $1.8 trillion in financial year 20, against rupees 79.08 lakh crore, that is $1.12 trillion in financial year 19. Record food production. During 2019-20 crop year, Food grade production was estimated to reach a record 295.67 million tons. In 2020-21, Government of India is targeting food grain production of 298 million tons. Agriculture growth. Agriculture is the primary source of livelihood of about 58% of India's population. Gross value added by agriculture, forestry and fishing was estimated at rupees 19.48 trillion. That is 276.37 billion US dollars in financial year 20. Agriculture and allied sectors GVA grew at CAGR of 4.80 between financial year 16-20. As per Union Budget 2021, allocation of rupees 2.83 lakh crore, 40.06 billion US dollars was made to the Ministry of Agriculture. Agriculture, forestry and fishing sector grew at 4% during 29-20. Essential agriculture commodities export April-September 20 increased by 43% to rupees 53,626 crores, that is 7.3 billion US dollars over rupees 37,397 crore, that is 5.1 billion US dollars in the same period last year. Graph depicting the gross value added by agriculture and allied sectors in US dollars billion at constant 2011-12 prices. You can see that in financial year 16, it was 283.4, which grew at a CAGR of 3.80 to touch 320.5 in financial year 20. Major seasons, Kharif and Rabi. There are two major agriculture seasons in India, Kharif and Rabi. Kharif season lasts from April to September, summer. Rice or paddy is the main crop. Rabi season lasts from October to March, winter. Wheat is the main crop. Total area sown with Kharif crop reached 110 million hectares by the end of September 2020. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare has pegged the food grain output for Kharif 2021 season at 144.5 million tons. The graph depicts the area sown in 2019-20 million hectares. Wheat occupies the major chunk, 33.6, followed by pulses, which is 16.1. The graph depicts the Kharif area sown in 2021 million hectares. Rice is the major crop, that is 26.7 million hectares, followed by wheat, 11.2 million hectares. Increasing production. Since 2010, production as well as yield of both major crops, rice and wheat, have increased significantly. As per the third advanced estimates, production of rice was estimated at record 117.94 million tons, while production of wheat was estimated at 107.18 million tons during 2019-20 crop year. India ranks second in global production of fruits and vegetables and is a leading exporter of mangoes and bananas. Production of horticulture crops in India reached a record 320.5 million metric tons in 2019-20, growing at a CAGR of 3.13% during financial year 16-20. The graph depicts India's horticultural production. You can notice that in financial year 16 it was 283.4, which grew at a CAGR of 3.80% to reach 320.5 by financial year 20. Increase in demand of Indian agricultural products. Total agricultural export from India grew at a CAGR of 2.27% during financial year 16-20 to reach 35.09 billion US dollars in financial year 20. India can be among the top 5 exporters of agro-commodities by shifting its focus on cultivation and effectively hand-holding farmers, says WTC. The Agriculture Export Policy 2018 was approved by the Government of India in December 2018. The new policy aimed to increase India's agricultural export to 60 billion US dollars by 2022 and 100 billion US dollars in the next few years with a stable trade policy regime. The Government of India has come out with the Transport and Marketing Assistance (TMA) scheme to provide financial assistance for transport and marketing of agricultural products in order to boost agricultural export. Government aims to raise fishery export from India to rupees 1 lakh crore, that is $14.31 billion by 24-25. Graphical depiction of agriculture export from India in billion dollars. Agriculture export from India, which was 32.08 in financial year 16, have reached 35.09 during financial year 20, showing a CAGR of 2.27%. Marine products, buffalo meat and rice are the largest agriculture export items in terms of value. Other major export items are spices, cotton, oil products and sugar. Marine products export reached $6.7 billion, followed by basmati rice at $4.4 billion and buffalo meat at $3.2 million in financial year 20. During financial year 20, tea exports stood at $826.47 million and coffee exports stood at $742.05 million. India's spices export increased by 23% to rupees 2690 crore, that is $359 million in June 2020, from rupees 2190 crore, $292 million in the same month last year. Graphical depiction of agriculture export from India in billion dollars. The graph clearly demarcates financial year 2020 and financial year 2019. To be continued in the next session, session 6 of series on trends in agriculture sector. Team Krishisanjeevani.
Curry leaf, Murraya koinigi, Sprengel. The leaves of curry leaf tree is a spice. The plant is also sometimes called sweet neem. The tree is an aromatic deciduous one, 5 meter in height, 15 to 40 centimeter in diameter. It is cultivated mainly in homesteads, but to a certain extent on the plantation scale. The plant produces small white flowers which can self-pollinate to produce small shiny black drupes containing a single, large, viable seed. The berry pulp is edible with a sweet flavor. Origin and distribution. Curry leaf is found almost throughout India up to an altitude of 1500 meters. It is much cultivated for its aromatic leaves. Propagation. Seeds must be ripe and fresh to plant. Dried or shriveled fruits are not viable. One can plant the whole fruit, but it is best to remove the pulp before planting in potting mix that is kept moist but not wet. Stem cuttings can be also used for propagation. Uses. The leaf is used in South India as a natural flavoring agent in various curries. Volatile oil is used as a fixative for soap perfume. The leaves, bark and root of the plant are used in the indigenous medicine as a tonic, stimulant, carminative and stomachic. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
Gladiolus species. Gladiolus is grown for its attractive flower spike having florets of huge form, dazzling color and varying sizes with long vase life. Varieties: Friendship, Spick and Span, Mansoor Red, Dr. Fleming, Peter Pace and White Friendship are some of the common varieties. Varieties evolved in India are Sapna, Poonam, Nazrana, Apsara, Agnirega, Mayur, Sujitra, Manmohan, Manohar, Mukta, Archana, Arun and Shobha. Soil. It can be grown in a wide range of soils, light sandy to clay loam, deep, well-drained, acidic soils with a pH of 5.5 to 6.5 are the best for cultivation. Propagation. Gladiolus is propagated by combs and comals. Size of the comb markedly influences the growth and flowering of gladiolus. Medium and large sized combs are preferred for planting as small combs produce only small flower spikes. Planting. The land is plowed 2 or 3 times and farmyard manure at the rate of 25 tons per hectare is applied and mixed well with the soil. Ridges are made 20 cm apart. Fertilizer application is made at the rate 50, 60, 60 nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium per hectare. The combs are planted at a distance of 30 cm and 5 cm depth. About 1 lakh plants can be accommodated in a hectare. Top dress the crop with 50 kg nitrogen 45 days after planting and earth up. Best season for planting is September to November. Irrigation. The crop has to be irrigated once in 2 or 3 days depending upon soil and weather conditions. Plant protection. Several species of aphids like green peach aphid, potato aphid and melon aphid damage developing foliage and flowers. They can be controlled by using dimethoate. Thrips and caterpillars also can be controlled with dimethoate. Brown and fusarium wilts are the major diseases. Spraying the crop with 0.03% copper oxychloride or drenching carbendazim 0.05% is recommended when diseases are noticed. Harvesting and yield. The plant starts flowering in 2 to 3 months after planting based on the variety. The entire spike along with 2 leaves is cut when the basal flower bud starts opening. Nearly 2 lakh flower spikes can be obtained from 1 hectare. After harvest of flowers, the plants are left undisturbed in the field. When they start yellowing, the plants are uprooted for harvest of combs and comals. Team Krishisanjeevani. Cambogia, Garcinia cambogia. Description. Cambogia is a tropical fruit commonly known as Malabar tamarind. Is a medium-sized evergreen dioecious tree with rounded crown and horizontal or drooping branches attaining a height of 18 meters. Fruit is a berry having a size of an apple, yellow or red, 6 to 8 grooves forming blunt lobes with tough rind, 6 to 8 seeds and succulent arils. Fruit is weighing 50 to 180 grams. Origin and distribution. It is a native of Western Ghats of Kerala. Its habitat extends from Konkan southward to Travancore and into the Shola forest of Nilgiris. It is fairly common in Sri Lanka and Malaysia. Uses. The dried rind is used as a condiment for flavoring curries. In Sri Lanka, the dried rind with salt is used for curing fish. The rind contains hydroxycitric acid and is widely employed in anti-obesity drugs. Indian names of spice. Hindi, Goraka, Malayalam, Kodampuli, Sanskrit, Vrikshamala. Team Krishisanjeevani. Most demanding and profitable agri ideas in India. Agriculture sector is a very large and vast sector which includes many other things like forestry, animal husbandry and fisheries. If agriculture related business is done with passion and commitment, then you can earn very good income from it. Dairy business. The demand for milk as well as milk products always remains high. Hence, we can say that dairy business is the most profitable agri-business in India. To start a dairy business, you need a good capital investment and some guidance from dairy experts. But if done with full passion, it gives very good business. Mushroom farming. The business of mushroom farming can give you more profit in less time. Moreover, it can be done in less expense and less space. The demand for mushroom has increased these days in hotels, restaurants, as well as homes. Production of organic manure. These days, preparing vermicompost and organic fertilizer have become a domestic business. This business can be done in low capital investment. All you need to have is little awareness of its production process. Fertilizer distribution business. This business can be done easily by people living in small cities or rural areas. In fertilizer distribution business, you have to plan to buy fertilizers from big cities and sell them in rural areas. Dry flower business. In the past 10 years, there has been a great increase in the trade of dried flowers. If you have a vacant land, you can cultivate flowers in it and dry them and sell them to craft stores or those who are fond of flowers. Tree farming. From tree farms, you can earn profits by growing and selling trees. In this business, it takes a long time till the trees grow, due to which the business and its profit will also take time. But it comes under the category of a good and profitable agriculture business. Hydroponic retail store. The use of hydroponics technology is increasing very fast these days. In hydroponic system, plants or crops are cultivated without soil. In this business, you can sell many hydroponics equipment in one place. Organic greenhouse. The growth of organic greenhouse business is also very good because these days the demand for organic grown products is high. Earlier, this business was being done on small scale, but with increasing demand, people are now buying land to build organic greenhouses. Tea leaf plantations. Due to the increasing demand for tea leaves, a person can earn good profit through this business. But for growing tea leaves, the choice of weather and place is very important. Though capital investment in this business is high, the profit is also very high. Beekeeping. As many people today have become health conscious, the demand for honey is also increasing. Thus, beekeeping is also a profitable agri-business. However, to start beekeeping, you will have to undergo training. Export of fruits and vegetables. Here all you need to do is buy fruits and vegetables from local farms or farmers and supply them to big cities or urban areas. Export of fruits and vegetables is a very profitable business with low investment. Cultivation of medicinal herbs. Cultivation of medicinal plants and herbs is yet another profitable agriculture business. If you have basic knowledge of medicinal plants and you have enough land, then you can earn good profits from its cultivation. At the same time, government also offers subsidies for cultivating medicinal plants. Maize farming. Corn or maize has emerged as the most versatile crops. It can be grown under different climatic conditions. By selecting good quality seeds of maize, you will get bumper yield, which in return will give you good money. Spices processing. Demand for organic spices is all over the world. We need spices at home also. Its processing and packaging process is not very difficult and can be started with less capital investment. Goat rearing. The goat rearing business is very popular and profitable all across the world due to the high demand for its meat. The best thing is that goat rearing can be done in low capital investment. Potato powder business. Potato powder is extensively used in snack food industry. It is now being used in all types of dishes that require mashed potatoes. It is also used in making vegetable gravy and soup. Cultivation of vegetables. If you have cultivable land and people who can work on it, then you can start growing different vegetables. Good quality and high yields can lead to good profits. Soya bean cultivation. Many types of food items like soy milk, soy flour, soy sauce, soybean oil, etc. are prepared from soybean. If you have vacant land, then you can earn profit by cultivating soybean in it. Certified seed dealer. You can also start selling good quality or certified seeds. To do this business, some procedures have to be completed. There is no need to invest much capital in it. Production of potato chips. The demand for French fries and potato chips is constantly increasing all over the world, hence you can think of starting potato chips business. It is a very profitable business that can be started with low capital investment. Team Krishisanjeevani. 10 most expensive fruits in the world. It is very common to hear discussions about pricey dresses, purses, or jewelry due to the hefty price tags. But how expensive do you think fruits can be? We keep munching cheap and affordable fruits every day. But here are some royal fruits which we can only dream about eating. Yubari melon, $23,000 per pair. These are orange flesh melons grown in Japan, reared in greenhouses. These melons are also given hats to protect them from sunlight. Due to the sweetness of this giant melon, it costs a hefty price of $23,000. Dense UK watermelon, $6,100 each. This special watermelon is black and has no stripes over it. It is an 11 kg fruit exclusively grown in Japan's nethermost island, Hokkaido. A dense UK watermelon was sold in an auction in 2008 at the highest price of $6,100. Ruby Roman grapes, $4,000 per bunch. You will be shocked to see the size of these grapes. They look like ping pong balls. The farming of this type of grapes is very rare and was first done in the year 2008. If you want to taste a sample grape piece, you need to spend $910. Tiona Tomago mangoes, $3,000 per pair. Tiona Tomago means egg of the sun, and these mangoes are shaped just like an egg, a giant egg. Only a few pieces of these mangoes are cultivated each year in Japan, and they are sold on prior request. Lost Gardens of Helican pineapples, $1,600 each. The most expensive pineapples in the world are those cultivated in the Lost Gardens of Helican, England. These pineapples are grown with utmost care as more than 50 horticultivators grow the crop in greenhouses heated with horse manure and straw. Square watermelons, $800 each. Have you seen square watermelons? We are used to big round ones, but square watermelons from Japan are grown in square containers that force them to grow square. Since 2014, they are usually exported. Each melon weighs 13 pounds. Simbikia Queen strawberries, $85 per pack of 12. Simbikia strawberries are one of the most gorgeous looking and sweet tasting strawberries in the world, and a single strawberry will cost you $2.75 per pound. Decopon citrus, $80 per pack of 6. Decopon citrus is said to be the tastiest orange in the world. This orange is seedless with a hard coating over it. The Decopon citrus is different from other oranges because of the swollen part of the top, which is considered as a sign of it being fresh and sweet. These oranges are a hybrid form of mandarin oranges. Sakai Ichi apple, $21 each. Sakai Ichi means world's number one. They celebrated the 40th anniversary of their cultivation in 2014. This apple is said to be a tastier variety that tends to melt in the mouth and is also larger in size. Each apple weighs around 2 pounds each. Buddha-shaped pears, $9 each. The fruit resembles the face of Buddha. These are made by a Chinese farmer who started to grow pears in a mold that forced the fruit look like Buddha. This fruit is not easily available, and it is also regarded as a magical fruit by the Chinese. Team Krishisanjeevani. Agri share in GDP hit 20% after 17 years. The share of agriculture in gross domestic product GDP has reached almost 20% for the first time in the last 17 years, making it the sole bright spot in GDP performance during 2021 according to the Economic Survey 2020-21. The resilience of the farming community in the face of adversities made agriculture the only sector to have clocked a positive growth of 3.4% at constant prices in 2021 when other sectors slid. The share of agriculture in GDP increased to 19.9% in 2021 from 17.8% in 1920. The last time the contribution of agriculture sector in GDP was at 20% in 2003-2004. It was also a year when the sector clocked 9.5% GDP growth after the severe drought of 2002 when the growth rate was negative. Following 2003-2004, the share has remained between 17 and 19%. The growth in GVA, gross value added, of agriculture and allied sectors has been fluctuating over time. However, over 2021, while the GVA for the entire economy contracted by 7.2%, growth in GVA for agriculture maintained a positive growth of 3.4% according to the survey. The continuous supply of agriculture commodities, especially staples like rice, wheat, pulses and vegetables, also enable food security. In 2019-20, according to fourth advance estimates, total food grain production 29.65 million tons in the country was higher by 11.44 million tons than 2018-19. It was also higher by 26.87 million tons than the previous 5 years, 2014-15 to 2018-19, and the average production of 269.78 million tons. The production also boosted allocation of food grains under the National Food Security Act (NFSA) that increased by 56% in 2021 compared to 2019-20. The government allocated 943.53 lakh tons of food grains to the states or union territories till December 2020. Team Krishisanjeevani. Hibiscus, exported to over 20 countries, powdered dry flower fetches up to rupees 3,500. Although hibiscus or shoe flowers are very common in our gardens and compounds, very few people have identified its huge demand in the market. The plant's scientific name is Hibiscus rosa sinensis, but it has many common names such as Chinese rose, rose mallow, shoe black pant, etc. Dry hibiscus flowers have high demand in the international market. Around rupees 100 crore worth dry hibiscus is exported to over 20 countries every year. Nigeria, China, Mexico, America, Germany, Australia, Ireland, Thailand and Sri Lanka also produce hibiscus on a large scale for exporting. Use of hibiscus. Dry hibiscus petals are used as an ingredient in bakery and sweet meat production. 100 grams of dry hibiscus powder costs Rs 350 in the market. It is available in powder and liquid form. Hibiscus powder is used in pharmaceuticals, beverages, food items and cosmetic products. Dry hibiscus powder is mainly used as a natural food color and an ingredient in health drinks, curries, pickles and cosmetic items like lip balm, facial cream, hair oil and shampoo. Hibiscus tea also is becoming popular among those who are searching for different varieties of teas. Types of hibiscus. There are about 220 varieties of hibiscus. The plant grows to a height of 15 feet. Its flowers and leaves are useful. Hibiscus can be grown in flower pot, container, open field and greenhouse. It flourishes in both hot and cold climates. Planting hibiscus is very simple and it requires very less amount of care. However, the common people are still not aware of the business possibilities of the flower. The farmers, merchants and investors should be more active in hibiscus business as it has high chances in pharmaceutical and herbal processing industries. Team Krishisanjeevani. Horseradish, Armoraceae rusticana. Description. It is a hardy herb having large leaves, perennial, and is grown for its pungent root, which contain oil with strong pungent odor and hot biting taste. The plant attains a height of 0.6 to 0.9 meter when in flower. Propagation is by planting pieces of side roots. The roots develop entirely underground and grow to a meter in length. The top of the plant consists of a rosette of large paddle-shaped leaf and a flower stalk. It rarely produces seeds. White flowers with a sweet honey scent are produced on terminal panicles in late spring. There are two types of horseradish. One is common type with broad crinkled leaves and roots of high quality, and the other is bohemian type with narrow leaves and poor quality roots. The taproot is tuberous and cylindrical, 30 cm long and 80 cm in diameter. Origin and distribution. Horseradish is a native of the marshy districts of Eastern Europe, Southern Russia, and Eastern Ukraine, but has become naturalized in North America and New Zealand. In India, it is found growing to a small extent in gardens in North India and hill stations of South India. Uses. Horseradish is used as an appetizing spice. The high vitamin C content present in it is credited with digestive and anti-scorbutic properties. Leaves are used in salads and sandwiches. Grated roots, when mixed with vinegar and salt, is an appetizing spice and a pungent condiment to enhance the flavor of boiled or roasted beef. Other products in use are horseradish cream, sauce, or relish. Horseradish is available in dehydrated form also. Horseradish is a stimulant, diaphoretic, diuretic, and digestive. It is used in the treatment of general debility, arthritis, gout, respiratory infections, urinary infections, and fevers. Team Krishisanjeevani. Indian gooseberry, Phyllanthus emplica. Indian gooseberry or emplica or nelly is quite hardy and can be grown with little care in all types of soil except very sandy type. It prefers a warm, dry climate and is found in the dry deciduous forests of Kerala. Varieties. Much genetic variability exists in this species. However, a high-yielding, larger fruited variety was located from the rain shadow region of Western Ghats and popularized as Chambakkad large. Other varieties are Banarasi, Krishna, and Kanchan. Cultivation. Emplica is usually propagated by seeds and vegetatively by wedge grafting. The seeds are enclosed in a hard seed coat which renders germination difficult. The seeds can be extracted by sun-drying ripe fruits for about 2 to 3 days till they split open, releasing the seeds. The seeds can be directly sown. Gooseberry can be vegetatively propagated through root suckers also. 1-year-old seedlings can be planted in field during rainy season at a spacing of 8 meter into 8 meter. It can be planted as windbreak around the orchard. There are no serious pests or diseases as generally found in this crop. Harvesting. Seedlings will commence bearing from 10th year and the grafts in 3 to 4 years. The vegetative growth of the tree continues from April to July. Along with the new growth in the spring, flowering commences. Fruits will mature by January-February. Yields ranges between 30 to 50 kg per tree per year when full grown. Team Krishisanjeevani.
Saffron, Quercus sativus. Saffron, the most expensive spice in the world, is derived from the dry stigmata of the plant Quercus sativus. The plant is a bulbous perennial with globular corms 15 to 20 centimeter high. It has 6 to 10 leaves present at anthesis, 1 to 2 flowers with lilac purple color with perianth segments of 3.5 to 5 centimeters and the style branches of 2.5 to 3.5 centimeter. The yellow style is deeply divided into 3 branches and the stigmata are bright red. Flowers are arising directly from the corms. The flowers have trilobed stigma, which along with the style tops yield the saffron for commercial use. Origin and distribution. Saffron is a native of southern Europe and cultivated in Mediterranean countries, particularly in Spain, Austria, France, Greece, England, Turkey, and Iran. In India, it is cultivated in Jammu and Kashmir and in Himachal Pradesh. Saffron thrives best in warm subtropical climate. In Spain, it is grown in dry, temperate conditions with an annual rainfall below 40 centimeters. It grows at an elevation of 2000 meters above mean sea level. Photoperiod exerts a considerable influence in the flowering of saffron. An optimum period of 11 hours illumination is desirable. Unusually low temperature coupled with high humidity during flowering season affects the flowering of the crop. Spring rains boost the production of new corms, and slightly acidic to neutral, gravely loamy sandy soils are suitable for saffron cultivation. Coming to its uses, is used as a culinary seasoning and to color cottage cheese, chicken and meat, mayonnaise, liquors and cardinals. It is also used in specialty breads, cakes, confectionaries and dishes. Saffron is also used as a perfume in cosmetics. In medicine, saffron is used to cure fever, enlargement of liver and spleen. In Ayurvedic medicines, it is used to heal arthritis, impotence and infertility. It has wide range of uses in Chinese and Tibetan medicines. For Krishisanjeevani, Manju P.
Major agricultural revolutions. This session will give you an overview of the major agricultural revolutions which have happened worldwide and in India. As you all are aware, this is a very vast topic. Hence, the entire details cannot be covered here. If you have any doubts, please be free to comment in the comment box or send us an email to our official email ID so that our experts can definitely help you out. hope you have got an overview of various agricultural revolutions which have happened in India. If you have any doubts, requirements, recommendations, or suggestions, kindly comment on the comment box below or send us a direct email to our official email ID. Our experts will be glad to help you out. Team Krishisanjeevani. The Three Sisters Farming. The Three Sisters is a traditional form of companion gardening first developed by Native Americans. By planting corn, beans, and squash together, you can reduce pests and disease while increasing the bounty of your crop. Instead of corn, sunflower can also be grown. This is an excellent method for organic vegetable farming. Start by planting the corn in late spring. After a few weeks, follow with beans and squash. In a technique known as companion planting, the three crops are planted close together. Flat-topped mounds of soil are built for each cluster of crops. Each mound is about 30 cm 12 inch high and 50 cm 20 inch wide, and several maize seeds are planted close together in the center of each mound. The three crops benefit from each other. The maize provides a structure for the beans to climb, eliminating the need for poles. The beans provide the nitrogen to the soil that the other plants use, and the squash spreads along the ground, blocking the sunlight, helping prevent the establishment of weeds. The squash leaves also act as a living mulch, creating a microclimate to retain moisture in the soil. Steps to set up a Three Sisters farm. Choose a large spot that receives at least 6 hours of full sunlight. The Three Sisters need plenty of space to grow to their fullest potential. Ideally, the plot should be at least 10 by 10 feet, 3 into 3 meter large. The plot should not be near any tree, sheds, walls, or other shaded area. Test the soil for a pH between 5.5 and 7. A neutral pH is ideal for growing corn, squash, and beans. If you need to raise the pH, mix lime into the soil. If you need to lower it, add sulfur. Select the right varieties. Choose flint, dent, or floor corn varieties. Choose pole or runner beans instead of bush beans. Pumpkin or squash. Create mounds for each plot of plants. Use your hands to push and pack dirt into mounds. Flatten out the top of each mound. Each mound is about 30 cm 12 inch high and 50 cm 20 inch wide. Keep each mound 90 to 120 cm 35 to 50 inch apart. When you plant the vegetables, corn will grow in the mound with beans around the corn and squash around the beans. Fertilize the soil with traditional or organic fertilizers. Thin the seedlings once they are 3 to 4 inches, 7.6 to 10.2 centimeter tall. Wait until the corn is at least 4 to 6 inches, 10 to 15 centimeter high. It may take a few weeks for the corn to grow to the right height. Once it is roughly this height, however, you can start planting the beans and squash. Plant 4 bean seeds evenly spaced around each stack of corn. Plant the beans in a circle around the corn. Keep each bean seed evenly spaced about 6 inches 15 cm away from the corn. Plant 6 squash seeds when the beans have sprouted. Little green sprouts should appear from the bean seeds after about 1 week. Water the plot about 1 inch 2.5 cm a week and add mulch between each mound to prevent weeds. Harvest each plant when it matures. Allow the beans to decompose in the soil over the winter. The process adds nitrogen to the soil, which will make your Three Sisters crop more successful in the second year. Instead of removing the dead plants, leave them alone. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Hyssop, Hyssopus officinalis. Hyssop is an aromatic perennial herb which is 30 to 60 centimeter high, grown at higher elevations, that is about 1500 meters. The branches are erect or diffuse, leaves are sessile, linear and oblong, flowers are bluish purple in axillary tufts arranged unilaterally on terminal branches. The leaves and flower tops constitutes the spice. Origin and distribution. It is a native to South Europe and temperate zones of Asia. It is cultivated in Europe, especially in the southern France. In India, it is found in the Himalayas and is cultivated in Kashmir. The plant thrives in light rich soil, especially in hill stations. It is also grown as a pot herb. Uses. Hyssop is used as a condiment and also as a medicine. Leaves and flowering tops used in flavoring of salads and soups. It is also used in the preparation of liquors and perfumes. Hyssop is considered as a stimulant, carminative, and expectorant and is also used for coughs, cold and congestion and lung complaints. It is effective in pulmonary, digestive, and urinary troubles. The leaves are stimulating, stomachic, carminative, and colic. The hyssop oil is used as a flavoring agent in bitters and tonics and also used in perfumery. The essential oil of hyssop has antimicrobial properties too. For Krishisanjeevani, Manju P.
World's costliest crop, hop shoots, under cultivation in Bihar. The cultivation of the world's costliest vegetable, namely hop shoots, has started on a trial basis in Bihar's Aurangabad district. 1 kilogram of this vegetable costs about rupees 1 lakh. Intermediate pass from Hazaribagh St. Columbus College in 2012, Amresh Singh, 38, a farmer from Karamati village under Navidagar block of Bihar's Aurangabad district, is the first to start hop shoots cultivation on 5 kathas of his land. I am happy to say that more than 60% of its cultivation has happened successfully, Singh said. He also said that if Prime Minister Narendra Modi makes a special arrangement for the promotion of cultivation of hop shoots, it will make farmers earn 10 times more than they can do by other means of agriculture within a couple of years. I have planted the saplings of the vegetable 2 months ago after having brought it from the Indian Vegetable Research Institute at Varanasi. I hope it will be a grand success and turn around agriculture in Bihar too, Singh added. Its flower is called hop cones or strobile, which is used as a stability agent in the making of beer. The rest of the twigs are used for food and medicine purposes, he added. Speaking about its utility, he said that the fruit, flower and stem of hop shoots are all used in beverage making, beer making and for medicinal purposes like in making antibiotics. The medicine, which is made with the stem of this vegetable, has also been found to have a curative effect in the treatment of tuberculosis, TB. Singh said that the farming of hop shoots is done in European countries like Britain, Germany and others. In India, it was done earlier in Himachal Pradesh but stopped since its marketing did not take off because of the high price. The use of hop shoot as a herb is also popular in European countries where it is used for keeping the skin gleaming and young since the vegetable is also a rich source of antioxidants. The hop shoot was discovered in the early 11th century and was used as flavoring agent in beer. And then it is used in herbal medicine and as a vegetable gradually. The shoots have an acid called humulons and lupulons in them that is believed to be effective in killing cancer cells in the human body. The medicine improves the digestive system, provides relaxation for those with depression, anxiety, is an analgesic and cures insomnia also. It used to be sold for £1,000 a kg even 6 years ago in international markets, which comes roughly to about rupees 1 lakh. The crop is rarely seen in the Indian market and bought only by placing a special order. The cultivation of hop shoots, Humulus lupulus, is going on under the supervision of agricultural scientist Dr. Lal of Indian Vegetable Research Institute at Varanasi. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Top 10 radioactive foods. Brazil nuts. Brazil nut tops the list of radioactive foods consumed by us at over 6,600 PCI per kg. As you know, PCI stands for Picocuries, named after Marie Curie. The nut tree has high radium level in its root system and high potassium level. But don't be scared. Eat beloved nuts as the body does not retain any of the radiation consumed. In fact, Brazil nuts are believed to prevent prostate cancer and breast cancer due to high selenium levels. Bananas. Bananas have isotope potassium 40. Almost everybody eats bananas. Some eat them daily. Doctors believe it to be great for heart due to its rich potassium. And because of this, its radioactive levels is around 520 PCI per fruit or 3520 PCI per kg. The presence of radium and potassium in banana makes it capable of generating a constant amount of radiation which scientists can easily measure. They use it as a yardstick to measure radioactivity. But don't worry, you can still eat bananas daily. According to scientists, you need to eat hundreds of bananas daily to get symptoms of radiation or to die from radiation. Potatoes. The humble vegetable that readily blends with almost all vegetables and forms the main ingredient of so many of our savory snacks. Think samosas, aloo tikki, aloo paranthas and more, but it is radioactive. An average sized white potato has 3,400 PCI per kg. Carrots. Carrots together with potatoes can give a net 6,800 PCI per kg. Carrots are found to have radioactive potassium which is equivalent to that in potatoes. Low sodium salt. Low sodium salt has approximately 3000 PCI per kg. This is because it is composed of potassium chloride rather than simply sodium. Lima beans. Lima beans have 4640 PCI per kg radioactivity thanks to high potassium levels and some amount of radium. You can certainly include these beans in your nutritious diet. Red meat. It gives you around 3000 PCI per kg. But nobody is going to eat 1 whole kilo of meat in one go. Besides, this isn't the amount that will harm you. Beer. Don't be disheartened as beer has just 390 PCI per kg radioactivity, much lesser than contained in foods we eat every day. In fact, this is around 10 times low radiation than that in banana. Avocados. Avocados can give you 2500 PCI per kg or 420 PCI per serving. Avocados are already regarded as superfood by doctors due to its antioxidant property. This fruit is anti-aging too. It truly seems like a superfood thanks to the fact that it is radioactive. Cigarettes. Cigarettes are radioactive. No, it is not because of the presence of additives that are usually detrimental to health. It is because of tobacco. Plants of tobacco absorb radioactive elements like lead-210, radium and polonium-210 from certain fertilizers sprayed on crops. This makes tobacco radioactive and in turn makes your cigarette radioactive. Hence almost all the frequently used radioactive foods are not dangerous except for cigarettes though. Team Krishisanjeevani. Integrated Pest Management. Integrated Pest Management, or IPM, has become inevitable because of the environmental pollution and eco-degeneration brought about by intensive agriculture. Therefore, farmers require systematic education on IPM, which employs alternative methods of pest control, including cultural methods, mechanical methods, use of biocontrol agents, etc. The main objectives: to keep pest and disease of crop below economic threshold (ETL) by adopting an integrated pest management practice, creating awareness among farmers on the prominent pests and diseases which cause severe damage to the crops and suggest measures to prevent outbreak or to contain outbreak. For instance, we are considering two examples which even is not comprehensive. IPM on pepper. The foot rot disease of pepper occurs mainly during southwest monsoon season, and all parts of the plant are vulnerable to the attack. Regular and integrated adoption of phytosanitary measures is very essential for the management of the disease and further spread. They include removal of dead vines along with root system from the garden, use of disease-free planting material, minimum tillage to avoid soil disturbance and root damage, provision of adequate drainage facilities, and application of trichoderma and pseudomonas multiplied in suitable carrier media during May-June and second application during August-September. Whenever aerial symptoms of foot rot disease is noticed, spraying of 1% Bordeaux mixture is recommended. IPM on ginger. Rhizome rot is the major disease of ginger. Inoculation with trichoderma and pseudomonas at the time of planting is recommended. When incidence is noticed in the field, the affected plants have to be dug out and the bed to be drenched with chestnut compound or 1% Bordeaux mixture or 0.3% mancozeb. These are just two examples. Please provide your requirements on IPM practices in crops on the comment box or directly to our email, which is provided in the description. Our experts can definitely guide you. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Tamarind, Tamarindus indica. The ripe fruit of tamarind tree is used as a condiment. It is a moderate size to large evergreen tree, up to 24 meters in height and 7 meters in girth. Bark is brown or dark grey longitudinally and horizontally fissured. Leaves are paripinnate up to 15 cm long. Leaflets are 10 to 20 pairs, oblong 80 to 30 mm. Flowers are small, yellowish with pink stripes. Pods are 7.5 to 20 cm long, 2.5 cm broad, 1 cm thick, more or less constricted between seeds, slightly curved and brownish colored. Seeds are 3 to 12 oblong compressed, 1.5 cm dark brown and shining. Endocarp is light brownish, sweetish or acidic, edible pulp traversed by branched lignous strands. The outer cover of the pod is fragile and easily separable. Origin and distribution. Tamarind originated in Madagascar and is now extensively cultivated in India, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, several African, Central American and South American countries. In India, it is chiefly grown in Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. The tree is not exacting as regards to soil but thrives best in deep alluvium. The tree prefers warm climate but sensitive to frost. Tamarind is suitable to semi-tropical region with low rainfall. It can come up even in saline, alkaline and gravelly soils and soils prone to erosion. Uses. Tamarind pulp is used in numerous culinary preparations. It is also a raw material for the preparation of wine-like beverages. The tamarind kernel powder is found to be extensively used for its sizing properties in textile, confectionery, cosmetics, and pharmaceutical industries. The testa is used in dyeing and tanning industry. The tender leaves and flowers are used as vegetables. In medicine, it is used as appetizing, laxative, healing, and antihelmintic. It is also used against fluorosis. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Trends of wheat production in India. Wheat is mainly grown as a rabi crop. Major varieties grown are HI 8759 Puja Tejas, HD 4728 Puja Malawi, HW 5203 Kautri, HD 1605 Puja Ujala, HD 3171 and HS 562. Wheat Triticum aestivum is one of the principal cereal crops grown worldwide and one of the important staples of nearly 2.5 billion of world population. It is the second most produced cereal after maize. Genes for the dwarfing trait, first used by Japanese wheat breeders to produce short-stalked wheat, have had a huge effects on wheat yields worldwide. These were major factors in the success of the Green Revolution in Mexico and Asia, an initiative led by Norman Borlaug. China was the leading wheat producing country, followed by India and Russia. India's wheat production has increased in last 10 years at a CAGR of 2.14%. Area under wheat cultivation has also increased in last 10 years at CAGR of 0.69%. The production of wheat has also showed an increasing trend from 87.39 to 94.57 million tons from 2012-2013 to 2017-2018 with a magnitude of 7.18 million tons, that is 8.22%. The major source of this increase in production is mainly attributed to expansion in area followed by marginal increase in productivity. Uttar Pradesh still holds the position of largest producer in the country. Over to the data. State-wise analysis of wheat. Area under wheat in major wheat growing states in India in million hectare. You can see that Uttar Pradesh topped the chart with 9.54 million hectares, followed by MP and Punjab. Rajasthan, Haryana, Bihar, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh are the other major wheat growing areas. Production in million ton of wheat in major wheat growing areas in India over the period. Here again, Uttar Pradesh tops the chart with 32.75 million tons of production, followed by Punjab and Madhya Pradesh. Haryana, Rajasthan, Bihar, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh are the other wheat growing areas in India. Yield of wheat in major states of India, kilogram per hectare. Here Punjab topped the chart with 5183 kilogram per hectare, followed by Haryana 4925 kilogram per hectare. UP, which was topping the chart in acreage and production, have come to the fourth position with an average yield of 3432 kg per hectare. Percentage of area under irrigation in major wheat growing states of India. Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab and UP tops the chart with more than 98% of the area under irrigation, followed by Bihar, MP and Gujarat with more than 90%. Maharashtra, Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh follows. Analysis of wheat over the years. Area under wheat cultivation in India over the years in million hectares. Pre-Green Revolution, that is before 1967, to post-Green Revolution after 1978 showed a significant increase in the area. It almost more than doubled in this period owing to the low cost of cultivation and other farming practices. The average area under cultivation pre-Green Revolution was 12.14 million hectare, while during the Green Revolution period it was 18.06, and after the Green Revolution period it was 26.17 million hectare. Production in million ton of wheat in India over the years. Pre-Green Revolution, that is before 1967, recorded an average production of 9.49 million tons, while during the launch of Green Revolution period, that is 1967 to 1978, it increased to 24.16 million tons. After Green Revolution, it showed a significant increase to 66.8 million tons, which is almost 7 times the production during the pre-Green Revolution era. Yield of wheat in India over the years, kilogram per hectare. A similar trend can also be seen here like that of production. Pre-Green Revolution, that is before 1967, recorded an average yield of 774.64 kilogram per hectare, and Green Revolution period 1967 to 78 showed an average yield of 1293.18, and post-Green Revolution after 1978 an average yield of 2505.78 kilogram per hectare was recorded. Owing to the scientific farming practices and high-yielding varieties, the yield have almost tripled. Percentage of irrigated area under wheat in India over the years. Area under irrigation during 1950 to 51 was 33.99%, while area under irrigation in 66 to 67 before the launch of Green Revolution was 47.97%. Area under irrigation in 1978 to 79 was 65.96%, and as per current data available 2015-2016, it have reached 94.22%. Trends and forecasting. Yield kilogram per hectare and yield trend under wheat cultivation in post-Green Revolution period in India. You can notice a steady increase in yield. The average yield from 1950 to 1978 was 978.36, while the average yield from 1979 to 2018 was 2504.79. The increase in yield is 156%. Production in million ton of wheat in India from 2011 to 2018 and is forecasting from 2019 to 2023. You can certainly notice a steady increase in production during this period, except for a dip in 2014-2015 due to unseasonal rains. Adverse weather conditions led to an over 10% dip in pulses output, while production of coarse cereal dipped by 3.5% in 2014-15. In the current forecasting, expect our wheat grain production to be 105.24 million tons per hectare, with a limited scope for increasing the crop acreage. Besides the production threats and challenges at the forefront, followed by understable wheat acreage, and given the optimistic production target, the existing average yield has to be increased. Concerted research should focus to break the yield barriers in gradual manner and develop genotypes tailored for specific wheat growing regions. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Nutmeg and mace, Myristica fragrans. Nutmeg and mace are two distinctly different spices produced from a fruit of an evergreen tree, usually 9 to 12 meter high. Mace is a dried reticulated aril of the fruit, and nutmeg is a dried seed kernel of the fruit. The trees are normally unisexual, bearing either male or female flowers. The male flowers are borne in clusters, whereas female flowers are often solitary. Fruit is a fleshy drupe, spherical in shape, pale yellow in color with a longitudinal groove in the center. When the fruit mature, it bursts open along the groove, exposing the bright, attractive mace, covering the hard black, shiny shell of the seed called nutmeg. Origin and distribution. Nutmeg tree is indigenous to Moluccas. The major nutmeg growing areas are in Indonesia and Grenada. It also grows on the smaller scale in Sri Lanka, India, China, Malaysia, Zanzibar, Mauritius, and Solomon Island. Nutmeg thrives well in the place with warm, humid climate from the sea level up to 600 meters MSL. It grows on a variety of soils from sandy to clayey loams and red laterite soils with good drainage. A well-distributed annual rainfall of 250 cm is ideal for the crop. Uses. Both nutmeg and mace are used as a condiment, particularly in sweet foods. The spice in the ground form is mainly used in the food processing industry, especially as a standard seasoning in many Dutch dishes. Nutmeg oleoresin is used in the preparation of meat products, soups, sauces, baked foods, confectionaries, puddings, seasoning of meat and vegetable, etc. The fleshy outer cover of the fruit is crystallized or pickled or made into jellies. Mace is used in savory dishes. It is used as a drug in Eastern countries because of its stimulant, carminative, astringent, and aphrodisiac properties. Excessive doses have a narcotic effect. Nutmeg oil is used in cosmetics and toiletries. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
Bay leaf, Laurus nobilis. Bay leaf or laurel leaf are dried leaves or an evergreen shrub, or more rarely a tree attaining a height of 15 to 20 meters. The upper surface of the leaf is glabrous and shiny, olive green. The lower surface is dull olive to brown with a prominent rib and veins. The aroma of the crushed leaves is delicate and fragrant, and the taste is aromatic and bitter. The size of the leaves is ranging from 2.5 to 7.5 centimeters in length and 1.6 to 2.5 centimeters in breadth. The shape is elliptical and tapering to a point at the base and the tip of the leaves. Origin and distribution. It is a native of Mediterranean and grow widely in shrubland woods in Europe and California. It is widely cultivated in Europe, America, and Arabian countries. It is not cultivated as a commercial crop in India. Uses. Bay leaves are used as flavoring in soaps, stews, meat, fish, and sauces, and also in confectionaries. Both the leaves and fruits possess aromatic, stimulant, necrotic properties. The essential oil from the leaves are also used as spice and food flavoring agent and has wider application in traditional medicines of different countries. The major functional properties are antimicrobial, antifungal properties. Indian bay leaf differs from other leaves which are shorter and light to medium green in color with one large vein down the length of the leaf. Indian bay leaves are about twice as long as other leaves, and also they are olive green in color and have 3 veins running the length of the leaf. Culinarily, the Indian bay leaves are quite different, having a fragrance and taste similar to cinnamon bark or but a bit milder too. The bay leaves may remain unpleasantly stiff even after thorough cooking, and if swallowed whole or in large pieces may pose risk of digestive tract. Thus, most recipes that use bay leaves will recommend their removal after the cooking process has finished. For Krishisanjeevani, Manju P.
Biofertilizers. Part 2. Biofertilizers recommended for crops. Application of biofertilizers to crops. Precautions to be taken while using biofertilizers. Application of biofertilizers to crops. Seed treatment. Each packet 200 gram of inoculant is mixed with 200 ml of rice gruel or jaggery solution. The seeds required for 1 hectare are mixed in the slurry so as to have uniform coating of the inoculants over the seeds and then shade dried for 30 minutes. The treated seeds should be used within 24 hours. 1 packet of inoculant is sufficient to treat 10 kilogram seeds. Application of biofertilizers to crop. Seedling root dip. This method is used for transplanted crops. 5 packets, 1 kilogram of the inoculants are required for 1 hectare and mixed with 40 liters of water. The root portion of the seedlings is dipped in the solution for 5 to 10 minutes and then transplanted. Azospirillum is used for seedling root dip, particularly for rice. Application of biofertilizers to crops. Soil treatment. 4 kg each of the recommended biofertilizers are mixed in 200 kg of compost and kept overnight. The mixture is incorporated in the soil at the time of sowing or planting. Use of worm biofertilizer. Vesicular arbuscular mycorrhizae. The inoculum should be applied 2 to 3 cm below the soil at the time of sowing. The seeds are sown or cuttings planted just above the worm inoculums so that the roots may come in contact with the inoculums and cause infection. Bulk inoculums of 100 gram is sufficient for 1 meter square area. Seedlings raised in polythene bags need 5 to 10 gram of bulk inoculums per bag. At the time of planting of saplings, worm inoculums is to be applied at the rate of 20 gram per seedling in each spot. In the existing tree, inoculums of 200 gram is required for each tree. Use of blue-green algae BGA. Algal culture is applied as dried flakes at 10 kg per hectare over the standing water in field rice. This is done 2 days after transplanting in loamy soils and 6 days after planting in clayey soils. The field is kept waterlogged for few days immediately after algal application. The biofertilizer is to be applied for 3 to 4 consecutive seasons in the same field. Use of azolla. Green manure. Azolla is applied at the rate 0.6 to 1 kg per meter square, 6.25 to 10 tons per hectare and incorporated before transplanting of rice. Dual crop. Azolla is applied at the rate of 100 gram per meter square, 1.25 ton per hectare, 1 to 3 days after transplanting of rice and allowed to multiple for 25 to 30 days. Azolla fronds can be incorporated into the soil at the time of first weeding. Tips to get good response to biofertilizer application. Biofertilizer product must contain good effective strain in appropriate population and should be free from contaminating microorganisms. Select right combination of biofertilizers and use before expiry date. Use suggested method of application and apply at appropriate time as per information provided on the label. For seed treatment, adequate adhesive should be used for better results. For problematic soils, use corrective methods like lime or gypsum pelleting of seeds or correction of soil pH by use of lime. Ensure the supply of phosphorus and other nutrients. Precautions to take while using biofertilizers. Biofertilizer packets need to be stored in cool and dry place away from direct sunlight and heat. Right combinations of biofertilizers have to be used. As rhizobium is crop specific, one should use for the specified crop only. Other chemicals should not be mixed with biofertilizers. While purchasing, one should ensure that each packet is provided with necessary information like name of the product, name of the crop for which intended, name and address of the manufacturer, date of manufacture, date of expiry, batch number, and instructions for use. The packet has to be used before its expiry, only for the specified crop and by the recommended method of application. Biofertilizers are live product and require care in the storage. Both nitrogenous and phosphatic biofertilizers are to be used to get the best results. It is important to use biofertilizers along with chemical fertilizers and organic manures. biofertilizers are not replacement of fertilizers but can supplement plant nutrient requirements. List of commonly produced biofertilizers in India. Rhizobium strains, Acetobacter, Azospirillum, phosphate solubilizers, blue-green algae and azolla, mycorrhizae or worm are the most commonly used and produced biofertilizers in India. From the table you can get details about the crop suited, direct benefits and other remarks. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Biofertilizers. Part 1. Benefits of biofertilizers, types and features of biofertilizers, features of common biofertilizers. In nature, there are a number of useful soil microorganisms which can help plants to absorb nutrients. Their utility can be enhanced with human intervention by selecting efficient organisms, culturing them and adding them to soils directly or through seeds. The cultured microorganisms packed in some carrier material for easy application in the field are called biofertilizers. The critical input in biofertilizers is the microorganisms. Benefits of biofertilizers. Biofertilizers are living microorganisms of bacterial, fungal and algal origin. Their mode of action differs and can be applied alone or in combination. Biofertilizers fix atmospheric nitrogen in the soil and root nodules of legume crops and make it available to the plant. They solubilize the insoluble forms of phosphates like tricalcium, iron and aluminum phosphates into available forms. They scavenge phosphate from soil layers. They produce hormones and antimetabolites which provide root growth. They decompose organic matter and help in mineralization in soil. When applied to seed or soil, biofertilizers increase the availability of nutrients and improve the yield by 10 to 25% without adversely affecting the soil and environment. Types of biofertilizers. Based on type of microorganism, the biofertilizer can also be classified as follows. Bacterial biofertilizers, which are Rhizobium, Azospirillum, Acetobacter, Phosphobacteria. Fungal biofertilizers, Mycorrhiza. Algal biofertilizers, blue-green algae, BGA and azolla. Actinomycetes biofertilizer, Frankia. Biofertilizers are mostly cultured and multiplied in the laboratory. However, blue-green algae and azolla can be mass multiplied in the field. Features of common biofertilizers. Rhizobium. Rhizobium is relatively more effective and widely used biofertilizer. Rhizobium, in association with legumes, fixes atmospheric nitrogen. The legumes and their symbiotic association with the Rhizobium bacterium result in the formation of root nodules that fix atmospheric nitrogen. Successful nodulation of leguminous crop by Rhizobium largely depends on the availability of a compatible strain for a particular legume. Rhizobium population in the soil is dependent on the presence of legume crops in the field. In the absence of legumes, the population of Rhizobium in the soil diminishes. Features of common biofertilizer. Azospirillum. Azospirillum is known to have a close associative symbiosis with the higher plant system. These bacteria have association with cereals like sorghum, maize, pearl millet, finger millet, foxtail millet and other minor millets and also fodder grasses. Features of common biofertilizer. Acetobacter. It is a common soil bacterium. Acetobacter corocoxum is present widely in the Indian soil. Soil organic matter is the important factor that decides the growth of this bacteria. Features of the common biofertilizer. Blue-green algae, BGA. Blue-green algae are referred to as rice organisms because of their abundance in the rice field. Many species belong to the genera Tolipothrix, Nostix, Schizothrix, Calothrix, ambionosis, and plectonema are abundant in tropical conditions. Most of the nitrogen fixation BGA are filamentous consisting of a chain of vegetative cell including specialized cells called heterocysts which function as a micronodule for synthesis and nitrogen fixing machinery. To be continued in part 2. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin Kuryakar. Eight foods that are good for lungs. Healthy lungs play a vital role in helping our body function well. As per the World Health Organization, more than 235 million people are suffering from asthma. We all know the benefits of pranayama and yoga for better functioning of lungs. There are certain foods help your lungs grow stronger. Garlic. The anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties of garlic are beneficial to people with conditions like asthma, bronchitis, and as per few recent studies, garlic has protective effects on even a lung cancer patient to an extent as it might work as a chemopreventive agent. It enhances the elimination of toxins and carcinogens, helping your lungs to function better as it comprises flavonoids, stimulating the production of glutathione. Turmeric. As Indians, we know the use of turmeric as a natural antiseptic with medicinal qualities. The anti-inflammatory property of curcumin found in turmeric is really important in improving the functioning of lungs and helps in conditions such as asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, pulmonary fibrosis, and acute lung injury because of its effectiveness in pulmonary conditions with abnormal inflammatory responses. The curcumin compound helps in relieving the inflammation of the airways and tightness of chest, which is associated with asthma. Ginger. Ginger is a very usual and important part of many food recipes that we eat and drink, and it also offers many benefits to the lungs. The anti-inflammatory qualities cause bronchodilation in asthmatic patients. It is also credited for breaking down the mucus and expelling it. Fish. The omega-3 fatty acids extracted from fish are beneficial for patients with chronic lung diseases like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It also has anti-inflammatory properties that decrease the inflammation of lungs in copper patients. Apart from fatty acids, the fish oil also protects the lungs from infections by a bacterium called Haemophilus influenza. Walnut. For those who are vegetarians and won't consume omega-3 fatty acids from fish, walnut is for your rescue here. Walnuts are well loaded with omega-3 fatty acids, which turns out to be really helpful controlling inflammation of the lungs. As little as one handful daily can turn out to help fight asthma and other respiratory ailments. Water. Water is the basic form of life. Water itself is life. And there is nothing more beneficial and effective than water. Water is one of the purest ways to detoxify your body. You must drink at least 8 to 10 glasses of water to keep your body hydrated because dry lungs are more susceptible to inflammation. Citrus fruits. Citrus fruits, especially orange and lemon, are an amazing source of antioxidants and vitamin C. Vitamin C, in turn, helps in boosting the immunity and fighting against respiratory infections. The fruits that are rich in vitamin C reduce wheezing in children and optimize lung functions and breathing in copper patients as per few recent studies. Onion. Onion again is the most commonly used vegetable in every other Indian household due to its taste, micronutrients and vitamins. Even traditionally it has been used as an herbal remedy for cold, influenza and bronchitis. It helps improve the lungs and its functioning with its anti-inflammatory properties. Flax seeds. Many surveys are showing that flaxseed oil can help in reduction of lung fibrosis. They help in protecting lung tissues before and after exposure to the radiation and help in the reduction of lung inflammation. Apple. As per a few clinical studies, the risk of developing lung cancer is reduced by regular consumption of apples. Apple is also credited for the reduced risk of asthma as per a study. It helps maintain and improve the functioning of the lungs and the entire respiratory system. In nutshell, as the proverb goes, we are what we eat. Try to make sure you add these to your daily diet and ensure better and healthier lungs and respiratory system for your body. These are the basic foods that we consume every day in Indian households. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Agroforestry, ad hoc recommendations, package of practices. Agroforestry refers to land management systems that integrate agricultural crops with forest crops. It is a collective term for all land use systems and practices in which woody perennials are deliberately grown on the same land management unit as crops or animals, either in some form of a spatial arrangement or in a time sequence, and in which there is a significant interaction between the woody perennials and the crops or animals. Agri-silviculture refers to systems in which agricultural crops are integrated with trees on the same land management unit, either in time or space. Examples include towngia, alley cropping, multi-purpose trees either as woodlats or as scattered trees on farmlands or on farm boundaries, crop combinations involving woody perennial plantation crops, growing commercial crops in association with planted shade trees or trees in natural forests, shelter belts, energy plantations, enriched fallow, and so on. Silvopastoralism represents land management systems in which forests, including forest plantations, are managed for the concurrent production of wood and livestock. They also refer to situations in which trees are scattered in pasture or grasslands, protein banks, or cut and carry fodder production system involving woody perennial and the like. Agro-silvopastoral systems. The most intensive form of land management are systems in which the land is managed concurrently for the production of agricultural and forest crops and for rearing of domesticated animals. In addition, there are many agricultural practices associated with forest that strictly do not fall under the above categories, like collection of non-timber forest products from forests, growing trees around wetlands and other water bodies in which fish culture is practiced, apiculture with trees and multi-purpose woodlots, etc. Trees in agroforestry. Many tree species, woody perennials, are encountered in agroforestry. These include common timber species such as ailanthus, teak, wild jack, and multi-purpose tree species such as mango, jack, tamarind, erythrina, gliricidia, etc. Benefits. They can control runoff and soil erosion, thereby reducing losses of water, soil material, organic matter, and nutrients. They can maintain soil organic matter and biological activity at levels satisfactory for soil fertility. This depends on an adequate proportion of trees in the system, normally at least 20% crown cover of trees to maintain organic matter over systems as a whole. They can maintain more favorable soil physical properties than agriculture through organic matter maintenance and the effects of tree roots. They can lead to more close nutrient cycling than agriculture and hence to more efficient use of nutrients. This is true to an impressive degree for forest garden or farming systems. They can check the development of soil toxicities or reduce exiting toxicities. Both soil acidification and salinization can be checked, and trees can be employed in the reclamation of polluted soils. They utilize solar energy more efficiently than monocultural systems. Here, different height plants, leaf shapes, and alignments all contribute. They can lead to reduced insect pests and associated diseases. They can be employed to reclaim eroded and degraded land. Agroforestry can augment soil water availability to land use systems. In dry regions, though competition between trees and crops is a major problem. Nitrogen fixing trees and shrubs can substantially increase nitrogen inputs to agroforestry system. Trees can probably increase nutrient inputs to agroforestry systems by retrieval from lower soil horizons and weathering rock. The decomposition of tree and pruning can substantially contribute to maintenance of soil fertility. The addition of high-quality tree prunings leads to large increase in crop yields. The release of nutrients from the decomposition of tree residues can be synchronized with the requirements for nutrient uptake of associated crops. In the maintenance of soil fertility under agroforestry, the role of roots is at least as important as that of above ground biomass. In a nutshell, agroforestry can provide a more diverse farm economy and stimulate the whole rural economy, leading to more stable farms and communities. Economic risks are reduced when systems produce multiple products. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Trends of rice production in India. Rice is the most important cereal food crop of India, occupying 1/4 of the gross cropped area of the country. As the basic food crop, rice is cultivated comfortably in hot and humid climate. The crop is mainly grown as a kharif crop in rain-fed areas that receive heavy annual rainfall. Rice-based farming is the main economic activity for hundreds of millions of poor farmers. The major rice varieties grown in India include parboiled rice, broken rice, sella rice, swarna rice, sona masuri rice, etc. Rice accounts for a significant contribution to the total food grain production in India. Major rice producing states in India are West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Odisha and Bihar. India is second largest producer of rice next to China with about 11% of global production. Over to the data. State-wise analysis of rice. Area under rice in major rice growing states in India in million hectares. Uttar Pradesh is having the highest area under rice cultivation, which is 5.81 million hectares, followed by West Bengal and Odisha with 5.12 and 3.77 million hectares respectively. Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Punjab, Assam, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and Haryana follows. Production of rice in major rice growing states in India in million tons. West Bengal, with a total production of 14.97 million tons, tops the position, followed by Punjab and Uttar Pradesh with 13.38 and 13.27 million tons respectively. Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Telangana, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Haryana and Madhya Pradesh follows. Yield of rice in the major states of India in kilogram per hectare. Punjab, with an yield of 4366 kg per hectare, tops the chart. Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu follows with 3788 and 3630 kg per hectare. Telangana, Haryana, West Bengal, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Assam, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha and Chhattisgarh follows. Percentage of area under irrigation in major rice growing states of India. In Haryana, the entire area under rice cultivation is irrigated, followed by Punjab and Telangana with 99.7% and 97.1% of the area under irrigation. In Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, more than 90% of area under rice cultivation is irrigated. It is followed by Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha and Assam. Analysis of rice over the years. Area under rice cultivation in India over the years in million hectares. A steady increase in area under rice cultivation is recorded from 1950 to 2080. The pre-green revolution era, that is before 1967, have recorded an average area of 33.13 million hectares. The period from 1967 to 1978, when Green Revolution was launched, recorded an average area of 36.17 million hectares. The post-Green Revolution era, that is after 1978, recorded an average area of 42.63 million hectares. Production of rice in India over the years in million ton. The pre-Green Revolution period, that is before 1967, recorded an average production of 29.62 million tons, while the Green Revolution period, that is from 1967 to 1978, recorded an average production of 43.60 million tons. The post-Green Revolution era, that is after 1978, recorded an average production of 82.40 million tons, which is quite remarkable. Even though there was no significant increase in the area under cultivation, the production increased. This is attributed to the scientific principles and high-yielding varieties which were adopted during the Green Revolution period. Yield of rice in India over the years in kilogram per hectare. The average yield during the pre-Green Revolution era, that is before 1967, was 888.70 kilogram per hectare, which increased to 1139.08 during the Green Revolution period, that is 1967 to 1978, and marked 1921.06 kilogram per hectare in the post-Green Revolution period, that is after 1978. As mentioned earlier, this is primarily attributed to the scientific principles and high-yielding varieties adopted during the Green Revolution era. Percentage of irrigated area under rice in India over the years. While the area under irrigation in 1950 was 31.70% of the total cultivated area, it increased to 37.95% in 1966. By the end of the Green Revolution launch in 1978, it increased to 41.64%, and by 2014, it increased to 60.13% of the total cultivated area. Trends and forecasting. The yellow movement in the graph shows the actuals, and the dotted green line shows the trend during the period. The average yield from 1950 to 1978 was 992.3 kilogram per hectare, and it increased to 1921.1 kilogram per hectare from 1979 to 2018. The increase in yield is a whopping 94.6%. Production of rice in India from 2011 to 2018 and its forecasting from 2019 to 2023 in million tons. Here, the yellow line shows the actuals and the blue dotted line shows the trend and then the forecasting. In 2018, the total production was 116.42 million tons, and while projected, we expect 120.75 million tons by 2023. It is therefore well studied that there is ample scope to increase the productivity of rice in the country. The highest productivity is 6710 kg per hectare of China, followed by Vietnam, 5573 kg per hectare. Improved technologies and governmental interventions should be adapted to increase the productivity in the country. Cultivation of hybrid rice has the potential to increase the productivity and needs to be promoted. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Health benefits of eating watermelon. Watermelon is a delicious and refreshing fruit that contains only 46 calories per cup. but is high in vitamin C, vitamin A, and many healthy plant compounds. Watermelon is a flowering plant species of the Cucurbitaceae family. A scrambling and trailing vine-like plant, it was originally domesticated in Africa. It is a highly cultivated fruit worldwide with more than 1,000 varieties. Helps you hydrate. Drinking water is an important way to keep your body hydrated. However, eating foods that have a higher water content can also help. Interestingly, watermelon is 92% water. The combination of water and fiber means you are eating a good volume of food without a lot of calorie. Contains nutrients and beneficial plant compounds. Watermelon is one of the lowest in calories, only 46 calories per cup on 54 grams. That is lower than even low sugar fruits such as berries. 1 cup, 154 grams of watermelon has many other nutrients. Vitamin C, 21% of the reference daily intake RDI. Vitamin A, 18% of the RDI. Potassium, 5% of the RDI. Magnesium, 4% of the RDI. Vitamin B1, B5 and B6, 3% of the RDI. Watermelon is also high in carotenoids including beta-carotene and lycopene. It has citrulline, an important amino acid. Watermelon's most important antioxidants, vitamin C. It is an antioxidant that helps prevent cell damage from free radicals. Carotenoids. Carotenoids are a class of plant compounds that includes alpha-carotene and beta-carotene, which your body converts to vitamin A. Lycopene. Lycopene is a type of carotenoid that doesn't change into vitamin A. This potent antioxidant gives a red color to plant foods and is linked to many health benefits. Cucurbitaceae E. Cucurbitaceae E is a plant compound with antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. Contains compounds that may help prevent cancer. Lycopene and other individual plant compounds in watermelon is known for their anti-cancer effects. It appears to reduce cancer risk by lowering insulin-like growth factor IGF, a protein involved in cell division. High IGF levels are linked to cancer. Cucurbitaceae E has been investigated for its ability to inhibit tumor growth too. Improve heart health. Lycopene may help lower cholesterol and blood pressure. It can also help prevent oxidative damage to cholesterol. In obese, postmenopausal women and Finnish men, lycopene may also reduce the stiffness and thickness of artery wall. Watermelon also contains citrulline, an amino acid that may increase nitric oxide levels in the body. Nitric oxide helps your blood vessels expand, which lowers blood pressure. Other vitamins and minerals in watermelon are also good for your heart. These include vitamin A, B6, C, magnesium, and potassium. Lowers inflammation and oxidative stress. Watermelon may help lower inflammation and oxidative damage as it is rich in the anti-inflammatory antioxidants lycopene and vitamin C. As an antioxidant, lycopene may also benefit brain health. For example, it may help delay the onset and progression of Alzheimer's disease. May help prevent macular degeneration. Lycopene is found in several parts of the eye where it helps protect against oxidative damage and inflammation. It may also prevent age-related macular degeneration (AMD). This is a common eye problem that can cause blindness in older adults. Lycopene's role as an antioxidant and anti-inflammatory compound may help prevent AMD from developing and getting worse. Help relieve muscle soreness. Citrulline, an amino acid in watermelon, may reduce muscle soreness. Watermelon juice appears to enhance the absorption of citrulline. Studies have proved that citrulline absorption is most effective when it is consumed as a component of watermelon juice. Good for skin and hair. 2 vitamins in watermelon, A and C, are important for skin and hair health. Vitamin C helps your body make collagen, a protein that keeps your skin supple and your hair strong. Vitamin A is also important for healthy skin since it helps create and repair skin cells. Both lycopene and beta-carotene may also help protect your skin from sunburn. Improves digestion. Watermelon contains loads of water and a small amount of fiber, both of which are important for healthy digestion. Eating water-rich and fiber-rich fruits and vegetables, including watermelon, can be very helpful for promoting normal bowel movements. The bottom line: watermelon is a surprisingly healthy fruit. It has a high water content and also delivers many other important nutrients, including lycopene and vitamin C. These nutrients mean that watermelon isn't only a tasty, low-calorie treat, it is also very good for your health. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Watermelon, Citrullus lanatus, package of practices. The ideal season is December to April. Varieties: Sugar Baby, Arka. Seed rate 1 to 1.5 kg per hectare. Spacing 3 meter into 2 meter. Preparation of land. Pits of 60 cm diameter and 30 to 45 cm depth are taken. Well-rotten FIM and fertilizers are mixed with topsoil in the pit, and 4 or 5 seeds are sown in a pit. Remove unhealthy plants after 2 weeks and retain 2 or 3 plants per pit. Manuring. Apply FIM at the rate 20 to 25 ton per hectare as basal dose, along with half dose of nitrogen 35 kg and full doses of phosphorus and potassium 25 kg per hectare. The remaining dose of nitrogen 35 kg can be applied in 2 equal splits at the time of vining and full blooming. After cultivation, during the initial stages of growth, irrigate at an interval of 3 or 4 days. Irrigate on alternate days during flowering and fruiting. When fruits mature, the frequency of irrigation can be reduced. For trailing the watermelon, spread dried twigs on the ground. Conduct weeding and raking of the soil at the time of fertilizer application. Pests. The important pests are red pumpkin beetle and epilacna beetle. They can be controlled by adopting measures suggested for bitter gourd. Diseases. Downy mildew and powdery mildew are important diseases affecting watermelon. Control them by adopting measures recommended for bitter gourd. Harvesting can be done only after 10 days, at least, of insecticide or fungicide application. Only well-ripe fruits should be harvested. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Cucumber, Cucumis sativus, and Oriental pickling melon, Cucumis mellow variety Conomum. Package of practices. Cucumber and Oriental pickling melon are important cucurbits grown in Kerala. Cucumber is mainly used as a salad crop, whereas Oriental pickling melon is largely used for cooking. Varieties of cucumber. Mudikoda, Arunima, and Saubhagya are high-yielding varieties. Varieties of Oriental pickling melon: Pusa Shidal, Poinsette, Puinakira are exclusively used for salad purpose. Seed rate 0.5 to 0.75 kg per hectare. Spacing 2 meter into 1.5 meter. Land preparation. Pits of 60 cm diameter and 30 to 45 cm depth are taken. Well-rotten FIM and fertilizers are mixed with topsoil in the pit, and 4 or 5 seeds are sown in a pit. Remove unhealthy plants after 2 weeks and retain 3 plants per pit. Manuring. Apply FIM at the rate 20 to 25 ton per hectare as basal dose, along with half dose of nitrogen 35 kg and full dose of phosphorus and potassium 25 kg per hectare. The remaining dose of nitrogen 35 kg can be applied in 2 equal split doses at the time of vining and at the time of full blooming. Pests. The important pests are Epilacna beetle and red pumpkin beetle. They can be controlled by adopting the measures recommended for bitter gourd. Diseases. The important diseases are downy mildew, powdery mildew, and mosaic. The control measures as recommended for bitter gourd can be adopted. Harvesting can be done only after 10 days, at least, of insecticide or fungicide application. The fruits should be washed thoroughly in water before cooking. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Seven foods that lower your cholesterol. Cholesterol is a type of fat in your blood which is produced naturally by your body. It is also found in some foods like eggs, offal such as kidney and liver, and shellfish. When you have high cholesterol levels in the blood, also called hyperlipidemia, it speeds up the process of atherosclerosis. This is when plaque builds up in your artery walls, making them narrower. This makes it hard for blood to flow through them, and over time it can cause a heart attack or stroke. Types of cholesterol. Low density lipoprotein, LDL cholesterol, the bad cholesterol. LDL cholesterol is bad because if you have too much, it gets stuck to the walls of your arteries. High density lipoprotein, HDL cholesterol, the good cholesterol. HDL cholesterol is good because it gets rid of bad cholesterol from your blood vessels. Triglycerides are the most common form of fat in your body and store and transport fat in the blood. Any extra energy from food that your body doesn't need is turned into triglycerides. Oats and barley. Eating whole grain foods reduces your risk of heart diseases. Oats and barley are extra special because they are high in a type of soluble fiber, beta-glucan. Beta-glucan helps to lower bad LDL cholesterol in your blood. Choose products that contain 100% oats as they are closest to how they are found in nature. Vegetables and fruits. Eating a variety of colorful vegetables and fruit every day can help protect you against heart disease, stroke, and some cancers. Many vegetables and fruits are high in soluble fiber, which helps to reduce the absorption of cholesterol and lower bad LDL cholesterol in your blood. Leave the skins on vegetables like pumpkin, kumara, and carrot to maximize your intake of fiber. Use orange and lemon peel in dressings and sauces. Foods rich in heart-healthy fats. Eating plenty of foods that contain heart-healthy mono and polyunsaturated fats increases the levels of good HDL cholesterol in your blood. These foods contain heart-healthy fat, avocado, oily fish like mackerel, sardines and salmon, nuts and seeds, olives, vegetable oils. Eating these foods instead of foods high in saturated fat, butter, cream, meat fats improves your cholesterol. It will reduce your risk of heart disease. Legumes and beans. Legumes like chickpeas and lentils are a great source of soluble fiber and plant-based protein. Eating legumes and beans instead of meat, animal protein can help to lower your bad LDL cholesterol. Choose canned legumes for a quick and easy option. Rinse and drain the salty brine before using them. Use them in salads, sauces, casseroles, and when making legume-based dips like hummus. Nuts. Nuts contain heart-healthy fats and fiber, which can help to keep your cholesterol in check. Regularly eating nuts is linked to lower levels of bad LDL cholesterol and triglycerides. Eating a variety of nuts is best because they contain different levels of healthy fats. Choose nuts that are close to how they are found in nature because they contain more nutrients. Look for nuts that have skins on, are unsalted and unroasted. Soy products. Soy products include tofu, soy milk, soybeans, and edamame beans. Some evidence shows that regularly eating soy products can help to slightly reduce bad LDL cholesterol and triglycerides. Choose soy products that are close to how they are found in nature, like soybeans, plain unsweetened soy milk, and unflavored tofu. Plant sterols. Lower levels of plant sterols are found in fruits, vegetables, nuts, and cereals. However, some like margarine have plant sterols added. Eating foods that contain plant sterols are part of a balanced diet and can reduce bad LDL cholesterol. This is because they reduce your absorption of cholesterol. Foods with plant sterols added are only effective if you eat them regularly. In nutshell, there is no single food that will help to lower your cholesterol, and it is important to focus on the quality of your overall diet. A diet rich in plant foods like vegetables, fruit, legumes, whole grains, nuts, and seeds will help to manage your cholesterol and reduce your risk of heart disease. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Snake God, Trichosanthus cucumerina, package of practices. Snake gourd is a common cucurbitaceous vegetable of Kerala. Season January to March and September to December are the main growing seasons. Variety Kaumudi, Baby, TA19 and Manusri. Seed rate 3 to 4 kg per hectare. Spacing 2 into 2 meter. Pits of 60 cm diameter and 30 to 45 cm depth are taken. Well-rotten farmyard manure and fertilizers are mixed with topsoil in the pit and seeds are sown at the rate 4 to 5 per pit. After 2 weeks, remove the unhealthy plants, retaining 3 plants per pit. Manuring. Apply farmyard manure at the rate 20 to 25 ton per hectare as basal dose, along with half dose of nitrogen 35 kg and full dose of phosphorus 25 kg and potassium 25 kg. The remaining dose of nitrogen 35 kg is applied in several split doses at fortnightly intervals. After cultivation, during the initial stages of growth, irrigate at an interval of 3 to 4 days. Irrigate on alternate days during flowering and fruiting periods. Erect pandals for trailing snake gourd. Conduct weeding and raking of the soil at the time of fertilizer application. Pests. The important pests attacking snake gourd are fruit flies, Epilacna beetle and red pumpkin beetle. Control measures recommended for bitter gourd can be followed in this case also. Diseases. The important diseases are downy, mildew and mosaic. The control measures as stated under bitter gourd can be adopted. Harvesting can be done only after at least 10 days of insecticide or fungicide application. The fruits should be washed thoroughly in water before cooking. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Bitter gourd, Momodica charantia, package of practices. Bitter gourd is an important cucurbitaceous vegetable of Kerala. Season January to March and September to December are the ideal seasons. For the rain-fed crop, sowing can be started after the receipt of first few showers during May to June. Varieties Priya, Preeti, Priyanka, Arka Harit are high-yielding varieties. Priyanka is recommended for acid alluvial soils of Kerala. Seed rate 5 to 6 kg per hectare. Spacing 2 meter into 2 meter. Sowing pits of 60 cm diameter and 30 to 45 cm depth are taken. Well-rotten FIM, farmyard manure and fertilizers are mixed with topsoil in the pit and seeds are sown at the rate 4 to 5 per pit. Unhealthy plants are removed after 2 weeks and only 3 plants are retained per pit. Apply farmyard manure at the rate 20 to 25 tons per hectare as basal dose along with half dose of nitrogen 35 kg and full doses of phosphorus and potassium 25 kg each. The remaining nitrogen 35 kg can be applied in several split doses at fortnightly intervals. After cultivation, during the initial stages of growth, irrigate at 3 to 4 days interval and alternate days during flowering or fruiting. Irrigation at 15 mm CPE, approximately at 3 days interval for sandy loam soils, is more economical than irrigating once in 2 days, especially during summer months for water economy. Erect pandals when the plants start whining. Conduct weeding and raking of the soil at the time of fertilizer application. Earthing up is done during rainy season. Pests, fruit fly, Bacteriocera cucurbitae. Apply carbaryl 10% DP in pit before sowing of seeds to destroy the pupae. In homestead gardens, the fruits may be covered with polythene, cloth or paper bags to ensure mechanical protection. In large gardens, apply carbaryl 0.2% or malathion 0.15% suspension containing sugar or jaggery at 10 gram per liter at fortnightly intervals at flowering and fruit initiation. Spray as coarse droplets on the ventral surface of leaves. Remove and destroy affected and decayed fruits. It can also be effectively controlled by the use of banana fruit traps coupled with removal and destruction of infested fruit. It is more efficient than 2 sprayings with insecticides. Traps are to be set at a distance of 2 meters after a border row and they must be replenished after 7 to 9 days. Start bait trapping just before flowering. Pests. Epilacnia beetle. Remove and destroy egg masses, grubs and adults occurring on leaves. Spray carbaryl 0.2%. Red pumpkin beetle. Adult beetle eats the leaves, make hole on foliage and causes damage on root and leaves. Incorporate carbaryl 10% DP in pits before sowing the seeds to destroy grubs and pupae. Plant lice. Apply 1.5% fish oil soap. First, dissolve soap in hot water and then make up the volume. Alternatively, apply dimethoate 0.05%. Diseases. Downy mildew. It is severe during rainy season. This can be checked by spraying mancozeb 0.2%. Waiting period of mancozeb is 3 days. Powdery mildew can be controlled by spraying dinocap 0.05%. Mosaic. Control the vectors by spraying dimethoate 0.05%. Uprooting and destruction of affected plants and collateral hosts should be done. Harvesting can be done only after at least 10 days of insecticide or fungicide application. The fruits should be washed thoroughly in water before cooking. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Amaranthus species, package of practices. Amaranth is the most popular leafy vegetable of Kerala. It can be grown throughout the year. Avoid sowing or planting of red-leaved varieties during periods of heavy rain. Varieties: red, Kannara local, Arun and Krishnasri. Varieties: green, CO1, CO2, CO3, Mohini and Renusri. Kannara local is a season-bound variety which comes to flowering in November to December. Seed rate is 1.5 to 2 kg per hectare. Preparation of land. Prepare the land by plowing or digging followed by leveling. Then shallow trenches of width 30 to 35 cm are made 30 cm apart. Well-rotten farmyard manure is mixed with soil in the trenches. Transplant 20 to 30-day-old seedlings in the shallow trenches at a distance of 20 cm in 2 rows. During rainy season, planting shall be done on raised beds. Manuring. Apply 50 tons of FYM farmyard manure per hectare as basal dose before planting. After preparing trenches, apply NPK fertilizer at the rate of 50:50:50 kg per hectare respectively. Another 50 kg of nitrogen can be applied at regular intervals as top dressing. Spraying 1% urea immediately after each harvest will increase the yield. Plant protection. As far as possible, avoid use of insecticides or fungicides. In severe cases of leaf Weber attack, spray malathion 0.1% or desmalathion 10% DP. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Okra, Abelmoschus esculentus, package of practices. The three main planting seasons for okra are February to March, June to July, and October to November. Varieties: green or light green fruited, Pusa Zavani, Pusa Makmali, IARI Selection 2, Kiran, Salkirti. Varieties: red fruited, Zio 1 and Aruna. Varieties: yellow vein mosaic tolerant or resistant, Arca anamica, Arca abe, Sustira, Anchida, Manchima. These are all green fruited. Seed rate. The seed rate is 8.5 kg per hectare for the summer crop sown in February to March and 7 kg per hectare for kharif crop. Storage of seeds. Packing of okra seeds in polythene cover 700 gauge increases storage life up to 7 months. Planting. For kharif crop, sow the seeds at a spacing of 60 cm between rows and 45 cm between plants. For the summer crop, soak the seeds in water for 24 hours before sowing and give a spacing of 60 cm into 30 cm. Manuring. Apply farmyard manure compost as basal dose at the rate 12 tons per hectare. At the time of sowing, apply nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium at 55, 35 and 75 kg per hectare respectively. Another 55 kg nitrogen per hectare may be applied 1 month after sowing. For reclaimed soils of Kuttanad, Kerala, a fertilizer dose of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium at the rate 75:5:15 kg per hectare is recommended. After cultivation, give pre-sowing irrigation if soil is not moist enough. During summer, irrigate at intervals of 2 to 3 days. Conduct weeding regularly and earth up rows during rainy season. Plant protection. The important pests are jassids, fruit and shoot borer and root nematode. Against jassids, use Quinalphos 0.05% as foliar sprays. For controlling fruit and shoot borers, remove all dropping shoots and damaged fruits. Spray carbaryl 0.15% at intervals of 15 to 20 days. For controlling aphids, apply dimethoate 0.05%. Plant protection. For the control of nematodes, apply sawdust or paddy husk at 500 gram per plant or neem leaves or eupatorium leaves at 250 gram per plant in basins 1 week prior to planting and water daily. The effect of this treatment persists up to 75 days after sowing in summer season. For managing root nematode, seed treatment with Bacillus macerans at 3% weight 2.5 kg per hectare is beneficial. In heavily infested areas, seed treatment with Bacillus macerans at the rate 3% weight and drenching with Bacillus macerans at 3% solution 30 days after sowing can be recommended. In general, insecticides of plant origin may be used as far as possible. Yellow vein mosaic. This is a common disease in okra which shows vein clearing and vein chlorosis of leaves. The yellow network of veins is very conspicuous and veins and veinlets are thickened. Fruits become small and yellowish green in color. White fly, Bemisia tabaci and leafhopper, Amarasca bigutula are vectors of this virus. Hence, their control is very important. Use of resistant varieties like Arca anamica, Arca abe and Sustira and destruction of host weeds, Croton sparsiflora and Agratum are also effective. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. IIHR to release virus-resistant chili variety for cultivation. The Indian Institute of Horticulture Research (IIHR) plans to introduce a virus-resistant chili variety for cultivation from 2021, according to Mr. Dinesh, Director IIHR. Speaking at a webinar on Atmanirbhar Krishi for vegetables organized by Mysuru Field Outreach Bureau under the Union Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, he said Madhavi Reddy, head of Vegetable Crops Division of IIHR, has developed a virus-resistant chili variety with intensive research efforts for over 8 years. Seed production. Now some farmers have taken up the seed production of this variety. We hope to introduce it for wide cultivation from 2021 onwards, he said. On the development of disease-resistant variety in tomato, he said IIHR's aagricuture variety is resistant to 3 diseases and Arca abed is resistant to 4. Tomato growing regions in 23 states use these varieties, he said. On the benefits of disease-resistant varieties of vegetable crops, Dinesh said half the battle is won with regard to organic farming when the institute comes out with a disease-resistant variety. This is because the disease-resistant varieties would bring down the use of pesticides, he said. IIHR develops 2 processable tomato hybrids. The microbial consortia developed by IIHR has proven that the usage of fertilizers can be reduced by 25% in some of the vegetable crops if the farmers use the microbial consortia developed by the institute. He said IIHR is well known for some of its varieties in tomatoes, chilies, cucurbits, legumes and in solanaceous crops. On the entrepreneurial opportunities in vegetable sector, Dinesh said the institute gives its own vegetable varieties for seed production to farmers. The institute also buys the seed developed from these varieties from these farmers. Apart from this, IIHR also offers technologies to interested people and handhold them for 6 months. This will help them to become entrepreneurs in vegetable sector, he added. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Fenugreek, Trigonella fionum. Fenugreek seed is the ripe fruit of an annual herb. This robust herb has light green leaves and is 30 to 60 cm tall and produces slender beaked pods 10 to 15 cm long. Each pod contains 10 to 20 small hard yellowish brown seeds which are smooth and oblong, about 3 mm long, each grooved across one corner, giving them an hooked appearance. Origin and distribution. Fenugreek is a native of southeastern Europe and West Asia, now cultivated in India, Argentina, Egypt and Mediterranean countries like France, Morocco and Lebanon. In India, it is grown extensively in Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Punjab. It is a cold season crop and is fairly tolerant to frost and very low temperatures. It's best suited to tracts of moderate to low rainfall and is sown in all types of soil but perform better in loam and clayey loam with proper drainage. It can also be grown on black cotton soils. Uses. Fenugreek is used both as a food and food additive as well as used in medicines. Fresh tender pods, leaves and shoots are eaten as curried vegetable. As a spice, it flavors food also. Powder of dried leaves is also used for garnishing and flavoring variety of foods. Fenugreek extract is used as a flavoring agent for imitation maple syrup. It is one of the principal constituent of a curry powder. Seeds are used in colic flatulence, dysentery, diarrhea, chronic cough and enlargement of liver and spleen, rickets and as well as diabetes. It is also used as a carminative tonic. Fenugreek oil is used in the manufacture of hair tonics as well. For Krishisanjeevani, Manju P.
Blue Revolution, Neel or Neelikranti Mission, Part 2. Blue Revolution, also called as Neel or Neelikranti Mission in India, was launched in 1985 to 19,000 during the 7th five-year plan. The objective is to develop, manage and promote fisheries to double the farmers' income. Objectives. The Neelikranti mission aimed to enhance the economic condition of India through the augmentation of fisheries and thus contributing towards the food and national security. The utilization of the water resources for the development of fisheries was done by the Neelikranti mission in a sustainable manner. It aimed at completely tapping the total fish potential of India on both islands as well as in the marine sector and to triple the production by the year 2020, transforming the fishery sector into a modern industry through the utilization of new technologies and processes, doubling the income of the fishers through increased productivity. Improving the post-harvest marketing infrastructure including e-commerce, technologies and global best innovators to ensure the active participation of the fishers and the fish farmers in income enhancement, tripling the export earnings by the year 2020 with a major focus on the benefits covering the institutional mechanisms, developing the nutritional and food security of the nation. Features. Providing suitable linkages and convergence with the Sagarmala project of the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, Ministry of Shipping, National Rural Livelihood Mission, Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, etc. The Blue Revolution scheme concentrates mainly on enhancing the production and productivity of aquaculture and fisheries, both from the inland and marine sources. Promoting and encouraging the economically backward sections like the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, women and their cooperatives to take up fishing. The Blue Revolution scheme also encourages entrepreneurship development, private investment, public-private partnership and better leveraging of institutional finance. Outcomes. The Blue Revolution in India, along with the Fish Farmers Development Agency FFDA, brought an improvement in the aquaculture and fishery sector with the introduction of new techniques of rearing, marketing, exporting and fish breeding. Currently, the Indian fishery sector reached a production of 4.7 million tons of fish from a limit of 60,000 tons, including 1.6 million tons of fish from freshwater aquaculture. India is recorded to achieve an average annual growth of 14.8% as compared to the global average percent of 7.5% in the production of fish and fish products. The fishery has become India's largest agricultural export over the last 5 years with a growth rate of 6 to 10%. India has become the world's second largest producer of fish with exports worth more than 47,000 crore rupees. The fisheries and aquaculture production contributes 1% and 5% to India's GDP and agricultural GDP respectively. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Garlic, Allium sativum. Garlic is a hardy, bulbous, rooted, perennial plant with narrow flat leaves and bears small white flowers and bulbs. The compound bulb consists of 6 to 34 bulblets called cloves, which are surrounded by the common, thin, white or pinkish papery sheet. Garlic has a strong flavor and taste. Origin and distribution. Garlic is a native of West Asia and Mediterranean area. China, Korea, India, USA, Spain, Argentina and Egypt are the major garlic growing countries. Garlic prefers cool weather and grow in a well-drained, moderately clay loam at higher elevation. Uses. Garlic is used for flavoring various dishes practically all over the world. In United States, almost half of our produce is dehydrated for use in mayonnaise products, salad dressings, and in several meat preparations. Raw garlic is used in the preparation of garlic powder, garlic salt, garlic vinegar, garlic cheese crouton, garlic potato chips, garlic bread, garlic bacon, etc. Spray dried garlic products, liquid garlic preparations are other products. In India and other Asian and Middle East countries, garlic is used in pickles, curry powders, curried vegetables, meat preparations, etc. Oil of garlic is used as a flavoring agent in soups, canned foods, sauces, etc. The other properties are antibacterial, fungicidal, and insecticidal. In the area of medicine, it is used for various ailments of stomach, skin disease. It has wider applications in indigenous medicines and is also considered as highly nutritive. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
Foods to control high blood pressure. Part 2. Hypertension or high blood pressure is the most common preventable risk factor for heart disease. Over 1 billion people around the world have high blood pressure, which is defined as systolic blood pressure SBP values, the top number, of 130 mmHg or more, diastolic blood pressure DBP, the bottom number, of more than 80 mmHg or more. Carrots. Crunchy, sweet and nutritious, carrots are a staple veggie in many people's diets. Carrots are high in phenolic compounds such as chlorogenic, picoumaric and caffeic acids that help relax blood vessels and reduce inflammation, which may help lower blood pressure levels. Although carrots can be enjoyed cooked or raw, eating them raw may be more beneficial for reducing high BP. Celery. Celery is a popular vegetable that may have positive effects on blood pressure. It contains compounds called phthalates, which may help relax blood vessels and lower blood pressure levels. Among commonly consumed cooked vegetables, cooked celery intake was significantly associated with reduced BP. Tomatoes and tomato products. Tomatoes and tomato products are rich in many nutrients, including potassium and the carotenoid pigment lycopene. Lycopene has been significantly associated with beneficial effects on heart health. Eating foods high in this nutrient, such as tomato products, may help reduce heart disease risk factors like high blood pressure. Consuming tomato and tomato products improves blood pressure and may help reduce your risk of heart disease and heart disease related death. Broccoli. Broccoli is known for its many beneficial effects on health, including the health of your circulatory system. Adding this cruciferous veggie to your diet may be a smart way to reduce BP. Broccoli is loaded with flavonoid antioxidants, which may help lower BP by enhancing blood vessel function and increasing nitric oxide levels in your body. People who consumed 4 or more servings of broccoli per week had a lower risk of high blood pressure than those who consumed broccoli once a month or less. Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt is a nutrient-dense dairy product that is packed with minerals that help regulate blood pressure, including potassium and calcium. Consuming 3 servings of dairy per day was associated with a 13% lower risk of high blood pressure. A 7-ounce 200-gram increase in dairy intake per day was associated with a 5% reduction in hypertension risk. Herbs and spices. Certain herbs and spices contain powerful compounds that may help reduce blood pressure by helping blood vessels relax. Celery seed, cilantro, saffron, lemongrass, black cumin, ginseng, cinnamon, cardamom, sweet basil and ginger are some of the herbs and spices that are shown to have blood pressure lowering potential. Chia and flax seeds. Chia and flax seeds are tiny seeds that are teeming with nutrients that are essential for healthy blood pressure regulation, including potassium, magnesium, and fiber. Supplementing with 35 grams of chia seed flour per day lead to blood pressure reduction in both medicated and unmedicated people. Eating flax seeds may help lower blood pressure levels, especially when consumed in their whole seed form for 12 weeks or longer. Beets, beet greens, and beet juice. Beets and beet greens are exceptionally nutritious, and eating them may help promote healthy blood pressure levels. They are high in nitrates, which help relax blood vessels and may lower blood pressure. Consuming both 8.4 ounces 250 ml of beet juice and 8.8 ounces 250 grams of cooked beets reduced BP, although the beet juice was more effective. Spinach. Spinach is high in nitrates. It is also loaded with antioxidants, potassium, calcium, and magnesium, making it an excellent choice for people with high blood pressure. The spinach soup also decreased artery stiffness, which may help reduce blood pressure and improve heart health. In nutshell, adding certain foods like leafy greens, berries, beans, lentils, seeds, fatty fish, citrus fruits, and carrots to your meals and snacks may help you reach and maintain optimal blood pressure levels. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Blue Revolution, Neel or Neeli Kranti Mission. Part 1. Blue Revolution, also called as Neel or Neeli Kranti Mission in India, was launched in 1985 to 19,000 during the 7th five-year plan. The objective is to develop, manage and promote fisheries to double the farmers' income. The Blue Revolution, Neeli Kranti, is an initiative taken by the government for the growth of the aquaculture industry. It started in China as it accounts for around 2/3 of the total aquaculture production worldwide. Recently, the aquaculture industry has been growing at an average rate of 9% a year, and India is one of the fastest growers. The Neeli Kranti mission was the start of the Blue Revolution in India, with the vision to achieve the economic prosperity of India, keeping in the view of sustainability, biosecurity, and environmental concerns. The Blue Revolution in India was launched during the 7th five-year plan, 1985 to 1990, during the sponsorship of the Fish Farmers Agency FFDA by the central government of India. Later, during the 8th five-year plan, 1992 to 97, the Intensive Marine Fisheries Program was launched, and eventually the fishing harbours in Visakhapatnam, Kochi, Tuticorin, Port Bantar and Port Blair were also established over the time. The Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare, along with the Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries, planned to restructure the scheme along with the other ongoing schemes by merging it under a single umbrella of Blue Revolution. The scheme focused on the development and management of fisheries controlled by the National Fisheries Development Board (NFDB). The components that are included under the Blue Revolution schemes are National Fisheries Development Board (NFDB) and its activities, strengthening of database and geographical information system of the fisheries sector, development of inland fisheries and aquaculture, national scheme of welfare of fishermen, development of marine fisheries infrastructure and post-harvest operations, monitoring, control and surveillance (MCS) and other need-based interventions, and institutional arrangement for the fisheries sector. Objective, features, outcomes and FAQs with regard to Blue Revolution will be covered in the coming episodes. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Allspice, Pimenta dioica. Allspice, also known as Jamaica pepper, myrtle pepper, pimenta or pimento, is a dried unripe berry. The name allspice was coined as early as 1621 by the English, who valued it as a spice that combined the flavors of cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove. Allspice trees are evergreen medium-sized, grow up to a height of 8 to 10 meters and with a slender upright trunk and smooth grayish bark. The male trees produce only few fruits. The male and female trees are similar in appearance and cannot be identified till flowering commences. The fruits are picked when green and unripe and are traditionally dried in the sun. When dry, they are brown and resemble large, smooth peppercorns. Fresh leaves are similar in texture to bay leaves and similarly used in cooking. Leaves and wood are often used for smoking meals. Origin and distribution. The tree is indigenous to West Indies but is also found in Central America. In India, there are few trees in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. The dried berries range in size and there are 13 to 14 berries per gram. The quality of the pimento is affected by factors like growing area, stage of maturity of berries at harvest, storage conditions. The major use of allspice is in food industry, in domestic use, production of berry oil, extraction of oleoresin, and pharmaceutical and perfume industry. Berry oil, oleoresin, leaf oil are products of economic use. It is used mostly in Western cooking and less suitable for Eastern cooking. It has medicinal, antimicrobial, insecticidal, antioxidant and deodorant properties. Indian name of spices. In Kannada it is called Ganda Menasu. In Malayalam it is called Sarva Sugandhi. Also in Tamil it is called Sarva Sukanti. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
Pineapple price drops to rupees 10 per kilogram. Farmers in distress. The hostile weather and the price drop have given a tough time for the pineapple farmers in Kerala. Though the government declared a minimum price for pineapple, the farmers do not get any benefit from this. They get only rupees 10 to 12 per kilogram while the minimum price is rupees 50. The farmers said that they have no idea how and where they can get the minimum price. The price is not sufficient to get even half of the invested amount. About 100 tons of pineapple per day was sent to Delhi. However, this was stopped due to the road blockage and protests. Meanwhile, seasonal fruits like apple and orange conquered the market and this affected the demand for pineapple. The farmers said that the price is not even half of the amount that they used to get last year. They hesitate to harvest as the expense cannot be balanced from selling the fruits. The price dropped after the farmers leased land and spent a huge amount for cultivating pineapple. Merchants also do not buy pineapple as it has low demand in the market. For this reason, harvest has been temporarily stopped, said pineapple farmer Binoy from Kodamangalam. Fruits are getting perished as the harvest was stopped. The minimum price also did not help the farmers. The number of farmers and merchants who withdraw from the field increases gradually during every season. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Foods to control high blood pressure. Part 1. Hypertension or high blood pressure is the most common preventive risk factor for heart disease. Over 1 billion people around the world have high blood pressure, which is defined as systolic blood pressure SBP values, the top number, of 130 mmHg or more. diastolic blood pressure DBP, the bottom number of more than 80 mmHg or both. Citrus fruits. Citrus fruits including grapefruit, oranges and lemons may have powerful blood pressure lowering effects. They are loaded with vitamins, minerals and plant compounds that may help keep your heart healthy by reducing heart disease risk factors like high blood pressure. Various studies demonstrated that daily lemon juice intake combined with walking was significantly correlated with reductions in SBP, an effect that the researchers attributed to the citric acid and flavonoid content of lemons. Studies have also shown drinking orange and grapefruit juice may help reduce blood pressure. Yet, grapefruit and grapefruit juice can interfere with common BP lowering medications, so consult your healthcare provider before adding the fruit to your diet. Salmon and other fatty fish. Fatty fish are an excellent source of omega-3 fats, which have significant heart health benefits. These fats may help reduce blood pressure levels by reducing inflammation and decreasing levels of blood vessel constricting compounds called oxalipins. Research has linked higher intakes of omega-3 rich fatty fish to lower blood pressure levels. Swiss chard. Swiss chard is a leafy green that is packed with blood pressure regulating nutrients including potassium and magnesium. 1 cup, 145 grams of cooked chard delivers 17% and 30% of your daily potassium and magnesium needs respectively. In people with high blood pressure, every 0.6 gram per day increase in dietary potassium is associated with a 1 mmHg reduction in SBP and a 0.52 mmHg reduction in DBP. 1 cup, 145 grams of Swiss chard packs 792 mg of this important nutrient. Magnesium is also essential for blood pressure regulation. It helps reduce blood pressure through several mechanisms, including by acting as a natural calcium channel blocker, which blocks the movement of calcium into heart and arterial cells, allowing blood vessels to relax. Pumpkin seeds. Pumpkin seeds may be small, but they pack a punch when it comes to nutrition. It is a concentrated source of nutrient important for BP control, including magnesium, potassium, and arginine, an amino acid needed for nitric oxide, which is essential for blood vessel relaxation and blood pressure reduction. Pumpkin seed oil is also natural remedy for high blood pressure. Beans and lentils. Beans and lentils are rich in nutrients that help regulate blood pressure, such as fiber, magnesium, and potassium. Numerous studies have shown that eating beans and lentils may help lower high blood pressure levels. Berries. Berries have been associated with a variety of impressive health benefits, including their potential to reduce heart disease risk factors like high blood pressure. Berries are a rich source of antioxidants, including anthocyanins, which are pigments that give berries their vibrant color. Anthocyanins have been shown to increase nitric oxide levels in the blood and reduce the production of blood vessel restricting molecules, which may help reduce blood pressure levels. However, more research in humans is needed to confirm these potential mechanisms. Amaranth. Eating whole grains like amaranth may help lower your blood pressure levels. Studies show that diets rich in whole grains may decrease your risk of high blood pressure. Amaranth is a whole grain that is particularly high in magnesium. 1 cooked cup, 246 grams, provides 38% of your daily magnesium needs. Pistachios. Pistachios are highly nutritious and their consumption has been linked to healthy blood pressure levels. They are high in a number of nutrients essential for heart health and blood pressure regulation, including potassium. Continued in part 2. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. The best cancer fighting foods. No foods protect people against cancer completely. The term cancer fighting foods refers to foods that may lower the risk of developing cancer if a person adds them to their diet. Apple. Apples contain polyphenols that have promising anti-cancer properties. Polyphenols are plant-based compounds that may prevent inflammation, cardiovascular disease, and infections. Researchers suggest that polyphenols possess anti-cancer and tumor-fighting properties. Studies suggest that apple florentine significantly inhibits the growth of breast cancer cells while not affecting normal cells. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Berries. Berries are rich in vitamins, minerals, and dietary fibers. Scientists have shown a lot of interest in berries due to their antioxidant properties and potential health benefits. Studies show that anthocyanin, which is a compound in blackberries, lowers biomarkers for colon cancers. Studies also demonstrates that the anti-inflammatory effects of blueberries can prevent the growth of breast cancer tumors in mice. Cruciferous vegetables. Cruciferous vegetables such as broccoli, cauliflower, and kale contain beneficial nutrients including vitamin C, vitamin K, and manganese. Cruciferous vegetables also contain sulforaphane, a plant compound with anti-cancer properties. One study shows that sulforaphane significantly inhibits cancer cell growth and stimulates cell death in colon cancer cells. Another study shows that sulforaphane in combination with genistein, a compound in soybeans, can significantly inhibit breast cancer, tumor development, and size. Sulforaphane also inhibits histone deacetylase, an enzyme with links to cancer development. One review recommends 3 to 5 servings of cruciferous vegetables per week for the best cancer preventive effects. Carrots. Carrots contain several essential nutrients including vitamin K, vitamin A, and antioxidants. Carrots also contain high amounts of beta-carotene, which is responsible for the distinct orange color. Recent studies reveal that beta-carotene plays a vital role in supporting the immune system and may prevent cancer. A review of 8 studies shows that beta-carotene has links to a reduction in the risk of breast and prostate cancer. Another analysis shows that higher consumption of carrots results in a 26% lower risk of developing stomach cancer. Fatty fish. Fatty fish, including salmon, mackerel, and anchovies, is rich in essential nutrients such as vitamin B, potassium, and omega-3 fatty acids. One study found that people whose diets were high in freshwater fish had a 53% lower risk for colorectal cancer than those low in freshwater fish. Another study found that consumption of fish oil later in life has links to significantly lower risk for prostate cancer. People who consumed fish oil supplements at least 4 times a week were 63% less likely to develop colon cancer. Walnuts. All nuts exhibit cancer-preventing properties, but scientists have studied walnuts more than other types of nuts. Walnuts contain a substance called pedunculacin, which the body metabolizes into urolithins. Urolithins are compounds that bind to estrogen receptors and may play a role in preventing breast cancer. In one animal study, mice receiving whole walnuts and walnut oil had higher levels of tumor suppressing genes than the mice receiving vegetable oil. Legumes. Legumes such as beans, peas, and lentils are high in fiber, which may help lower a person's risk of developing cancer. Many studies shows an association between higher legume consumption and lower risk of colorectal cancer. Another study indicated that people who ate diets high in bean fiber were 20% less likely to develop breast cancer. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Pandanus, Pandanus tectorius. Pandanus is a genus of monocots with some 750 accepted species. They are palm-like, dioecious trees and shrubs native to tropics and subtropics. The greatest number of species are found in Madagascar and Malaysia. Description: often called pandanus palms, these plants are closely related to palm trees. The species vary in size from small shrubs less than 1 meter tall to medium-sized trees that is 200 meter tall. Typically with broad canopy, heavy fruits and moderate growth rate. The trunk is stout, wide branching and ringed with many leaf scars. Mature plants can have branches depending on the species. The trunk can be smooth, rough and warty. The roots form a pyramidal track to hold the trunk. They commonly have many thick slit roots near the base, which provide support as the tree grows top heavy with leaves, fruits and branches. These roots are adventitious and often branched. The top of the plant has one or more crowns of strap-shaped leaves that may be spiny. They are dioecious with male and female flowers produced on different plants. The flowers of the male tree are 2 to 3 centimeters long and fragrant, surrounded by narrow white bracts. The female tree produces flowers with round fruits that are also bract surrounded. The individual fruit is a drupe and these merge to varying degrees, forming multiple fruits. A globule structure of 10 to 20 centimeters in diameter and have many prism-like sections resembling the fruit of the pineapple. Ecology: these plants grow from sea level to 3,300 meters. Pandanus trees are cultural, health and economic importance in the Pacific, second only to the coconut trees. They grow wild in semi-natural vegetation in littoral habitats throughout the tropical and subtropical Pacific, where they can withstand droughts, strong winds and salt sprays. They propagate readily from seed, but popular cultivars are also widely propagated from branch cuttings by local people. The tree is grown and propagated from shoots that form spontaneously in axils of lower leaves. The fruits of pandanus are eaten by animals including bats, rats, crabs and elephants, but the vast majority of species are dispersed primarily by water. Its fruit can float and spread to other islands without help from humans. Uses: pandanus has multiple uses, and it depends on the part and the type and location of the pandanus. Some pandanus are source of food while others provide raw material for clothing, basket weaving and shelter. Pandanus leaves are used for handicrafts. Artisans collect the leaves from the plants in the wild and cutting them into mature leaves so that they will naturally regenerate. The leaves are sliced into fine strips and sorted for further processing. Weavers produce basic pandan mats of standard size or roll the leaves into pandan ropes for other designs. This is followed by a coloring process in which the pandan mats are placed in drums with water-based colors. After drying, the colored mats are shaped into final products, such as placemats or jewelry boxes. Final color touch-ups may be applied. In Indian cooking, the leaf is added whole to biryani, a kind of rice made with ordinary rice or basmati rice. The basis of this use is both basmati and pandan leaf contains the same aromatic flavoring ingredients. In Sri Lanka, pandan leaves are a major ingredient used in their country's cuisines. For Krishisanjeevani, Manju P.
Juniper berry, Juniperus communis. Juniper is an evergreen shrub, sometimes attaining the height of a small tree up to 3 meters, with erect trunk and spreading branches, covered with a shreddy bark. The trunk diameter is 25 to 30 centimeters. Leaves are straight and rigid, oval shape, about 6 to 13 millimeter long and with sharp prickly points. It is a dioecious plant. The male and female flowers produced in April and May, usually borne on separate plants. The male flowers in short catking and female flowers in small cones. The fleshy berry-like fruit is subglobose, bluish black, dark purple when ripe, 10 to 13 millimeter in diameter, covered with waxy blue. The three scales comprising fruit, occasionally gaping and exposing bony seeds, usually three, elongated, ovoid and embedded in the pulp. Origin and distribution. The plant grows wild in many parts of Europe and Asia and in North America. In India, it is found in Himalayas at an altitude of 1500 to 4000 meters above MSL. It thrives well on warm, sunny places, especially in mountain slopes. Characteristics. Juniperus communis berries vary from 4 to 12 millimeters in diameter. Unlike the separated and woody scales of a typical pine cone, those in a juniper berry remain fleshy and merge into a unified covering surrounding seeds. The berries are green when young and mature to a purple-black color over about 18 months in most species. The mature dark berries are usually but not exclusively used in cuisine, while gin is flavored with fully grown but immature green berries. Uses. The fruits are used as a food flavorant and as a food. In Europe, it is used for the preparation of alcoholic beverages. Juniper oil is used in flavoring liqueurs and cordial. The fruits and volatile oil possess carminative, stimulant, and diuretic properties. The flavor profile of young green berries is dominated by pinene. As they mature, this piney resinous backdrop is joined by what is described as green fresh. The outer scales of the berries are relatively flavorless, so the berries are almost always at least lightly crushed before being used as a spice. They are used both fresh and dried, but their flavor and odor are at their strongest immediately after harvest and decline during drying and storage. Juniper, typically Juniperus communis, is used to flavor gin, a liquor developed in the 17th century in the Netherlands. The name gin itself is derived from either the French Genever or the Dutch Genever, which both means juniper. An essential oil extracted from juniper berries is used in aromatherapy and perfumery. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Marjoram, Origanum marjorana. Marjoram is also known as sweet marjoram. It is a perennial aromatic herb in the mint family that has been grown in the Mediterranean, North Africa and Western Asia for thousands of years. Its dried leaves and flower tops constitutes the spice. The sweet marjoram is characterized by a strong, spicy, pleasant odor. The flavor is fragrant, slightly sharp bitterish and camphoraceous. The plant is 30 to 60 centimeter high and develops a large number of leafy stalks with small leaves. Leaves are light grayish green, reaching around 21 millimeter in length and 11 millimeter breadth. The flowers are small, white or pinkish or red. Origin and distribution. Marjoram is a native of southern Europe. Now it is grown widely in Europe, USA, China, Russia, Morocco, North Africa and India. Marjoram grows in any well-drained fertile garden loam and cultivated as an annual. Uses. Marjoram is used in seasonings, sausages and salamis. It has a milder flavor and is often used to garnish salads, soups and meat dishes. Since the spice has a delicate perfume which can be lost easily while cooking, it is best when added shortly before the end of cooking. The aromatic seed is used in confectionery. Sweet marjoram is considered carminative, expectorant and tonic. Leaves and seeds are astringent. It is used in the preparation of homeopathic mother tincture. Marjoram oil is used as an external application on sprains, bruises, stiff and paralytic limb and toothache. It is an antioxidant, have anti-inflammatory properties, have antimicrobial activity, will alleviate digestive issues and will help regulate menstrual cycle and hormones. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Gag fruit, Momordica cochinchinensis. Gag fruit is a type of perennial melon grown throughout Southeast Asian countries and Northeastern Australia. It is notable for its orange-reddish color resulting from its rich content of beta-carotene and lycopene. Etymology. As gag originated in Vietnam, it is commonly called by its Vietnamese name. The species name cochinchinensis derives from the Cochinchina region in the southern part of Vietnam. Sprengel, the German naturalist and theologist, found that the plant belonged to the Linnean genus Momordica and changed its name in 1826. Characteristics. Gag grows as dioecious vines, meaning its male and female flowers are on separate plants, producing flowers 5 to 10 centimeters, 2 to 4 inches in length. Its vines extend to 20 meters, 70 feet long, and its flowers blooms once a year, single or in bundle, around 2 to 3 months after planting. In one season, a plant produces 30 to 60 fruits. Fruit. Gag fruits are round or oblong, about 13 cm 5 inch in length and 10 cm 4 inch in diameter, covered with small spines on the exocarp. Upon ripening, gag gradually changes colors from green to yellow, orange and finally red when it can be harvested. At this time, the fruit is hard but turns soft quickly, creating a challenge for storage and transportation. Gag fruit has a mild taste and dense flesh, mesocarp. The inside of a gag fruit comprises two parts, fruit, yellow, and seed membrane, red color. Breeding and cultivation. Gag plant is dioecious. Both male and female plants are needed. Farmers must have at least one corresponding male plant growing in or around the gardens for the fruit-bearing female plants to be pollinated. When grown from seed, the ratio of male to female plants is unpredictable. Pollination may be facilitated by insects, but hand pollination allows for better fruit yield. An alternative method is to graft female material onto the main shoot of a male plant. Uses. Gag has been commonly used in its native countries, mainly as food and traditional medicine. Its use as medicine has been dated back to over 1200 years ago in China and Vietnam. Gag seeds are used for a variety of purposes in traditional medicine. The aril surrounding gag seeds when the fruits are ripe is cooked with sticky rice to make a traditional Vietnamese dish in red color served at weddings and New Year celebrations. Immature green fruit is also used as a vegetable in India. The spiny skin is removed and the fruits are sliced and cooked, sometimes with potato or bottle gourd. In Sri Lanka, gag is used in curry, and in Thailand, gag is served with ice cream. Due to the high contents of beta-carotene and lycopene, extracts from fruits arils are used to manufacture dietary supplements in soft capsules or are sometimes mixed into beverages. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Trend versus forecasting. Trend and forecast are close concepts, but still there are few differences. Trend is something that represents the current or past period. Example, by analyzing the recent production, the Y value, you can determine the production trend, Y value trend, and understand how your production output has performed and is currently performing. Forecast is something that relates more to the future. By analyzing the historical production data, Y value, you can project future changes and predict where current production data, Y value, will take you. The difference between trend and forecast. The forecast function can predict future values based on the existing value. The trend function can calculate both current and future trends. The forecast function is used as a regular formula and returns a single new Y value for a single new X value. The trend function is used as an array formula and computes multiple Y values for multiple X values. When used for time series forecasting, both functions produce the same linear trend or forecast because their calculations are based on the same equation. Drawing a trend line to visualize the trend. A trend line is commonly used to observe the general trend in your current data as well as project future data movements. Further details including adding trend line to chart etc. will be dealt in the video depictions to follow. Trend calculation. Select the trend column C2 to C11. In the formula bar, enter trend formula equal to trend known Y values, known X values. Here known Y values is from B2 to B11 and known X values are from A2 to A11. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus Delete. The trend gets calculated. Trend projection. Select project trend cells C12 to C16. In the formula bar, enter trend formula equal to trend known Y values, known X values, new X values. Here, known Y values is B2 to B11. Known X values is A2 to A11. Next X values is from A12 to A16. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus Delete. The trend is projected. Forecasting. Select the first cell of the forecasting column D12. Enter the formula equal to forecast X value, known Y values, known X values. Here X value is A12. Known Y values is B2 to B11. Known X values is from A2 to A11. Insert dollar symbols as depicted in the videos for fixing the cells. Press enter. Drag to the end of the column. Forecasting is done. Trend line. A trend line is commonly used to observe the general trend in your current data as well as project future data movements. Select the Y value column B1 to B11. Click Insert. Select Line Chart. Current Y value chart is created. Right-click on the data series, click Add Trend Line. A new pop-up pane or window appears. There are 6 trend line options. The trend line options are exponential, linear, logarithmic, polynomial, power, moving average. The linear trend line will be selected by default. The other trend line options will be dealt in the coming episodes. In the forward column of the forecast, add number of periods to be forecasted. Here we enter 5. Mark the box Display equation on chart. Press close. The trend line gets forecasted. The linear Y value is the trend projected for the next 5 years. Y equal to 2.3159x plus 92.375 is the equation for the trend line. Forecast with equation. Enter the equation y equal to 2.3139x plus 92.375 in the respective column. Here it is 2.3139 multiplied by A12 plus 92.375. Press enter. The forecast for the 11th year is calculated. You can drag it till B16 to get the forecast. Similarly, you can have n number of periods projected by entering values in the x value, a column, and dragging the equation e column. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Bishop's weed, Trachispermum amai, an erect, glabrous or minutely pubescent branched annual. The stems are striate, the leaves are rather distant, 2 to 3 pinnately divided, the segments linear. The flowers occur in terminal or seemingly lateral pedunculate compound umbels, white and small. The fruits are ovoid, buricate, aromatic, chromocrabs, greyish brown. The mericrabs, which are the components of the fruit, are compressed with distinct ridges and tubercular surface, one-seeded. Origin and distribution. Ajwain originated in the Middle East, possibly in Egypt and the Indian subcontinent, but also in Iran, Egypt, and Afghanistan. In India, the major Ajwain producing states are Rajasthan and Gujarat, where Rajasthan produces about 90% of India's total production. Uses. It is traditionally used as a digestive aid, relieves abdominal discomfort due to indigestion and antiseptic. In certain parts of India, dry ajwain seeds are powdered and soaked in milk, which is then filtered and fed to babies. Many assume that it relieves colic in babies, and for kids, it also improves digestion and appetite. Ajwain can be used as a digestive mixture in large animals. In the northern part of India, ajwain is often consumed after a heavy meal. It is commonly offered after dinner parties. Source: Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Phoebia Johnson.
Anthuriums, Anthurium andrianum. Part 3. Caring for anthurium growing in the garden or home. The anthurium plant is grown as a house plant in cooler areas and as a landscaping plant in USDA zones 10 or higher. Proper care for anthurium is easy to do as long as you provide a few key elements for the plant. Basic anthurium care. Anthurium plants can tolerate all levels of indirect light, but anthuriums growing in low light will have fewer flowers and will grow slower. These plants cannot tolerate direct light, however, as this can burn the leaves. They grow best in bright, indirect light. Anthurium care also requires that the soil be free draining but hold some water. If you are growing the plant as a house plant, a half and half mix of potting soil and orchid soil or perlite will provide the kind of soil anthuriums prefer. Outdoors, plant in a well-drained location. Make sure to water your anthurium plant regularly, but don't overwater. Only water anthurium when the soil is dry to the touch. The plant is susceptible to root rot, so too much water can cause the roots to die. If you allow the plant to become too dry in a pot, it will slow down its growth and the root ball will be difficult to re-wet. If the root ball becomes too dry in the pot, soak the pot the anthurium plant is in for an hour to rehydrate it. Care of anthurium plants doesn't require too much fertilizer. The plant only needs to be fertilized with a 1/4 strength fertilizer once every 3 to 4 months. The best blooms use a fertilizer that has a higher phosphorus number. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Buddha's hand. Citrus medica variety Sarcodactylus. Citrus medica variety Sarcodactylus, or the fingered citron, is an unusually shaped citron variety whose fruit is segmented into finger-like sections resembling those seen on representations of Buddha. It is called Buddha's hand in Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. The different cultivars and variations of this citron variety form a gradient from open hand types with outward splayed segments to closed hand types, in which the fingers are kept together. There are also half-fingered fruits in which the basal side is united and the apical side fingered. The origin of this kind of citron is commonly traced back to South or East Asia, probably northeastern India or China, where most domesticated citrus fruits originate. Description: this is like any other citron variety, a shrub or small tree with long, irregular branches covered in thorns. Its large, oblong leaves are pale green and grow about 4 to 6 inches. Its white flowers are tinted purplish from the outside and grow in fragrant clusters. The fruit's fingers contain only the white part of the fruit and sometimes a small amount of acidic pulp, but many of them are completely juiceless and some are even seedless. The plant is sensitive to frost as well as intense heat and drought. It grows best in a temperate climate. Trees can be grown from cuttings taken from branches 2 to 4 years old. It is very commonly grafted onto sufficient rootstock. Uses: perfumery. Buddha's hand fruit is very fragrant and is used predominantly in China, Malaysia, and Japan for perfuming rooms and personal items such as clothing. Ornamental. The fingered citron is cultivated as an ornamental tree in gardens and containers on patios and terrace. Religious. The fruit may be given as a religious offering in Buddhist temples. According to tradition, Buddha prefers the fingers of the fruit to be in a position where they resemble a closed rather than open hand. Closed hands symbolize to Buddha the act of prayer. In China, the Buddha's hand fruit is a symbol of happiness, longevity, and good fortune. It is also a traditional temple offering and a New Year's gift. Food and medicine. Unlike other citrus fruits, most varieties of Buddha's hand fruit contain no pulp or juice. Though esteemed chiefly for its exquisite form and aroma, the Buddha's hand fruit can also be eaten, often as a zest or flavoring in desserts, savory dishes, and alcoholic beverages such as vodka, or candied as a sweet. The sliced, dried peel of immature fruits is used as a tonic in traditional medicines. Apart from these, the other medicinal qualities are: it relieves pain, treats respiratory diseases, boosts immunity, reduces blood pressure, relieves menstrual pain, and lowers cholesterol. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Aniseed, Pimpinella anisum. Aniseed is an annual plant with an average height of 30 to 50 centimeters. The plant is completely covered with fine hairs. Aniseed is ground grey to greyish brown in color, 3 to 5 millimeter length, oval in shape, with short stalk attached. 5 longitudinal ridges are visible on each pericarp. Vitae, oil ducts, are almost always present embedded in the fruit wall beneath the ridges. It has a characteristic agreeable odor and a pleasant aromatic taste. It is a native of East Mediterranean region. It is widely cultivated in Bulgaria, Cyprus, France, Germany, Italy, Mexico, South America, Syria, Turkey, Spain, UK, and USSR. In India, it is grown to a small extent as a culinary herb, as a garden plant. The major products are anise oil and oleoresin anise. Uses: it is used mainly as a flavorant, culinary, household, cosmetic, and medicinal. The fruit of anise, commercially called aniseed, is widely used for flavoring curries, bread, soups, baked goods, dried figs, desserts, cream cheese, pickles, egg dishes, non-alcoholic and alcoholic beverages. The essential oil is valuable in perfumery. The oil is used for production of anethole and sometimes as sensitizer for bleaching colors in photography. The other functional properties are antibacterial, antifungal, antioxidant, stimulant, carminative, and expectorant. Source Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Anthuriums, Anthurium adrianum, Part 2. How to prune anthurium plants. Anthurium is highly valued for its waxy, heart-shaped blooms of bright red, salmon, pink or white. Although it is nearly always grown as an indoor plant, gardeners in the warm climates of USDA zones 10 through 12 can grow anthurium plants outdoors. In spite of its exotic appearance, anthurium is surprisingly low maintenance. Anthurium pruning tips. Anthurium trimming should be done regularly to keep the plant upright and balanced. Allowing older growth to remain on the plant may cause the stem to bend. Take a close look at your anthurium plant, then begin pruning from top to down. Remove any discolored or dead leaves. Cut wilted or dead blossoms down to the base of the stem. You can also remove wayward leaves to improve the appearance of the plant, but leave at least 3 to 5 in place. If possible, remove older leaves first. Remove suckers from the base of anthurium, otherwise they will draw energy from the plant, thus reducing flower size. Trim the suckers when they are small. Trimming large suckers may damage the base of the plant. Use good quality cutting tools as dull blades can tear and crush stems, thus making the plant more susceptible to disease and pests. To prevent bacterial infection, wipe cutting tools between each cut using rubbing alcohol or a 10% bleach solution. Note: anthurium contains chemicals that are toxic to people and pets. Wear gloves to protect your hands when trimming anthurium. The sap can cause minor skin irritations. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Anthuriums, Anthurium andrianum, Part 1. How and when to split anthuriums. Commonly called flamingo lily or painter's palette, is native to Colombia and Ecuador. It is an epiphytic evergreen tropical perennial of the arum family that is most noted for its attractive, waxy, palette-shaped, bright red spathes and contrasting dark green foliage. It is a popular houseplant because it is easy to care for and because of its showy, heart-shaped flowers. This is a great plant even for inexperienced gardeners. When to split anthuriums. Maintenance is low, although dividing anthuriums is sometimes necessary to keep them blooming. Anthurium is truly a tropical flower, so most of us have to be content with growing them indoors in containers. As a tropical jungle plant, anthurium thrives best in moist, warm conditions with indirect sunlight. Even without ideal conditions, this plant is tough and a survivor. It's a great choice for someone who lacks a green thumb. On the other hand, some maintenance is required, including splitting anthurium plants to keep them happy and healthy. One good reason for dividing anthuriums is simply that your plant is thriving and has outgrown its container. You can repot it or you can divide it and have 2 new plants. Anthurium needs to be either repotted or divided when you start to see roots coming out of the pot's drainage holes or circling the plant at the top of the soil. If the foliage is wilting or water goes straight through the pot, these are also signs that your plant has outgrown its container. When you have repotted your anthurium into several bigger containers, it is time to divide it into smaller plants. How to divide an anthurium? The good news is that anthurium plant division isn't difficult. You will be glad you did it if your plant is getting very large. Dividing it into more reasonable sizes will keep all plants healthier and will promote more flowering. Simply take the plant out of the pot and separate some of the roots. Look for the offshoots, roots that are easy to separate. Remove these and replant in a new pot. Depending on how large your anthurium is, you could divide it into 2 or end up with 10 new plants. This is a great opportunity to use your anthurium divisions as gifts. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Basil, Ocimum basilicum. Basil, also known as French basil or sweet basil or tulsi, is an erect glabrous herb 30 to 90 cm high, is indigenous to India. The leaves of basil have numerous oil glands with aromatic volatile oil. The herb bears cluster of small white-lipped flowers in racemes. The freshly picked bright green leaves turns brownish green when dried and become brittle and curled. The major types are American basil, French basil, Egyptian basil and Indian basil. Origin and distribution. It is indigenous to the lower hills of Punjab and Himachal Pradesh and is cultivated throughout India. It is also cultivated in southern France, Egypt, Belgium, Hungary and other Mediterranean countries and also in USA. Uses. The dried leaves and tender four-sided stems are used as spice for flavoring and for extraction of essential oil. Apart from flavoring numerous foods, it is used for seasoning in tomato paste products. The sweet basil oil is widely used in perfumery compounds. It has application in areas of medicine and also used as an insecticide and bactericide. Source: Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
"20 types of orchids to use as house plants." Orchids are a diverse plant family, Orchidaceae, that includes more than 700 genera and some 28,000 individual species. It is one of the largest of all plant families, and its members are identified by characteristic bilateral symmetry of the flowers with upward facing petals. Many species of orchids are epiphytic plants. They grow on the surface of other plants and absorb moisture and nutrients from the air. Lycastae orchids. The Lycastae orchids, like this Sandra Devan cultivar, is a deciduous orchid that naturally sheds its leaves during winter dormancy. This reveals spines on the tips of the pseudobulbs, which are sharp enough to draw blood from unsuspecting admirers. The medium-sized, long-lasting flowers are usually white, pink, red or lavender. Native area: tropical Central and South America. Masdevallia orchids. The summer-blooming Masdevallia orchid has an atypical flower shape compared by other orchid genera. The flowers are triangular, and while some are blocky and compact, others are thin, elongated and whiskery. The orchid is very particular about temperature and humidity conditions. Native area: mountainous regions of Mexico to southern Brazil. Miltonia orchids. It is easy to see how the pansy orchid got its nickname. The blossoms sport the same face-like features that give our favorite cold weather annual so much personality. However, unlike pansies, the Miltonia orchids continue blooming from late spring into summer. Native area Brazil. Oncidium orchids. The low care orchid includes the popular Shari baby, which emits a sweet cocoa fragrance. These orchids need consistent moisture and humidity. Failure to meet this requirement results in leaf deformities. Native area Mexico, Central and South America, West Indies. Paphiopedilum orchids. Also known as the lady's slipper orchid, this is an easy house plant for the beginning orchid enthusiast. Flowers range from cheerful yellow, pink or white shades to moody burgundies, browns and near black shades. Freckles, stripes and bristly hairs are common features on these unusual flowers. As a bonus, some plants have speckled foliage as well. Face orchids. The leaves are large and strappy, and the many flower spikes may produce purple, white or yellow flowers. The winter bloomer also goes by the common name nun's cap orchid. Native area Tropical Africa, Asia, Australia and Pacific Islands. Phragmipedium orchids. It is different from other orchids in that it thrives in wet conditions, even preferring wet feet. You can recognize these flowers by the little pouch flanked by few mancu mustache petals. Native area Southwest Mexico, Tropical Central and South America. Psychopsis orchids. Psychopsis, butterfly orchids, are easy to grow and have fascinating flowers and showy burgundy and green speckled foliage. Grow these in moderate light for months of blooms. They have a good tolerance for a wide temperature range. Native area Central and South America. Vanta orchids. The Vanta genus is known for their showy, fragrant, long-lasting flowers. You will often see them growing in special orchid baskets. Otherwise, you must use a very chunky growing medium for these plants. These orchids are picky about their environment and demand high light and humidity. Native area East and Southeast Asia, New Guinea. Zygopetalum orchids. Happy Zygopetalum orchids produce fragrant blooms almost constantly from fall to spring, making gardeners feel like they are cheating winter. The flowers often sport handsome veining and spotting of chartreuse, purple and maroon. Native area South America. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. "13 Sweet Honey Facts." What summer treat is sweet and yummy? Honey. It is not only sweet, but it is good for you too. The sweet bee nectar has every nutrient to keep a person alive. It has enough water, vitamins and minerals. It also doesn't spoil, so you can keep it for as long as you want. But there is more to the golden syrup than just these two facts. Let us check out these sweet facts to learn more. Honey has existed since 5500 BC. Ancient Egyptians were the first to use the liquid. Archaeologists discovered honey in the tombs of pharaohs. The liquid was more than 3000 years old and hadn't spoiled. Reverend Lorenzo Lorraine Langstroth developed the hive system and structure that beekeepers still use today. Before the modern hive system, honeycomb was cut directly from hives and crushed in order to extract the liquid. Honeycombs are very valuable because bees can use them more than once. Honeycomb and beeswax are edible. Honey's color, smell and flavor can vary based on the region, soil and climate. Common varieties of liquid include buckwheat, clover honey and eucalyptus honey. A hive can produce between 60 to 200 pounds of liquid each year. Only 1/3 of honey consumed is produced by beekeepers. Honey has every nutrient to keep a person alive. The liquid has medicinal uses and can be used to treat cuts, infections, colds, and more. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. "20 types of orchids to use as house plants." Orchids are a diverse plant family, Orchidaceae, that includes more than 700 genera and some 28,000 individual species. It is one of the largest of all plant families, and its members are identified by characteristic bilateral symmetry of the flowers with upward facing petals. Many species of orchids are epiphytic plants. They grow on the surface of other plants and absorb moisture and nutrients from the air. Phalaenopsis orchids. Commonly known as moth orchids, the species in the Phalaenopsis genus are ideal orchids for beginners since they tolerate clumsy repotting efforts and bloom on and off throughout the year. These orchids prefer diffuse lighting conditions but are otherwise very easy to grow. Native area: India, China, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and Australia. Brassavola orchids. Brassavola orchids have white or greenish flowers with narrow petals and are exceptionally fragrant, especially in the evening when the perfume is released. The white color is indicative of many flowers that depend on moths for pollination. Native area: Central and South America, West Indies. Catasetum orchid. The large number of species within the Catasetum genus are known for their unusual waxy flowers. This deciduous orchid loses its leaves naturally during winter dormancy. There is much variation in appearance between Catasetum species, but one feature they all have in common is the trait of producing male or female flowers which bear little resemblance to each other. The male flowers have an anatomical trigger that forcefully ejects pollen onto visiting bees. Native area: Central America and North and South America. Cattleya orchid. Cattleya orchids have been widely hybridized, leading to a large variety of colors and forms. Many Cattleya orchids have appealing freckles, streaks, or other bicolor features. Some varieties are quite fragrant, and they are the most popular corsage orchid. Native area: Central and South America. Cycnocus orchid. This relative of Cattleya orchid is also known as the swan orchid, as the elegant inflorescence of male flowers resembles a swan's neck. As many as 30 spicily scented flowers may grow on one long-leaved stem. There are nearly 40 accepted species within the genus. These plants must be allowed a dry period after flowering is completed. Native area: Mexico, Central and South America. Zymbidium orchid. Zymbidium orchids, commonly known as boat orchids, may have small flowers compared to some orchid varieties, but their multiple flower spikes ensure a satisfying display. Native area: tropical and subtropical Asia and Australia. Dendrobium orchids. The top-heavy blooms of Dendrobium orchids often require stacking. With more than 1,000 species included in this large orchid genus, the Dendrobium orchids defy easy categorization. The most common varieties you will find in the trade feature white, yellow, or lavender blooms. Native area: Asia, Australia, Pacific Islands. Encyclea orchids. Encyclea orchids, also called cockle-shell orchids, thrive when planted on an orchid mound to simulate the epiphytic growing conditions of the wild. Some horticulturists say this orchid looks like an octopus because of its dangling petals and sepals. Although not fragrant, it can bloom for several consecutive months. Native area: Florida, Mexico, Caribbean. Epidendrum orchids. The Epidendrum genus is large, containing more than 1,000 pure species and many more hybrids. The flowers are petite, and the plants need very bright light to bloom and thrive. growers of epidendrum orchids usually need supplemental grow lights when growing these plants indoor. Native area, tropical and subtropical North and South America. Ludicea orchids. Growing the Ludicea orchid, commonly known as the jewel orchid, is rewarding in that the plant looks attractive in or out of bloom. The plants bear many stems of tiny white flowers in fall and winter, and its velvety dark green leaves are equally attractive. This is a rare orchid genus that contains only one species, and it is quite easy to grow. Native area, Southern and Southeast Asia. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Yarrow Achillea millefolium. Yarrow is also called milfoil. It is a flowering ornamental perennial that's often included in butterfly gardens. Different species of yarrow are native to different parts of the world. Native species are found in Asia, Europe, and the United States. Because there are so many species and cultivars, it is possible to find yarrow in many different colors. Growing yarrow plants. Yarrow plants can reach 3 feet in height with a spread of about 2 feet. These are perennial fragrant plants which are known for their feathery foliage and flattened flower clusters. Blooming occurs in June to September. Flowers come in a variety of colors including white, yellow, pink or red. Yarrow plants grow best in full sun and in well-drained soil, but they will tolerate clay soil better than many plants. They are drought tolerant once established. Yarrow plants are especially popular as edging plants and in rock gardens as a deer-resistant perennial. They are useful in deer control. They also make a good cut flower. These plants should be staked, or else you may find the stems flop down onto ground after high winds. Trim plants back after flowering to encourage additional blooms. Dividing every other year or so promotes good air circulation, cutting down on problems with powdery mildew. Yarrow plants spread by rhizomes and have been known to naturalize, as they are considered somewhat invasive plants. Medicinal uses of yarrow plants. Yarrow has been used as a medicinal plant for centuries. Tea made from this plant is a good remedy for severe colds, being most useful in the commencement of fevers and in case of obstructed perspiration. The genus name Achillea derives from Greek mythology. Achilles, the hero of Homer's The Iliad, had been a student of Chiron, the centaur, renowned for his knowledge of medicinal herbs. Yarrow plants are highly regarded at the time of their medicinal properties. Yarrow plants were widely used prior to modern times to stanch blood from wounds. The specific appellation millefolium, hence the common name milfoil, means thousand-leaved and derives from yarrow plants' deeply toothed fern-like foliage. For Krishisanjeevani, Manju P.
Asafoetida. Ferula asafoetida. Asafoetida is the dried latex exuded from the living underground rhizome or taproot of several species of Ferula, which is a perennial herb 1 to 1.5 meter height. Origin and distribution. The species are distributed from the Mediterranean region to Central Asia. In India, it is grown in Kashmir and in some parts of Punjab. The major supply of Asafoetida to India is from Afghanistan and Iran. There are two main varieties of Asafoetida, that is, Ink Kabuli Safed and Ink Lal. Asafoetida is acrid and bitter in taste and emits a strong disagreeable pungent odor due to the presence of sulfur compounds therein. The white or pale variety is water soluble, whereas the dark or black variety is oil soluble. Since pure asafoetida is not preferred due to its strong flavor, it is mixed with starch and gum and sold as compounded asafoetida, mostly in briquette form. It is also available in free-flowing or in tablet forms. Uses: asafoetida is extensively used for flavoring curries, sauces, and pickles. It is also used in medicines because of its antibiotic properties. Source: Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
Aloe vera plant in herbal garden can make you self-sufficient in healthcare. After the lockdown, more people have started cultivating vegetables at home to be self-reliant. In order to be self-sufficient in healthcare, one should have aloe vera plant at their herbal garden. The mucopolysaccharides filled in its leaves gives medicinal qualities to aloe vera. It is a rich source of calcium, iron, zinc and other elements. Medicinal value. Due to the presence of antioxidants, aloe vera is good for improving health of skin cells. It has high amount of vitamin E, which can treat dry skin, wrinkles and pigmentation. Drinking aloe vera juice every day can enhance immunity, improve metabolism and resist cancer. Aloe gel can cure burn and cut injuries and also reduce diabetes. How to plant? Aloe vera grows to a height of 1.5 feet only. It can be grown in grow bags or flower pots. New plants are developed from the sprouts emerging from the bottom of the mother plant. Ideally, a distance of up to 1.5 feet should be kept between two plants. Dry cow dung powder can be added as fertilizer. Up to 2 kilograms of cow dung powder can be applied for one plant. Dry cattle manure and vermicompost should be added along with slightly heaping the soil once in 6 weeks. From third month of planting, aloe vera can be harvested. One plant can be harvested for about 5 years continuously. Aloe vera is an ideal for intercropping in coconut plantation. Places where sunlight is available for up to 6 hours per day is suitable for growing aloe vera. Though it can resist drought, lack of moisture can affect the plant. The edge of leaves turn brown when irrigation is insufficient. Excess moisture also is harmful for the plant. Black spots appear on the leaves in case of surplus watering. The plant is likely to grow higher from ground and then fall flat as it ages. Adding organic fertilizer and moving soil is a solution for this. Normally, pests rarely attack aloe plant. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Rafflesia arnoldi, largest flower in the world. Rafflesia arnoldi is a species of flowering plant in the parasitic genus Rafflesia. It is noted for producing the largest individual flower on earth. It has a very strong and unpleasant odor of decaying flesh. It is native to the rainforests of Sumatra and Borneo. Although there are some plants with larger flowering organs like the Titan arum, Amorphophallus titanum, and Talipot palm, Corypha umbraculifera, those are technically clusters of many flowers. The first European to find Rafflesia was the ill-fated French explorer Louis Auguste Deschamps. He was a member of a French scientific expedition to Asia and the Pacific, detained by the Dutch for 3 years on Java, where in 1797 he collected a specimen which was probably what is now known as R. Padma. During the return voyage in 1798, his ship was taken by the British, with whom France was at war, and all his papers and notes were confiscated. To everyone's surprise, his notes and drawings indicate that he had found and studied the plants long before the British. Although Rafflesia is a vascular plant, it lacks any observable leaves, stems or even roots and does not have chlorophyll. It lives as a holoparasite on vines of the genus Tetrastigma. Similar to fungi, individuals grow as a mass of thread-like strands of tissue completely embedded within and in intimate contact with surrounding host cells, from which nutrients and water are obtained. It can only be seen outside the host plant when it is ready to reproduce, the only part of Rafflesia that is identifiable as distinctly plant-like or the flowers, though even these are unusual since they attain massive proportions, have a reddish brown coloration and stink of rotting flesh. The flower of Rafflesia arnoldi grows to a diameter of around 1 meter, 3.3 feet, weighing up to 11 kilograms, 24 lb. These flowers emerged from very large cabbage-like maroon or dark brown buds typically about 30 centimeter, 12 inch wide. But the largest flower bud ever recorded found at Mount Sago, Sumatra in May 1956 was 43 centimeter, 17 inch in diameter. Indonesian researchers often refer to the bud as knop. The buds take many months to develop and the flower lasts for just a few days. The flowers are gonochorous, either male and female, thus both flowers are needed for successful pollination. When Rafflesia is ready to reproduce, a tiny bud forms outside the root or stem of its host and develops over a period of a year. The cabbage-like head that develops eventually opens to reveal the flower. The stigmas or stamens are attached to a spiked disc inside the flower. A foul smell of rotting meat attracts flies and beetles. To pollinate successfully, the flies and or beetles must visit both the male and female plants in that order. The fruit produces round berries filled with numerous minute seeds. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Kerala Agriculture University develops weather app with district-wise updates for farmers in Kerala. Agriculture Meteorology Department under Kerala Agriculture University in Thrissur has launched a new Android application named ASK, Agromeet Services of Kerala, to give district-wise weather updates and guidelines to farmers. ASK is the first app to give special notifications to users in each district. The users will be able to download weather updates of 5 days through ASK. Special bulletins in the app carry detailed notifications for every district. Apart from weather summary and public guidelines, the app also includes recommendations on crops and horticulture. Farmers can clear their queries through this app. Videos on farming methods and preventive measures against various diseases are also available in the app. The app can be downloaded from Google Play Store. Other apps. Mausam. This app is launched by the India Meteorological Department to provide weather updates. Meghdoot, a joint initiative of India Meteorological Department, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology and Indian Council of Agriculture Research. The app aims to deliver information to farmers including weather forecast and crop advisories. Damini. The app is developed by the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology and Earth System Science Organization. The app alerts on lightning and provides information on precautions needed to be taken in lightning-prone area. Source: Kerala Agriculture University. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Coriander, Coriandrum sativum. Coriander is an important spice crop having a prime position in flavoring food. The plant is a thin-stemmed, small, bushy herb, 25 to 50 cm in height with many branches and umpels. Leaves are alternate compound. The whole plant has a pleasant aroma. Inflorescence is a compound umpel comprising 5 smaller umbels. Fruit is globular, 3 to 4 mm diameter. When pressed, break into 2 locules, each having 1 seed. Fruit has delicate fragrance. Seeds are pale white to light brown in color. There are 2 distinct morphological types. One erect and tall with a comparatively stronger main shoot, and the other bushy with a relatively weaker main shoot and longer spreading branches. Origin and distribution. It is a native of Mediterranean and commercially produced in India, Morocco, Russia, East European countries, France, Central America, Mexico, and USA. Coriander is a tropical crop and can be successfully cultivated as a rabi season crop in an area free from severe frost during February, when the crop flowers and sets its seeds. Uses. The young plant is used for flavoring and garnishing curries and soups. The fruits, seeds, are widely used as condiments with or without roasting in the preparation of curry powders, sausages, and seasonings. It is an important ingredient in the manufacture of food flavorings, in bakery products, meat products, soda and syrups, puddings, candy preserves, and liqueurs. In medicines, it is used as a carminative, refrigerant, diuretic, and aphrodisiac. In household medicines, it is used against seasonal fever, stomach disorders, and nausea. Coriander oil and oleoresins are primarily used in seasonings for sausages and other meat products. Source: Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Whose food security and livelihoods are most at risk due to the pandemic? According to the latest UN estimates, almost 690 million people went hungry in 2019, up by 10 million from 2018, and by nearly 60 million in 5 years. High cost and low affordability also means billions cannot eat healthily or nutritiously. Across the planet, the report forecast the COVID-19 pandemic could tip as many as 132 million more people into chronic hunger by the end of 2020. At the same time, at the end of 2019, 135 million people across 55 countries and territories were estimated to be experiencing crisis level of acute food insecurity, according to the 2020 Global Food Crisis Report released in April. In addition, 75 million children were stunted and 17 million suffered from wasting in 2019. This is the highest level of acute food insecurity and malnutrition at crisis levels since the first edition of the report in 2017. More recently, a July 2020 analysis by FAO and WFP identified 27 countries, no world region is immune, that are on the front line of impending 2019-driven food crisis as the pandemic's knock-on effects aggravate pre-existing drivers of hunger. The analysis warns these hotspot countries are at high risk of, and in some cases are already seeing, significant food security deteriorations in the coming months, including rising number of people pushed into acute food insecurity. This is why FAO is particularly concerned about the pandemic's impacts on vulnerable communities already grappling with hunger or other crises, including the desert locust outbreak in the Horn of Africa and beyond, economic shock or insecurity in Yemen or the Sahel, for example, as well as countries that rely heavily on food imports such as small islands, developing states, and countries that depend on primary exports like oil. For example, the Sudan has recorded its highest ever number of people experiencing crisis or worse level of acute food insecurity at 9.6 million people between July and September 2020. In Somalia, the numbers in crisis or worse are expected to almost triple compared with pre-COVID-19 estimates. In Afghanistan, 13.2 million people are acutely food insecure, representing an increase of around 1 million since the implementation of COVID-19 related measures. Also, countries significantly dependent on primary commodity exports are and will be affected by the significant reduction of demand from developed countries. Countries in Africa can't export their produces, so their revenues will continue falling. Also, it has been harder for small islands and territories because tourism, their major source of revenue, has been closed down and will probably continue like this or significantly slow down until a vaccine or a treatment becomes available. Small islands and territories are also in many cases oil export dependent. They also depend on remittances, which have been reduced by 20%, are vulnerable to climatic shocks and depend on food imports. Vulnerable groups also include small-scale farmers, migrant and informal workers, pastoralists, and fishers who might be hindered from working their land, caring for their livestock or fishing. They will also face challenges accessing markets to sell their products or buy essential inputs or struggle due to higher food prices and limited purchasing power. Informal laborers have been hard hit by job and income losses in harvesting and processing. Millions of children are also missing out on school meals they have come to rely upon. Many of them with no formal access to social protection, including health insurance. In addition to agriculture, other sector-specified effects are also expected. For example, fish provide more than 20% of the average per capita animal protein intake for 3 billion people, more than 50% in some less developed countries, and it is one of the most traded food commodities globally. Thus, the impact on the livelihoods of fisher communities, food security, nutrition, and trade, especially in those countries which rely heavily on the fishing sector, is expected to be significant. Developing countries are particularly at risk as COVID-19 can lead to a reduction in labor force and affect incomes and livelihoods as well as labor-intensive form of production. Of particular concern is sub-Saharan Africa, where most of the countries experiencing food crisis are and where the pandemic is spreading at crucial times for both farmers and herders, when people need access to seeds and other input and to their farms to plant. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
Turmeric, Curcuma longa. Turmeric is the boiled, dried, cleaned and polished rhizomes of Curcuma longa. The plant is a herbaceous perennial, 60 to 90 centimeter height, with a short stem and tufted leaf. There are 7 to 12 leaves. The leaf sheaths forms the pseudostem. The lamina is green above and pale green below and has a length of 30 to 40 centimeter and width 8 to 12 centimeter. Inflorescence is a central spike of 10 to 15 centimeter length. 1 to 4 flowers are borne in axil of the bract, opening one at a time. About 30 flowers are produced in a spike. Seeds are produced in capsules and there will be 1 to numerous sunken capsules in an inflorescence. Origin and distribution. Turmeric is a tropical crop cultivated from sea level to 1200 meter MSL. It grows in light black clay loams and red soils in irrigated and rain-fed conditions. The crop cannot stand waterlogging or alkalinity. Uses. Turmeric is used to flavor and to color foodstuffs. It is a principal ingredient in curry powder. Turmeric oleoresin is used in brine pickles and to some extent in mayonnaise and relish formulations, non-alcoholic beverages, gelatins, butter and cheese, etc. The color curcumin extracted from turmeric is used as a colorant. Turmeric is also used as a dye in textile industry. It is used in the preparation of medicinal oils, ointments and poultices. It is stomachic, carminative, tonic, blood purifier and an antiseptic. It is used in cosmetics too. The aqueous extract has biopesticidal properties. Source courtesy, Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Technological interventions for efficient seeds distribution system during COVID-19 pandemic. The ICAR Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, Karnal, Haryana, has developed and deployed the wheat varieties DBW187, Karan Vandana, and DBW222, Karan Narendra in the farmers' fields. The varieties have been handpicked by the wheat farmers of different states. The institute used to sell its seed to the farmers by organizing Kisan Melas in the previous years. To supply quality seed of recent wheat and barley varieties DBW187, DBW222, DDW47 and DWRB137, the institute has created wheat and barley seed portal for the farmers. A farmer has just to fill his name, village, district and state and upload his Aadhaar card and select the variety and quantity of seed to be purchased. A one-time password OTP will be sent to his registered mobile number with the ICAR IIWBR Karnal, Haryana. The institute intimates the farmers about the collection of specific seeds on the designated date and time through SMS. The payment will be received in various digital modes like QR code, net banking or card swipe system. The farmers were really happy and satisfied to receive the seeds of recent varieties conveniently in the challenging time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Source: Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, Karnal, Haryana. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Trend analysis and forecasting. Trend analysis is a technique used in technical analysis that attempts to predict the future movements based on recently observed data. Trend analysis is based on the idea that what has happened in the past gives traders an idea of what will happen in the future. In any analytical work, the common and important operation is comparison of data or sets of data. Trend is a quantitative review of what happens over a period of time. Time series is generally data collected over time and is dependent on the time component. Seasonality is a clear pattern that can be seen in a time series and the pattern repeats at regular time intervals. Trend line. Trend line visually plots a metric or data over a period of time. Helps to identify sharp spikes and dips in the data. It helps to identify the underlying patterns in the past, current data movements, and forecast future movements of the data. Over to the video depiction of single X value trend analysis and forecasting and multiple X value trend analysis and forecasting. Trend calculation single X value. Here there are three columns, X value mentioned as year, Y value mentioned as Y value itself, trend where trend is calculated. Select the trend column B2 to B11, enter the formula in the formula bar, trend, B2 to B11, A2 to A11. B2 to B11 is the Y values, here Y values. A2 to A11 is X values, here years. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus Enter, trend gets calculated. Trend chart, single X value. Select Y value and trend B1 to C11. Click Insert in menu. Click on Line Graph. Select the suitable line graph and the line graph will be formed in the Excel. Right click on the chart area. Click Select Data. Click Edit in Horizontal Category Axis Labels. Select year X value B2 to B11. Press OK. Press OK in the window and the chart get created. You can modify the chart and you can select suitable charts according to your will and wish. Forecasting single X value. Select trend column B12 to B16 for forecasting. Enter the formulae in the formulae bar. Enter B2 to B11, A2 to A11, A12 to A16. B2 to B11 Y value previous year data. A2 to A11 X values previous years. A12 to A16 forecasting years. Press Ctrl Shift Enter. The future years data will be forecasted. Forecasting chart single X value. Select Y value and trend B2 to C16. Click Insert in menu. Click on Line Graph. The line graph will be formed in the Excel. Right click on the chart area. Click Select Data. Click Edit in Horizontal Category Axis Labels. Select year X value B2 to B16. Press OK. Press OK in window and the chart will be created. You can modify the chart according to your wish as there are ample number of charts available in Excel. Trend calculation, multiple X value. We are considering two X values, X1 and X2, apart from year. Select the trend column E2 to E11. In the formula bar, enter equal to trend, Y values, X values. Y values D2 to D11, X values B2 to C11. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus Enter and the trend will be calculated. Trend chart, multiple X value. Select Y value and trend D1 to E11. Click Insert in menu. Click Line Chart. The line chart will be created. Right click on chart area. Click Select Data. In horizontal category Axis Labels, click Edit. Select Year Data A2 to A11. Click OK. Click OK in window and the chart will be created. Forecasting multiple X value. Select the trend column E12 to E16. In the formula bar, enter equal to trend D2 to D11, B2 to C11, B12 to C16. D2 to D11 Y values, B2 to B11 non-X values, C12 to C16 projected X values for the forecasting period obtained from respective departments or sections. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus Enter. The forecasting calculation will be created successfully. Forecasting chart, multiple X value. Select columns Y value and trend D1 to E16. Click Insert. Click Line Graph. The line graph will be formed in the Excel. Right click on the chart area. Click Select Data. Click Edit on Horizontal Category Axis Labels. Select Year column A2 to A18. Click OK. Click OK in window and the chart will be created successfully. Keep watching this page for updates on trends in agriculture sector. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Loquat tree. Ornamental as well as practical, loquat tree make excellent lawn specimen trees with whorls of glossy foliage and a naturally attractive shape. They grow about 25 feet, 7.5 meter tall with a canopy that spreads 15 to 20 feet, 4.5 to 6 meter, a size that is well suited to home landscapes. Large clusters of attractive fruit stand out against the dark green tropical looking foliage and add to the tree's visual appeal. You can learn more about growing and caring for a loquat tree to see if this interesting addition would make a suitable option for you. What is a loquat? You may be wondering exactly what is a loquat. Loquats, Eriobotria japonica, are trees that produce small, round or pear-shaped fruits, rarely more than 2 inches, 5 centimeters long. Sweet or slightly acidic in flavor, the juicy flesh may be white, yellow or orange with a yellow or orange blushed peel. Loquats are tasty when peeled and eaten fresh, or you can freeze the whole fruit for later use. They make excellent jellies, jams, preserves, cobblers or pies. Loquat trees are sensitive to cold weather. The trees can tolerate temperatures as low as 10 Fahrenheit, minus 12 degrees Celsius, without serious damage, but temperatures below 27 Fahrenheit, minus 3 Celsius, kill the flowers and fruit. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Will COVID-19 have negative impacts on global food security? Both lives and livelihoods are at risk from this pandemic. Though in some countries the spread of the pandemic has been slowing down and cases are decreasing, in others COVID-19 is resurging or continuing to spread quickly. This is still a global problem calling for a global response. Unless we take immediate action, we risk a global food emergency that could have a long-term impact on hundreds of millions of children and adults. This is due mostly to a lack of access to food, as incomes fall, remittances are lost, and in some contexts, food prices rise. In countries already affected by high levels of acute food insecurity, it is no longer a food access issue alone, but increasingly a food production issue. COVID-19 has struck at a time when hunger or undernourishment keeps rising. According to the latest UN estimates, at a minimum, an additional 83 million people and possibly as many as 132 million may go hungry as a result of the economic recession triggered by the pandemic. This would be in addition to the 690 million people going hungry now. At the same time, 135 million people suffer from acute food insecurity and in need of urgent humanitarian assistance. When people suffer from hunger or chronic undernourishment, it means that they are unable to meet their food requirements, consume enough calories to lead a normal, active life over a prolonged period. This has long-term implications for their future and continues to present a setback to global efforts to reach zero hunger. When people experience crisis level acute food insecurity, it means they have limited access to food in short time due to sporadic sudden crises that may put their lives and livelihoods at risk. However, if people facing crisis level acute food insecurity get the assistance they need, they will not join the ranks of the hungry and their situation will not be chronic. It is clear, although globally there is enough food for everyone, too many people are still suffering from hunger. Our food systems are failing and the pandemic is making things worse. According to the World Bank, the pandemic's economic impact could push about 100 million people into extreme poverty. Soaring unemployment rates, income losses, and rising food costs are jeopardizing food access in developed and developing countries alike and will have long-term effects on food security. Furthermore, the pandemic may plunge national economics into recession and countries ought to take urgent measures to mitigate the longer-term impacts on food systems and food security. There is a serious concern that producers might not be able to plant this year or not plant enough as normally. If we do not help producers to plant this year, this will translate into a lack of food later this year and thereafter. Equally urgent is the compounding threat of the pandemic on existing crises such as conflict, natural disasters, climate change, pests and animal diseases that are already stressing our food system and triggering food insecurity around the globe. Recent Integrated Food Security Phase Classification (IPC) analyses point to a worrying deterioration of acute food insecurity in countries already suffering from other crises. To avert a food emergency, there is an urgent need to protect the most vulnerable, keep global food supply chains alive, mitigate the pandemic's impacts across the food system, protect and even ramp up food production as much as possible, and looking beyond the pandemic, building back better, more resilient food systems. Source courtesy, FAO. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Ginger, Zingiber officinale roscoe. Ginger is the dried underground stem of herbaceous tropical plant grown as an annual. The whole plant is refreshingly aromatic and the underground rhizome, raw or processed, is valued as spice. Ginger is a slender perennial herb, 30 to 50 cm tall with palmately branched rhizome bearing leafy shoots. Origin and distribution. It is a tropical plant with the center of origin in India and Malaysia. Cultivated in India, Jamaica, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Malaysia, southern China and Japan. Ginger requires warm and humid climate and thrives well from sea level to an altitude of 1,500 meters above MSL. A well-distributed rainfall, that is 150 to 300 cm during growing season and dry spells during land preparation and harvesting are required for the crop. Uses: fresh ginger, dry ginger powder, oleoresin and oil are used in food processing. It is indispensable in the manufacture of gingerbread, confectionery, ginger ale, curry powders, certain curried meats, table sauces, in pickling and in the manufacture of certain cordials, ginger cocktail, carbonate drinks, liquors, etc. In medicine, it is used as a carminative and stimulant. It has wider applications in indigenous medicines. The ginger oil is used as a food flavorant in soft drinks. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Jones. Pastoral nomadism. Pastoral nomadism is a form of subsistence agriculture based on herding of domesticated animals. The word pastoral means sheep herding. Characteristics of pastoral nomadism. Unlike other subsistence farmers, pastoral nomads mainly depend on animals rather than crops for survival. The animals provide milk and their skins and hair are used for clothing and tents. Their animals are usually not slaughtered, although some dead ones may be eaten. To nomads, the size of their herd is an important measure of power and prestige and also their main security during adverse environmental conditions. Pastoral nomads do not wander randomly across the landscape, but they have a very strong sense of territoriality. Every group controls a piece of territory and will invade another group's territory only in an emergency or in the case of war. The goal of each group is to control a territory large enough to contain the food and water needed for survival. The actual amount of land a group controls depends on its wealth and power. Some pastoral nomads practice transhumance, which is seasonal migration of livestock between mountains and lowland pasture areas. Pasture is land used for grazing animals, including grass and other plants. Process of choosing animals. Nomads select the type and the number of animals for the herd according to local cultural and physical characteristics. The choice depends on the ability of species to adapt to a particular climate and vegetation. The camel is the most highly desired animal in North Africa and Southwest Asia, along with sheep and goats. Horses are also important in Central Asia. Camels are well suited to arid, dry climates because they can go long periods of time without water while carrying heavy baggage and move rapidly. Goats need more water than camels do, but they are tough and can survive off of pretty much any food. Sheep are more slow moving and are affected by the climate more, but they help provide clothing and tents with their skin and hair. The typical nomad family needs 25 to 60 goats or sheep or 10 to 25 camels. Typical weather conditions. Pastoral nomadism has adapted to dry climates where planting crops is almost impossible. Pastoral nomads primarily live in the large belt of arid and semi-arid land that includes Central and Southwest Asia and North Africa. Benefits and drawbacks of pastoral nomadism. Because they have domesticated animals but not plants, pastoral nomads were considered more advanced than hunters and gatherers but less advanced than settled farmers. Pastoral nomadism is simply a practical way of surviving on land that receives too little rain for cultivation of crops. Today, pastoral nomadism is declining because of technology. Before recent transportation and communications inventions, pastoral nomads played an important role as carriers of goods and information across the sparsely inhabited dry lands. But now, with modern weapons and tools, national governments can control the nomadic population more effectively. Governments are starting to force groups to give up pastoral nomadism because they want to use the land for other reasons. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
Parkia speciosa, the bitter bean, twisted cluster bean, or stink bean. It is a plant of the genus Parkia in the family Fabaceae. It bears long, flat, edible beans with bright green seeds the size and shape of plump almonds, which have a rather peculiar smell similar to but stronger than that of shiitake mushroom due to sulfur-containing compounds also found in shiitake, truffles, and cabbage. The betide tree can grow to about 30 meters. It bears flowers in a light bulb-shaped mass at the end of long stalks. The flowers secrete a nectar that attracts bats and other pollinators. The fruits emerge as long, twisted, translucent pods in a cluster of 7 or 8 pods. When those pods are mature, within them will reside the petai beans or seeds. The beans of other Parkia species, Parkia javanica, Parkia singularis, for example, are also popular as culinary ingredient in Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, Laos, southern Thailand, Burma, and northeastern India, especially Nagaland, Manipur, and Mizoram. They are sold in bunches still in the pod, or the seeds are sold in plastic bags. Pods are gathered from the wild or from cultivated trees. They are exported in jars or cans, pickled in brine or frozen. They are best when combined with other strongly flavored foods such as garlic, chili peppers, dried shrimp, or shrimp paste, as in sambal petai. When young, the pods are flat because the seeds have not yet developed, and they hang like a bunch of slightly twisted ribbons, pale green, almost translucent. At this stage, they may be eaten raw, fried, or pickled. Young tender pods with undeveloped beans can be used whole in stir-fried dishes. The seeds are also dried and seasoned for later consumption. When dried, the seeds turn black. Pete beans or seeds look like broad beans. Like mature broad beans, they may have to be peeled before cooking. Pete has earned its nickname stink bean because its strong smell is very pervasive. It lingers in the mouth and body. In Manipur, it is grown mainly on all the hilly districts in Naga and Kuki inhabited areas who call it Jongla. Hamar tribe calls it Sangta. It is grown in hill district of Hamarbel and some other parts of Manipur Valley. However, at present, the land area under Parkia production, especially in Kuki inhabited areas in Manipur, has been dramatically reduced after they converted the areas into poppy cultivation areas. Varieties found here are somewhat harder than the counterparts of Thailand or Malaysia. The wild variety from the hills is more commonly sold in market. Some species of Parkia are grown in small scale by farmers in northeast India. In mainland, it is grown as an ornamental plant, shade tree and border tree. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Eight amazing carnivorous plants. Carnivorous plants are plants that derive some or most of their nutrients from trapping and consuming animals or protozoans, typically insects and other arthropods. However, carnivorous plants generate energy from photosynthesis. Carnivorous plants have adapted to grow in places where the soil is thin or poor in nutrients, especially nitrogen, such as acidic bogs. Pitcher plant. Pitcher plants are several different carnivorous plants which have modified leaves known as pitfall traps, a prey trapping mechanism featuring a deep cavity filled with digestive liquid. The traps of what are considered to be true pitcher plants are formed by specialized leaves. The plants attract and drown their prey with nectar. The tame pitcher plant generally refers to members of Nepenthaceae and Saracinaceae families. Venus flytrap. The Venus flytrap is a carnivorous plant native to subtropical wetlands on the east coast of the United States in North Carolina and South Carolina. It catches its prey, chiefly insects and arachnids, with a trapping structure formed by the terminal portion of each of the plant's leaves, which is triggered by tiny hairs called trigger hairs or sensitive hairs on their inner surfaces. Yellow pitcher plant, Saracinae flava. The yellow pitcher plant is a carnivorous plant in the family Saracinaceae. Its range extends from southern Alabama through Florida and Georgia to the coastal plains of southern Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. The yellow pitcher plant is easy to cultivate and is one of the most popular carnivorous plants in horticulture. Cobra lily. Darlingtonia, also called California pitcher plant, cobra lily or cobra plant, is a species of carnivorous plant. As a pitcher plant, it is the sole member of the genus Darlingtonia in the family Saracinaceae. It is native to northern California and Oregon, growing in bogs and seeps with cold running water. The plant is designated as uncommon due to its rarity in the field. The name cobra lily stems from the resemblance of its tubular leaves to a rearing cobra, complete with forked leaf ranging from yellow to purplish green that resembles fangs or a serpent's tongue. Butterwort. Pinguicula, commonly known as the butterworts, is a genus of carnivorous flowering plants in the family Lendibuleraceae. They use sticky, granular leaves to lure, trap, and digest insects in order to supplement the poor mineral nutrition they obtain from the environment. Of the roughly 80% known species, 13 are native to Europe, 9 to North America, and some to Northern Asia. The largest number of species is in South and Central America. Monkey cup. Nepenthes is a genus of carnivorous plants, also known as tropical pitcher plants or monkey cups, in the monotypic family Nepenthaceae. The genus comprises about 170 species and numerous natural and many cultivated hybrids. The greatest diversity occurs in Borneo, Sumatra, and the Philippines, with many endemic species. Many are plants of hot, humid lowland areas, but the majority are tropical montane plants receiving warm days but cool to cold, humid nights year around. A few are considered tropical alpine with cool days and nights near freezing. The name monkey cups refers to the fact that monkeys were once thought to drink rainwater from the pitchers. However, this is false. The pitchers are filled with digestive fluids, not water, and monkeys do not drink from them. Australian sundew. Drosera, commonly known as the sundews, is one of the largest genera of carnivorous plants with at least 194 species. These members of the family, Droseraceae, lure, capture, and digest insect using stalked mucilaginous glands covering their leaf surfaces. The insects are used to supplement the poor mineral nutrition of the soil in which the plants grow. Various species, which are greatly in size and form, are native to every continent except Antarctica. Both the botanical name and the English common name refer to the glistening drops of mucilage at the tip of the glandular trichomes that resembles drops of morning dew. Big floating bladderwort. Utricularia inflata, commonly known as the swollen bladderwort, inflated bladderwort, or large floating bladderwort, is a large suspended aquatic carnivorous plant that belongs to the genus Utricularia. It is a perennial that is native to the southeastern coastal plains of the United States. It is listed by the state of Washington as a problematic species because of the dense mat-forming habit of this aquatic Utricularia. It is one of the few carnivorous plants that can be invasive. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
FAQ on COVID-19 pandemic, impact on food and agriculture.
Chili, Capsicum annum, Capsicum frutescens, family Solanaceae. Chili is the dried ripe fruit of genus Capsicum. Capsicum annum is an annual sub-shrub, the flowers of which are borne singly and fruits usually pendant, which provide red peppers, cayenne, paprika and chilies and sweet pepper, a mild form with large inflated fruits. Capsicum frutescens is a perennial chili with small sized pods which are highly pungent. It is commonly known as bird chili and Tabasco. Different varieties. Bird's eye chili, Dhani. Grown in Mizoram and some areas of Manipur. Blood red in color, highly pungent. Harvesting season October to December. Available in Calcutta market. ASTA color value 41.7. Capsaicin 0.589%. Byadagi, Kati. Grown in Dharwar, Karnataka. Red in color with less pungency or without pungency. Harvesting season January to May. Annual production 21,000 tons. Available in Hubli and Dharwad markets. Asta color value 159.9. Capsaicin negligible. Ilachipur Sannam S4 type. Grown in Amaravati district of Maharashtra. Reddish in color and very hot. Annual production 1,800 tons. Harvesting season September to December. Available in Bombay, Delhi, Ahmedabad and Nagpur. ASTA color value 70.40. Capsaicin 0.2%. Guntur Sanam S4 type. Grown in Guntur, Warangal, Khammam districts of Andhra Pradesh. Skin thick, hot and red. Harvesting season December to May. Annual production 280,000 tons. Available in Guntur market. ASTA color value 32.11. Capsaicin 0.226%. Hinpur S7. Grown in Hinpur in Andhra Pradesh. Red in color, hot and highly pungent. Harvesting season December to March. Available in Hindpur. Capsaicin 0.24. Asta color value 33. Jwala. Grown in Keda, Mehsana in South Gujarat. Highly pungent, light red in color, short and seeds are compact. Harvesting season September to December. Available in Uncha market. Capsaicin 0.4%. Kadari white. Grown in Kerala and some parts of Tamil Nadu. Short and ivory white in color with high pungency. Mainly grown as a homestead crop. Available in the markets throughout the year. ASTA color value 2.96. Capsaicin 0.504%. Kashmir chili. Grown in temperate regions such as Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and also in subtropical regions of North India during winter season. Long, fleshy, deep red in color. Harvesting season November to February. Available in major markets of North India. ASTA color value 54.10. Capsaicin 0.325%. Madhya Pradesh GT Sanam. Grown in Indore, Malkapur Chikli and Ilachpur areas of Madhya Pradesh. Red in color and pungent. Harvesting season January to March. Annual production 75,000 tons. Available in major markets of Madhya Pradesh. Origin and distribution. Chili is reported to be a native of South America and is widely distributed in all tropical and subtropical countries including India. It was first introduced in India by Portuguese towards the end of 15th century. Now it is grown all over the world except in colder parts. Uses. Dry chili is extensively used as spice in curried dishes. It is also used as an ingredient in curry powder and in seasonings. Bird chili is used in making hot sauces as pepper sauce and Tabasco sauce. Paprika, Bedagi chili, Warangal chapata, and similar high color, less pungent varieties are widely used for color extraction. The color is highly popular among food and beverage processors for its use as a colorant, since this being a natural plant color. As a medicine, it is used as a counter-irritant in lumbago, neuralgia, and rheumatic disorders. Capsicum has a tonic and carminative action. Taken inordinately, it may cause gastroenteritis. The enzyme isolated from chili is used in the treatment of certain type of cancers. Oleoresin capsicum is used in pain balms and vapor wraps. Dehydrated green chili is a good source of vitamin C. Source: Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Fruits containing vitamin B. Fruits are an essential part of any healthy diet because they supply several key nutrients such as vitamin C and potassium. These nutritious foods also supply varying amounts of 8 B vitamins you need for energy production. The exact content of each B vitamin is different depending on what fruit you eat, and some fruits are better sources than others. Thiamine for thinking. Thiamine or vitamin B1 is crucial for the function of your brain and plays a role in nerve transmission throughout the body. Women need 1.1 milligrams per day while men require 1.2 milligrams. Enriched grains, meat, eggs, nuts, seeds and legumes are the best sources of niacin, but a 6-ounce serving of grapefruit juice supplies 0.3 milligram, which is 27% of the dietary reference intake for women and 25% for men. Pineapple and orange juice provide trace amounts as well. Riboflavin for red blood cells. Women need 1.1 milligram of riboflavin or vitamin B2 each day, and men require 1.3 milligrams. This vitamin is essential for the production of red blood cells. Eggs, meat, dairy foods, legumes, nuts, and leafy green vegetables are the best food sources of riboflavin, but a few fruits supply small amounts too. A cup of prunes, for example, provide 0.25 milligram, that is 23% of DRI for women and 19% for men. Grape juice, prune juice, grapefruit juice, and raisins deliver tiny doses as well. Niacin for nerves. Niacin or vitamin B3 is essential for the proper function of your nerves. Women need 14 milligrams each day, while men should have 16 milligrams. Meat, eggs, beans, enriched grains, and nuts are top sources of the vitamin, but a cup of dates supplies 2.2 milligrams. This is 16% of a woman's DRI and 14% of a man's. Prune juice, peaches, nectarines, and orange juice are additional food sources. Pantothenic acid to produce hormones. Also called vitamin B5, pantothenic acid helps your body produce and release hormones normally. Adequate intake of pantothenic acid is 5 milligrams per day. Meat, eggs, potatoes, and leafy green vegetables are good sources of pantothenic acid. A 6-ounce serving of grapefruit juice supplies 1.3 milligrams of nutrient, that is 26% of the DRI. Orange juice is another source. B6 for brain and blood. Your brain and blood rely on plenty of vitamin B6. Adults need 1.3 and 1.7 milligrams per day depending on the age. A medium-sized banana delivers 0.4 milligram, and a half-cup serving of raisins supply 0.1 milligram. Watermelon is another fruit source of vitamin B6. Trace amounts. Some fruits contain trace amounts of a B vitamin but aren't significant sources. Also called vitamin B7, biotin plays an essential role in human growth, and adequate intake for adults is 30 micrograms per day. Bananas, orange juice, raspberries, and strawberries supply trace amounts as well. Folate, and also called B9 vitamin, plays a crucial role in DNA production and cell division, which makes it essential during pregnancy. Adults need 400 micrograms of folate each day, and pregnant women require a daily dose of 600 micrograms. A 3/4 cup serving of orange juice supplies 35 micrograms, and a small orange provides 29 micrograms. Papaya, banana, and are the fruit sources of folate too. There are no fruit sources of vitamin B12, which is only found in animal products and fortified foods. For Krishisanjeevani, Manju P.
Black pepper. Black pepper is the dried, mature berry of Piper nigrum, a climbing, perennial shrub mostly found in hot, moist region of southern India. Under cultivation, pepper vines are trailed over support as columns, 5 to 6 meter tall, 1 to 2 meter diameter. The climbing woody stems have swollen nodes with clinging roots at each node, which helps in anchoring the vine to support trees. It has straight upward growing main stem and have lateral shoots from the axils of the leaves, having shorter internodes without adventitious roots. In such branches, the terminal buds get modified into an inflorescence and the auxiliary buds continue further growth. The root system confined to 75 to 100 cm radius and depth. The inflorescence is a pendant spike 3 to 15 cm long with 50 to 150 flowers. The flowers are minute, white pale yellow, arranged spirally on fleshly pedant trees. The species is naturally self-pollinated and pollen dispersal is by the presence of water droplets. Fruit is a single-seeded drupe, often called berry. It is spherical in shape, green in color, changing to red on ripening. Origin and distribution. Pepper is considered originated in the hills of southwestern Ghats of India. It is now grown in Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, China, Vietnam, Cambodia, Brazil, Mexico and Guatemala apart from the country of origin. Pepper requires hot and humid climate and grows between 20° north and south latitudes from sea level to up to 1500 meters above MSL. The crop tolerates temperatures between 10° and 40° Celsius. A well-distributed annual rainfall of 125 to 200 cm is considered ideal for pepper. Uses. Pepper is largely used by meat packers and in canning, pickling, baking, considering for its preservative value. It has the ability to correct the seasoning of dishes, therefore used as the final dash at the end of the cooking to effectively adjust the flavor. It is an important component of culinary seasoning of universal use and is an essential ingredient of numerous commercial foodstuffs. It is also used as an ingredient in spice mixes. White pepper is used in products like mayonnaise, where black specks of black pepper is not liked. Other products is used as pepper oil, oleoresin, micro-encapsulated pepper, green pepper in brine, dehydrated green pepper, frozen pepper, etc. Black pepper is an essential ingredient in Indian system of medicine. Piperine, the pungent principle in pepper, oleoresin helps to enhance bioavailability and therefore used in pharmaceuticals. The major functional properties of pepper are analgesic, antipyretic, antioxidant and antimicrobial. Source: Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
Amorphophallus titanium, Titan arum, the corpse flower. Amorphophallus titanum, the Titan arum, is a flowering plant with the largest unbranched inflorescence in the world. The tall pot farm, Corypha umbraculifera, has a larger inflorescence, but it is branched rather than unbranched. Amorphophallus titanium is endemic to Sumatra. Due to its odor, like that of a rotting corpse, the Titan arum is characterized as a carrion flower and is also known as the corpse flower or corpse plant. The popular name Titan arum was coined by W.H. Hodge. The Titan arum's inflorescence can reach over 3 meters, 10 feet in height. It consists of fragrant spadix of flowers wrapped with spathe, which looks like a large petal. In the case of Titan arum, the spathe is a deep green on outside and dark burgundy red on the inside with a deeply furrowed texture. The spadix is hollow and resembles a large buckwheat. Near the bottom of the spadix, hidden from the view inside the sheath of the spathe, the spadix bears 2 rings of small flowers. The inflorescence, deep red color and texture contribute to the illusion that the spathe is a piece of meat. During bloom, the tip of the spadix is approximately human body temperature, which helps the perfume volatilize. This heat is also believed to assist in the illusion that attracts carcass-eating insects. Amorphophallus titanum is native solely to western Sumatra, where it grows in openings in rainforest on limestone hills. However, the plant is cultivated by botanical gardens and private collectors around the world. The Titan arum grows in the wild only in the equatorial rainforests of Sumatra, Indonesia. It was first scientifically described in 1878 by Italian botanist Odoardo Beccari. The plant flowers only infrequently in the wild. It first flowered in cultivation at the Royal Botanical Garden, Kew, London, UK in 1889 with over 100 cultivated blossoms since then. In cultivation, the Titan arum generally requires 7 to 10 years of vegetative growth before blooming for the first time. After its initial blooming, there can be considerable variation in blooming frequency. Some plants may not bloom again for another 7 to 10 years, while others may bloom every 2 to 3 years. Self-pollination was once considered impossible, but in 1999, Huntington Botanical Garden botanists hand-pollinated their plant with its own pollen from ground-up male flowers. The procedure was successful, resulting in fruit and 10 fertile seeds from which several seedlings were eventually produced. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Cardamom, Elateria cardamomum. Cardamom of commerce is a dried ripe fruit often referred as the queen of spices because of its very pleasant aroma and taste. Cardamom is a perennial, herbaceous, rhizomatous plant. Based on the nature of panicles, 3 varieties are recognized, that is, Malabar with prostrate panicle, Mysore with erect panicle, and Varuka with semi-erect panicle. Plants are of medium size, 2 to 3 meter height, with pubescent leaves on the dorsal side and fruits globose in the case of Malabar, whereas plant robust 3 to 4 meter height with leaves glabrous on both sides with ovoid capsules in the case of Mysore. Varuka variety is a mixture of both the above in physical characteristics. Indian cardamom is offered to the international markets in different grades. Alleppey Green Extract Bold, Alleppey Green Bold, and Alleppey Green Superior are names that register instant appeal worldwide. Cardamom oil is a precious ingredient in the food preparations, perfumery, health foods medicines, and beverages. India, a traditional exporter of cardamom to the Middle East countries where it goes mostly into the preparation of guava, a strong cardamom coffee concoction without which no day is complete or no hospitality arty for an Arab. Indian cardamom enjoys a premium preference in the Middle East. Japanese and Russians who relish it for its distinct enriching properties. Origin and distribution. Cultivation of cardamom is mostly concentrated in the evergreen forest of Western Ghats in South India. Besides India, cardamom is grown as a commercial crop in Guatemala and on small scale in Tanzania, Sri Lanka, El Salvador, Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, Honduras, and Papua and New Guinea. The optimum altitudinal range on growing cardamom is 600 to 1500 meter above MSL. The cardamom growing regions of South India lies between 8 to 30 degree north latitudes and 75 to 78 degree longitudes. Uses. The major use is for the preparation of gawa, a strong cardamom coffee concoction which is a symbol of hospitality among Arabs. Apart from this, cardamom is widely used as a flavoring material in whole and ground form. In Asia, it can add a lingering sparkle to every kind of dishes, both traditional and modern. In Scandinavian countries, it is used in baked goods and confectionaries. In Europe and North America, it is an ingredient in curry powder and in some sausages products. Cardamom oil and oleoresin has applications in flavoring processed foods, cordials and liquors, and in perfumery and in Ayurvedic medicines. Source: Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson. Cardamom, Amomum sabularum. Large cardamom is a perennial herb with subterranean rhizomes and 50 to 140 aerial leafy shoots. Each shoot has height of 1.7 to 2.6 meter and possess 9 to 13 leaves in each tiller. Leaves are glabrous on both sides with a prominent midrib. Inflorescence is a condensed spike with yellowish perianth. Each spike has 10 to 15 fruits. Fruit is round or oval shape. Capsule with reddish brown color. Each capsule is trilocular with many seeds. Origin and distribution. Large cardamom is cultivated in the sub-Himalayan region of northeastern India, Nepal and Bhutan. It is grown in cold humid conditions under shade of trees at an altitude between 800 to 2000 meters above MSL with an average precipitation of 3000 to 3500 millimeters spread over about 200 days with temperature ranging from 6 to 30 degrees Celsius. Uses. It is used as a flavorant in dishes like pulao, biryani and meat preparations. It is an ingredient in curry powder and spice masala mixtures and is also used in Ayurvedic and Unani medicines. It has application in flavoring cola, biscuits, liquors. Source: Spices Board, India. For Krishisanjeevani, Fibia Johnson.
10 best plant identification apps in India. These apps are user-friendly and free or has to be subscribed to use. At first, you will have to download it from a Play Store or App Store. Then all you have to do is to click the photo of the plant or leaf and upload it on the app. Then, the app will identify the plant and will churn out all its details through the finest artificial intelligence technology and horticulturist communities' help. Apart from identifying plants, some of them have special features like gardening tips, own libraries for collection and care reminders. PlantNet, plant identification. Key features: can recognize up to 20,000 plant species, ability to filter recognized species by genus or family, the navigation at different taxonomic levels in image galleries, links to many fact sheets and wiki for a general overview. The diverse gallery offers multiple pictures to compare against, one of the best plant identification apps in India. Cons: sometimes previously identified plant pics may show. LeafSnap plant identification. Key features: having instant access to a large plant database that is consistently adding information on new plant species. Works best for native trees identification. An additional perk of learning more about plants with more pictures around the world. Easy to use interface with extensive and accurate information. Cons: compulsory yearly subscription after 2 weeks of free trial. Picture this: flower and plant identification. Key features: can recognize more than 10,000 plant species with 98% accuracy using AI. Easy to use interface and user-friendly guide. Plant growing guide, care tips and water reminder features. A vast network of gardeners and horticulture specialists to take advice regarding plants. Cons: frequent subscription pop-ups with absent do not want option. Plant lens, plant and flower identification. Key features and pros: identifies plants, cactus, mushroom, leaves, flower by comparing it with more than 60,000 plant species. Photos create a personal plant map. Keep track of all plants, trees and flowers in your own personal collection. Cons: it doesn't give reliable and accurate information sometimes as reported by users. Plantifier. Key features and pros: identify plants with accuracy as soon as the photo is uploaded. Response from community members on asking a query. Cons: some technical glitches here and there within the app. iTrees app. Key features and pros: the Indian app covers 50 common tree species found in metros such as Mumbai, Kolkata, New Delhi and Hyderabad. The app makes identification of trees for its users, providing an alternate tool besides an expert. If a tree is not available in this app, then an additional list of books and online resources help in the identification. Cons: fewer species added that are mainly concerned with Indian natives. Flora Incognita, automated plant identification. Just upload a picture of the flower and the leaf, sends out accurate information about the plant within seconds. A species profile page is available that provides information like characteristics, distribution of the species. Identification of more than 4,800 plant species. Search and filter option for fast finding of a species. Options available like saving, export and share of observations on different social media channels. Cons: some technical issue may arise including a failed update. Plantix, your crop doctor. Key features: if your plant is getting any disease or infection, by uploading its picture, you may get its diagnosis and care tips. The best plant care app for growing veggies in the yard. It offers a social network where you can exchange experiences related to diseases, pests, and deficiency symptoms. Cons: limited vegetable and crop options in select crop menu. Plant Finder, plant identification. Key features: a wide database over 25,000 individual plants. The option of favorites for quick access is available, where you can add plants of your interest. Plant care reminder for easy gardening available. Recommends trending plants time to time. Cons: subscription necessary after a 3-day trial. Plant Snap, plant, trees, and flowers identifier. Key features: after identifying plants by receiving the picture, it also offers information about its taxonomy and a complete description. With the Explore function, you can use it to find identified plants anywhere on the planet. Allows you to create your own library of flowers and trees. Helps in scheduling and keeping track of the watering needs of each plant. Zoom in option let you see minute details of the flowers, leaves, mushrooms, and succulents identified around. Cons: users reported going through frequent add to buy more pop-up while clicking the image. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Types of edible mushrooms in India. Mushrooms are a fungi. They are the spore-bearing fleshy bodies of a fungus that can fruit in soil, on the ground, or any of its food source. It is the reproductive structure produced by fungi. You can use the word to refer to the fungus that has a cap, a stem, and gills. Button mushroom, Agaricus bisporus. This is one of the most commonly available varieties of mushrooms. They have a mild flavor with a creamy white color. You can eat them in both raw and cooked forms. Buttons go well with multiple dishes such as pizza, burgers, soups, and salads. They are widely used in India as well, and their cultivation is done seasonally or under a controlled environment. Almost 90% of the mushrooms you eat are of button mushrooms variety, making it one of the most popular types of mushrooms in India. Straw mushroom, Volvariella volvacea. Also known as Chinese mushroom, these are as popular in India as the button mushrooms. They have a good aroma, flavor, and are rich in various nutrients and proteins. Usually an edible in tropics and subtropics in India, their cultivation generally takes place in the states of Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Chhattisgarh, etc. Oyster mushrooms, Pleurotus austriatus. One of the popular types of mushrooms in India, people call it dingri in Hindi. This variety can easily grow in tropical and temperate regions. These are common in many cuisines and dishes. Shaped like a fan and dusty color, they look a lot like oysters, just like their names. Their cultivation in India usually takes place in the states of Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Orissa, Karnataka, Maharashtra, etc. Milky mushroom, Calocybbe indica. Milky mushrooms are also known as summer mushrooms. It is a fantastic variety that grows in states like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Odisha. They are also less demanding and offer a high yield. These mushrooms look attractive with bright white color and have a good shelf life as well. Cremini mushroom, Agaricus bisporus. These mushrooms belong to the same species as that of button mushrooms. They just differ slightly due to the development of a coffee-colored skinny layer on the cap and thus have a dark tan patches on top. These mushrooms are, however, more flavorful in taste and have a firmer texture than button mushrooms. Sheet-cake mushrooms, Lentinulae edodus. Famous for their medicinal qualities, this variety is gaining popularity among the consumers of mushrooms. Thus, the demand for this type is also increasing in the country. Some farmers in Himachal and other northern states of India have successfully begun to cultivate this variety. These mushrooms taste better when cooked, carrying a smoky flavor and a low water content. Portobello mushrooms, agaricus. You can eat these mushrooms in both raw and cooked form. When fully grown, they have a big incised cap that has black gills at the back of it. This cap is flat on top and has an umbrella-like curved structure. Famous for its creamy, meaty texture, they go well with a lot of dishes and are readily available throughout the year. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. New high-yielding tapioca variety developed in Central Tuber Crops Research Institute at Trivandrum, Kerala. Giving hope to tapioca farmers, the ICAR Central Tuber Crops Research Institute has developed a new variety of high-yielding tapioca. The new variety, named Sri Raksha, was also cultivated in Chengal Panchayat, Trivandrum, Kerala on experimental basis. The farmers had cultivated the new variety of tapioca in 3,000 flower beds. They could harvest giant tapioca weighing up to 8 to 17 kilograms from a single flower bed. Some weighed up to 27 kilograms. Chengal Panchayat, which tops in tapioca cultivation in the district, was selected for experimenting the new variety in order to convince the farmers about its qualities. Sri Raksha variety of tapioca can be harvested within 8 to 9 months. This is also highly immune to virus attack, which causes huge loss to farmers, said Dr. M. Sheila, scientist at ICAR CTCRI. Also, it is high yielding and delicious. Fertilizer and micro food suitable for each agroecological zone also have been developed. The project's principal scientist, Dr. G. Baiju, said that the farmers who arranged the farm at Chengal Panchayat were given high-quality stem cuttings and specially developed manure. Also, they were given special training. The procedures to distribute stem cuttings of the new variety for interested farmers is progressing. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Crop insurance can be obtained without producing tax receipt in Kerala. The Agriculture Department authorities will not reject crop insurance application filed by any farmer who cultivates on leased land only because they could not produce tax receipt of the farmland. Director of Agriculture directed the district principal agriculture officers to attest the lease documents prepared by the farmer and the landowner if the tax receipt is not received. Malappuram, Kerala has most number of farmers who cultivate on leased land in the Kerala state. The farmers are considered for government benefits only if the crops are insured. Even when farmers in other districts produced tax receipt, the farmers in Malappuram could not produce the same as the landowners refused to hand it over. The benefits of farmers were not denied for not producing tax receipt. But the application filed by farmers under AR Nagar Krishi Bhavan in Vengara was rejected by Malappuram District Principal Agriculture Officer. When the Assistant Director of Agriculture forwarded a letter inquiring about the reason for rejecting the application, a written reply was given pointing out that tax receipt is mandatory for crop insurance. With the majority of the Krishi Bhavans in the district started rejecting crop insurance for not producing tax receipt, MLA forwarded a letter to the Agriculture Minister requesting his intervention in the matter immediately. After the farmers initiated direct protests, the Director of Agriculture issued a circular on Wednesday evening taking immediate action. However, the farmers who cultivate in their own land must produce tax receipt or ownership documents. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Falsa Grevia asiatica, also known as falsa fruit. Falsa Grevia asiatica, also known as falsa fruit, a member of Tiliaceae family, is a small fruit crop cultivated in warmer season and is known to contain cyanidin-3, glucoside, vitamin C minerals. Health benefits of falsa fruit. The unripe falsa fruit is very effective in alleviating inflammation. It can do well for respiratory, cardiac, and hematological inflammatory conditions as well as in feverish states. Falsa is often advised from patients who suffer from asthma, bronchitis, colds, coughs, and sore throats. Source of sodium. Falsa fruit is considered as a great source of sodium. It acts as an electrolyte and essential ion to promote the enzyme's operation and muscle as well. It increases the performances of a nervous system and is necessary for blood regulation. Treats arthritis. The symptoms of having arthritis are including the pain and the limited functions of joints. Falsa is quite beneficial and is helpful in treating arthritis effectively. Cures asthma. The presence of iron contained in falsa fruit helps in treating anemia. Treats respiratory problems. Drinking falsa fruit juice is wonderful to treat the respiratory problems including asthma, bronchitis, colds, and others. Builds muscle. Due to the presence of potassium and protein, it will encourage the muscle function as well as strengthen the muscle. Prevents diabetics. Ethanolic extract of falsa fruit possesses significant hypoglycemic, antioxidant, and immune modulatory effects. The presence of several bioactive compounds in this plant's extract, particularly flavonoids and phenolic acids, might be responsible for these effects. Provides energy. Falsa fruit consists of a good source of protein. As a result, with protein it helps the body to gain more energy. Builds healthy bone. Due to the presence of calcium in falsa fruit, it is considered quite beneficial to increase the performance of healthy bone. Heals wounds. It is also known that falsa fruit leaves help to heal the wounds and eczema. Promotes heart health. Falsa fruit helps to relieve swelling. This makes it beneficial fruit for a healthy heart. Relieves stomachache. Fiber present in falsa fruit is taking part in relieving stomachache. You can have a falsa juice to relieve the pain of stomach, nausea, and other digestion system problems. It also acts as anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Fiddleheads, furled fronds of a young fern. Fiddleheads or fiddlehead greens are the furled fronds of a young fern harvested for use as a vegetable. Left on the plant, each fiddlehead would unroll into a new frond. Circinate vernation. As fiddleheads are harvested early in the season, before the frond has opened and reached its full height, they are cut fairly close to the ground. The fiddlehead resembles the curled ornamentation called a scroll on the end of a stringed instrument, such as a fiddle. It is also called a crosier after the curled staff used by bishops which has its origin in the Stafford's crook. The fiddleheads of certain ferns are eaten as a cooked leaf vegetable. The most popular of these are western sword fern, bracken, ostrich fern, lady fern, cinnamon fern or buckhorn fern, royal fern, midden, zenmai, and vegetable fern. Fiddleheads' ornamental value makes them very expensive in the temperate regions where they are not abundant. Fiddleheads have been part of traditional diets in much of northern France since the beginning of the Middle Ages, across Asia and also among Native Americans for centuries. They are also part of the diet in the Russian Far East, where they are often picked in the wild in autumn, preserved in salt over winter, and then consumed in spring. In the Indian subcontinent, it is found in the Himalayan states of North and Northeast India. In the state of Tripura, it is known as mukonchok in the Kokborok language and is prepared by stir-frying as bhaja served as a side dish. In the Kulu Valley in Himachal Pradesh, it is known locally as lingri and is used to make pickle. In Garhwal division of Uttarakhand, it is called lankuda and is eaten as a vegetable. In Darjeeling and Sikkim regions, it is called neuro and is common as a vegetable side dish. In Jammu and Kashmir, it is known as kasarod and is used to make fiddlehead fern pickle. It is also found in the hills of Kodagu, Coorg, and is also known as Term Topu. Fiddleheads contain various vitamins, minerals, as well as omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids. They are a source of antioxidants and dietary fiber. They are rich in potassium and iron. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Government procures paddy worth Rs 86243 crore this Kharif season so far at MSP. Food Corporation of India (FCI) and other state agencies have procured 456.79 lakh tons of paddy till December 27 as against 366.19 lakh tons in the corresponding period previous year. Of the total procurement, Punjab has contributed 202.77 lakh tons of paddy, which is 44.39% of the total procurement. The government's paddy procurement has increased 25% so far in the ongoing Kharif marketing season to 456.79 lakh tons, valuing Rs 86,242.83 crores. Food Corporation of India and other state agencies have procured 456.79 lakh tons of paddy till December 27. About 56.55 lakh farmers have already been benefited from the ongoing KMS Kharif marketing season procurement operations with MSP value of Rs 86,242.83 crore, the statement said. Of the total procurement, Punjab has contributed 202.77 lakh tons of paddy. The ministry said that the procurement operations of seed cotton under MSP are going on smoothly in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, and Karnataka. Till December 27, a quantity of 676701 cotton bales valuing Rs 19815.07 crore has been procured, benefiting 1312274 farmers, the statement said. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Black nightshade or manatakali, a cure to multiple diseases. Black nightshade is a plant that belongs to the family of brinjal known as manatakali, mulagatakali or karintakali in Malayalam. The plant has medicinal properties and is also used to make delicious delicacies. It grows to a height of 4 to 5 feet. Leaves and berries of black nightshade can be used to make curries and side dishes. The berries are also pickled and dried to make snack. It is a good source of iron, calcium, protein and other nutrients. Black nightshade normally grows like weeds in surroundings. Saplings are produced from its seeds. Within 30 days, saplings can be produced from seeds and replanted. It is cultivated on large scales in Tamil Nadu. There are two different varieties of black nightshade. One of them turns red when ripe and the other turns black. The fruit is used as medicine for heart disease, liver disease, jaundice, rheumatic diseases, skin diseases, and ulcer. It is having many other English names such as sunberry and wonder cherry. The botanical name is Solanum nigrum. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Bok choy, the new leafy green which is trending. Due to lack of availability, we consume very less quantity of leafy greens than required. Most commonly found leafy green in our place is spinach. However, bok choy or pak choy, a new variety introduced in the market, has become popular. The leafy green is commonly used in Gulf and Asian European countries. Bok choy is a rich source of nutrients. The plant belongs to the family of cabbage and cauliflower. Its leaves are similar to that of mustard plant. Dark green in color, the leaves are in the shape of spoons. The stem and leaves are edible. Bok choy contains iron, calcium, manganese, phosphorus, fibers, antioxidants, and vitamins A and B. Bok choy can be easily cultivated in Kerala. Water permeable soil and humid weather are suitable for this. Both seeds and saplings can be used for propagation. Bok choy will be ready to harvest within 45 days. December and January months are suitable for starting bok choy farming as the night temperature is nearly 25 degrees Celsius during this time. Plants can be cultivated in grow bags too. Seeds are available via online. Fertilizer need to be applied only once. Organic manure can be provided as base fertilizer. Cow dung powder or groundnut cake can be used as fertilizer. Worm compost also is good. Only moderate watering is required. Pest menace is rather low. If fertilizer is given in liquid or slurry form, it can be applied twice a week. In Kerala, bok choy grows in plains and high ranges. It is the major ingredient in many delicious dishes like soup, salad, curry, and the like. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Bees detect airborne toxins. Scientists at Montana University, USA have developed an alarm system to monitor the bee bus to track airborne toxins and contaminants. Bees make sounds at different frequencies depending on the environment, says Jerry, the lead researcher. A parasite-infested beehive produces a sound akin to a roar. A hive without a queen bee produces a different sound. How does one interpret the different sounds?
The alarm system involves a contraption with a small microphone inside the hive to pick up different sounds. The sounds are transmitted to an amplifier with another device which filters, summarizes, and analyzes the acoustic data. Pre-recorded acoustical fingerprints of bee sounds are matched with the sounds produced by a particular hive, and a match is derived to indicate the contaminant in the air. Bees form ideal candidates for studying airborne chemicals because they cover wide distances. Unlike chemical traps or absorbents currently used to detect airborne compounds, bees can cover a distance of around a 5-kilometer radius. They also have a highly developed sense of smell, almost 40 times more acute than that of human beings. 30 seconds is what bees needs to detect a chemical. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, dedicates Millet Processing Unit to women self-help groups. The ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, IIMR, Hyderabad, has established the Millets Processing Custom Hiring Center at ICAR Krishisanjeevani Kendra, Bidar in Karnataka under the Women Societal Project backed by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Dr. Vilas A. Tonapi, Director ICAR IIMR, Hyderabad, in his inaugural address said that such mechanization at farm gate will increase the area under the millet production. Senior Scientist and Head KVK Bidar Karnataka, Dr. Sunil Kumar NM, asked the farmers to use the unit by cultivating millets. It must be noted that the Millet Processing Unit was dedicated to the Women Self-Help Group SHG members of the district. The members were explained about the pre-cleaning, destoning, dehulling, grinding, separation and blending of millets flour process. Around 100 to 150 kg of millets can be processed in 1 hour in this unit. As many as 40 Women Self-Help Group members, KVK scientists and other stakeholders were present during the occasion. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin Kurakar. Salad trees, a tree that bears 4 different fruits in one tree. The 4 and 1 trees. Salad tree refers to a tree that bears several related fruits all on one tree. This is created by grafting fruits within the same family. Significant advantage of these trees are its convenience. Help in maximizing the small garden spaces that people have in their backyards. Enjoy harvesting up to 4 different delicious fruits from the salad tree. It will render its ripened fruits from late June to early August depending on variety and your growing zone. All fruits retain their own qualities. They will ripen as normal depending on the fruit type. Grows in the ground as normal fruit trees. Your family will benefit from bushels of different fruit. The thought of peaches, nectarines and apricots all on a single tree is possible through the age-old science of asexual plant propagation or grafting. The so-called stone fruits can create a single tree with apricots, peaches, plums and nectarines all on separate branches of the same tree. In a similar fashion, you can get trees grafted with 4 or 5 varieties of apples or a tree with multiple varieties of pears. By combining multiple varieties of apples or pears, you will let a single tree have a mini orchard in the space of a single tree. Salad trees,
how to plant. If your tree is bare rooted, soak the roots in water overnight. Gently spread the roots apart and fan them out. Dig a planting hole that is slightly wider than the root ball. Fill the soil in around the roots, tamp down and water well. You can add a mulch or straw or leaf mold out to the drip line of the tree. Aim to maintain a good balance of each variety in the tree by slightly pruning the vigorously growing out fruit branches. Plant a single tree with several varieties of fruit on it, and you can soon enjoy your own fruit cocktail. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Some amazing fruit facts. The data has been collected from various journals, and the authenticity of all the details mentioned might not be scientifically proven. Banana is not a fruit, it is a herb. Being easy to digest and highly nutritious, these are the first fruits offered to babies. Strawberries are the only fruit with seeds on the outside. There are 200 seeds in an average strawberry. Red colored fruits keep your heart strong. Orange colored fruits tend to keep your eyes healthy. Yellow colored fruits prevent you from getting sick. Green colored fruits help in making your bones and teeth strong. Purple and blue fruits help enhance memory. Orangutans love eating mangoes. Mangoes are the most loved and the number one fruit in the world. Dark green veggies have more vitamins C when compared to light colored veggies. Apples may float in water as they are 25% air. Kiwis has 2 times the vitamin C present in an orange. 7,000 different kinds of apples are grown all around the globe. Pineapples are actually berries, and its ripening can be speeded up by making it stand upside down, leaf side down. Horticulturists are of the opinion that banana is the first fruit on earth. Dried fruits have more calories than fresh fruits as the process of drying reduces the water content and volume. Half a cup of figs have the same amount of calcium as half a cup of milk. The seeds of lychee are poisonous and should not be consumed. Eggplants are actually fruits and not veggies. In fact, they are botanically known as berries. Cucumber is not a vegetable but a fruit. Tomatoes are not a veggie but a fruit. They are regarded as the world's most popular fruit and have more genes than humans. Eating an apple is more reliable method of staying awake than consuming a cup of coffee, as it gives you more energy. The natural sugar in an apple is more potent than caffeine in coffee. There is a tree called salad tree that sprouts 3 to 7 different fruits at the same time. One pomegranate can have more than 1,000 seeds. The stalk, rind, or skin of a fruit is typically more nutritious than the actual fruit. So, if you peel your fruits before eating them, you may be making a nutritional mistake. Apples, peaches, and raspberries are all members of the rose family. Pumpkins and avocados are not vegetables, they are fruits. Drinking grapefruit juice while taking some prescription medications can cause instant overdose and death. The cocodamar palm tree has the earth's largest fruit, weighing 42 kg and seeds weighing 17 kg. According to one study, avocados are the most nutritious fruits in the world. Square watermelons are grown by Japanese farmers for easier stacking and storing. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin.
Minimum support price MSP for Kharif and Rabi crops for the marketing season 2020-21 as on 21/09/20. Kharif crops. It has to be noted that MSP is calculated as rupees per quintal. Paddy. For common variety, it is 1868 rupees. For grade A, it is 1888 rupees. Jowar. For hybrid, it is 2620 and for Maldandi, it is 2640. For Bajra, it is 2150 and for Ragi, it is 3295. For maize, it is 1850. For Arhar or Tur, it is 6000. For Moong, it is 7196. For Urdad, it is 6000. For cotton, medium staple, it is 5515 and for long staple, it is 5825. For sunflower seed, it is 5885. For soybean yellow, it is 3880. For groundnut, it is 5275. For sesamum, it is 6855 and for Niger seed, it is 6695. Rabi crops. For wheat, it is 1975. For barley, it is 1600. For safflower, it is 5327. For toria, it is 4425. For masoor or lentil, it is 5100. For rapeseed and mustard, it is 4650 and for gram, it is 5100. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Supply of small machinery and equipment to enhance small farmers' income. Union Minister for Agriculture, Sri N.S. Tomar, said the centre is focusing on farm mechanization and urged the companies to supply small farm machinery and equipment to the farmers with less ownership of land to enhance their farm income. He spoke about the government's aim in 10 years to double farm mechanization per hectare and said it was only possible with industry help. Confederation of Indian Industry (CII) said in a statement. The focus of government is on providing farmers with big advanced agricultural equipment for their farm operations, the minister said. The minister was speaking at the Tractor and Mechanization Association's annual general body meeting. He asked the members of the association to supply small-scale utility machines to small-scale farmers so that 86% of these farmers would easily acquire machines and increase their profits, the statement added. The minister summarized the numerous steps taken by the government over the past 6 years to increase the agriculture sector's growth and increase the income of farmers. For Krishisanjeevani, Vipin. Integrated farming system, a success story. Over the years, biodiversity in agriculture is under pressure due to commercialization of agriculture. Biodiversity has enabled farming systems to evolve over the years, and maintenance of this is essential for the benefit of food security, nutrition, and livelihood security. Diversity includes plants, animals, soil microorganisms, and human beings. When we speak of the Deccan Plateau, it is a region affected by climate variability, and it is a need of the hour that farmers need to adopt integrated farming systems to increase their income and sustenance. Integrated farming system IFS enables in enhancing productivity and minimizing risks associated, and under this system, crops or cropping system is integrated with activities like horticulture, livestock, fishery, agroforestry, apiculture, etc. It provides income opportunity from allied activities during crop damage. We at Krishisanjeevani is happy to introduce you to a farmer who adopted the model of IFS, Integrated Farming System, to success. Let's learn about IFS as he shares details of his farm. His farm is an integration of cropping system which includes cereals, rice, maize, leguminous crops like cowpea, spice crops like ginger, turmeric and pepper, tuber crops like yams, tapioca, etc. Major portion of his land is under horticulture crops like mango, cashew and banana. The farming system is also integrated with livestock, cows and goat rearing, backyard poultry system and also fish rearing. Mr. Biju, a model farmer from Uttara Kannada, Karnataka, has made IFS, Integrated Farming System, a success through growing different crops based on the land suitability, elevation, etc. In the system developed by him, an interrelated set of enterprises is used so that the waste from one component becomes an input for another part of the system. This reduces costs and improves production and income. Since the system utilizes waste as a resource, he not only eliminates waste but also ensure an overall increase in productivity for the whole farming system. With the type of system he has